a lot of times when I make content, I really try to understand like their perspective.
Do you felt that you really tried to understand my perspective and background?
I thought I did at some points, but
the answer is no. That's not what the point of her content is. Just so people know, the point of her content is to find people who are easy dunks and dunk on them. That's it. And that's why she went after Ethan. She thought he would be an easy dunk. And if this was pre-iDubbbz content cop, yes, it would have worked, but it didn't. And she didn't realize that the narrative is more in Ethan's favor now. And now she feels silly.
At the very least, a lot of content creators can learn from my mistakes, you know, when speaking about this, and be able to, you know, be pro-Palestine, talk about the genocide, and not be anti-Semitic.
Stop pretending that you care when you don't care. It's been 2 years. If you're not educated on it, it's because you don't care about what's going on over there. All right, guys, I'm excited. It's been a pretty fruitful drama. I don't know, at the end of the year, everyone's usually happy. What changed? What's in the atmosphere? This is usually the time where ad revenue is higher, but engagement's lower because there's less slop. And I've already come to terms with that, but this is actually, October was the best month. Incredible. I'm sorry for everybody who suffered, but at least I got to talk about it. Anyway, we got more. This is the 3rd video here. Basically, this girl, Cruel World Happy Mind, made a video about Ethan, pretty much slandering him and defaming him, and then it just got worse. She made a follow-up video, which was even worse, and then she went live, which made it even worse. And so now we get to see this conversation unfold. I'm so happy. It's incredible. Let's watch.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's.
But I caught the end of the game.
All right, Eli, I love you, Michelle.
I'm ready. Yeah, great.
Right, let's do it.
So I'll kind of set. I'll wait for her to.
All right, I'm done waiting. I'm done waiting.
there's just a like opportunity to.
I don't want anyone being rude or.
Oh, yeah, I think they turned off the members only or the chat, you know, which is a nice, respectful move, you know. Because his chat would have tore her up, so that's nice to give her a little bit of chance to not feel overly overwhelmed.
We just turn off chat, Dan.
Okay. Roger.
Who's that? Who's Roger?
Yeah, and I really appreciate just having this opportunity to chat, because I think that I don't know, I think a lot of people don't really get the opportunity to have this sort of conversation.
I guess.
Or there's just a lot of division, so I don't know. I think that
I don't like this already because she was so like just nasty in her commentary, and it's like, thank you so much for giving me the chat. People don't usually. Bro, you like went off on Ethan. What the hell are you talking about? And now you're like, oh, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. If he was the bad guy you presented him as, why would he do this? You know?
Being able to sit down and talk like this is good. And I also think that, sorry, also I have a little bit of an echo. I kind of have to figure out how to.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. It's something that we weren't really able to figure out while.
I'm sorry. That's going to be annoying. Yeah.
I don't hear the echo, so.
Yeah, so if I'm a little bit like glitchy or something, but yeah, I think that being able to chat, I think that a lot of content creators get really defensive, and a lot of the reason why I make this
I would too if you made a video like you made about Ethan.
Content in the first place is just to essentially, I don't know, critique the ways in which content creation can go too far. And I'm not
You mean when you like lie about somebody? Yeah, probably is going to go pretty far when you do that.
beyond that criticism as well. You know, I think that it's really fair to critique the ways that I make content, and for me to sort of learn and grow from that as well. So
wow, that's so. Well, I mean, like the way you made content was just like basically just watching a snark thing. So
yeah, I want to have a conversation and be open to learning as well, being open to listen, and yeah, vice versa, you know?
Shit.
I appreciate that.
I just don't know what is he going to listen to? Probably just excuses, you know?
Listen, there's going to be points of contention, right? Obviously. Let's start. There's a few examples before we jump into the I am helping video from your original one that I
think that's the stream, right?
Wanted to ask you about. So
guys, I'm warming up. Shut up.
I'll just start by pulling up a couple of choice examples.
Yeah.
So
he's gonna hold her to task on these clips, huh?
I'll show you this clip and then I'll ask you about it.
Mm-hmm.
This is.
You think she's gonna go like, oh, he has a whole crew of people that can put clips together. He overwhelmed me with all of his stuff.
The clip of you. Well, I'll play it. And then, yeah.
Hila, on the other hand, has made comments deemed even more insensitive, like calling toddlers terrorists.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Man,
Like that one?
man.
What do you mean?
I mean,
so you said she called terrorists. She said called babies terrorists. I didn't see that.
I think the insinuation there was because Hila said "I mean." That means that she might agree with the statement, which might be true.
Okay.
I mean, I think that the commentary I gave on this is that, like, I think that's how the school system works in everybody's area. I'm sure that in Israel they teach that, like, you know, people in, like, Hamas is bad, and Hamas teaches, or Palestine teaches that Israel's bad, et cetera, et cetera. So there might be a level of truth to that, maybe in some capacity, but I think a lot of that is to some degree like the propaganda arm of like their education system. So
yeah, I think that's
that, like, everybody kind of does it, even like America, we do it too. So
fair. I guess I would like to know what the insinuation was. I think that that's what a lot of people were wondering by the "I mean ... sort of.
Well, so let's just. There is an explanation, and people in our subreddit and in our community have explained it. There was because it's edited in this really tight way. Like
is that an edit? Is that not actually her words?
I get the feeling you didn't get that directly from the podcast. You probably got that from a different source. Maybe
Interesting. Just to be clear, I don't know if they're taught to kill us at 2 years old, but they're probably taught to hate America. So, I mean, I understand why if we're funding Israel, so at least funding them with all their fucking terror shit. So, okay, I'd like to see the full thing though.
TikTok or a different subreddit. She was responding to somebody else, right? There was a question asked that she was considering, but even if that wasn't true,
interesting
to accuse someone of.
I think. Wait, I want to see that. I think we're at a point now. It was how unfortunate. What the fuck? Did somebody like hardcore edit that?
Calling babies terrorists is a extraordinarily mean-spirited. Doesn't even. It's an extraordinarily loaded thing to say, right? Do you think there's enough evidence to make such a incendiary claim there? Even if she wasn't responding to someone else, let's assume the worst, and she was like considering what Rudy Giuliani said. Do you think, or
well, I think that, like, based on what he said, like, yes, you could probably draw that comparison.
Actually, no. She's just doing like this. Do you think that she called babies terrorists?
I mean, I think that if she was agreeing with Rudy Giuliani's statement, then that would be insinuating that toddlers are terrorists. But I think that if that was not her,
I mean, I agree with her on that specifically. Yes, like that part is true.
Comments deemed even more insensitive, like calling toddlers.
Also, sorry, is it okay if I?
Although it wouldn't be calling toddlers terrorists. I guess it would be like an insinuation. But again, like the way I interpret what's I'm hearing here, or like what Hila would potentially be saying, but apparently the clip is edited out of context. So like we're actually just gonna have to start almost like unironically, Ethan's about to like own the entire hive mind. Because if that it was edited out of context, because I assume like, okay, the thought there is like, listen, there's probably like education in Palestine is probably very anti-America and anti-Israel because of our very negative impact on Palestine. And like just in the same way we learned, like we didn't learn the nuances of like how terrorist organizations come to be, which in a lot of cases is because of America. So that's what I kind of assumed there personally. I don't think that they're like toddler terrorists, and I don't think that they're taught from 2 years old. That's a little fucking crazy. But I mean, if this clip is edited out of context, Ethan's about to destroy the narrative, because then we're gonna be at a point where like Snark is so unreliable that like literally like Ethan's gonna be able to get away with murder, because all he has to say is like, oh, this is wrong, and I'm gonna believe him from now on. Because if he could prove this one too, it's just they're so malicious.
Interject here. When I say deemed, so she's made comments that were deemed. So that's not me saying that she's saying that. It's others have deemed it even more insensitive.
What the fuck is she talking about?
Like calling toddlers terrorists. So I'm not saying.
What she sounds like she's actively like supporting that narrative. What?
Saying that I myself am saying that she's called toddlers terrorists. I'm saying others have deemed so.
Do you think that's really a fair way though to like?
No, exactly.
To recount
I think that,
stuff, you know what I mean? Because it's clearly that's what you want people to feel from that clip.
I do think, you know, I don't know if it's what I want people to feel or think, but I do think, as I've said in our DMs and everything, the way that I usually do content creation is if I'm going into a subject that I'm not very versed on, very familiar with, or I'm covering essentially a content creator the way the internet perceives them. You know, I'm covering
I'm pretty sure that she was a little better versed in this in Ethan than she wants to admit. She was a big Frenemies fan, and she was all over him in a positive way when it came to Frenemies before, right? That was like proven. So she obviously knows who he is. Probably not everything. She probably was just interested in the Frenemies arc, but
kind of the online interpretation of this content creator. So,
bro, just take the L and be like, listen, I didn't realize how malicious Snark was. She could walk away from this so easily. She could just be like, listen, I didn't realize how malicious Snark was.
Interpretation by who, though?
Yeah, exactly. Many different people, you know. But
not really in this case.
You know, do we have to get a counter on there?
As you can see in the script, you know, I've sourced the H3, your subreddit as well. But
it seems like you mostly didn't source it in any meaningful capacity.
I definitely concede.
Did you ever source our subreddit when? Well, I feel like there was really no attempts, or very few attempts to represent my response or explanation for things. It really, I felt like, was entirely a one-sided account of things. And I mean, you claim that it's unbiased, but I also find that to be like.
Oh, I agree with that as well. But yeah,
really, you agree that it was biased?
It's an honest way of framing it.
So as far as going into future content creation, when I come across, so essentially there's a few different things that I'll do.
It's just so funny because like right now the framing I think a lot of the framing from her is going to be like, no, I'm going to do better moving forward. You know, don't worry. It's like, I feel like, I mean, listen, I get it, but also, what are you talking about? You fucking guzzled like slander propaganda against Ethan. Fuck.
So finding essentially deleted videos or clips online. There's a few different ways you can find clips. You know, if I find a clip and it seems like it's kind of cut oddly,
I think that she's going into this justifying it too much. I think that's her problem.
I should look at multiple.
I don't think that there's anything wrong with her saying like, listen, I came in on something. I did not understand the depth of it. I didn't realize that like this was as toxic, that Snark was as toxic as they are. She really should have just like saved herself and been open to be like, yeah, you know what? A lot of my video is wrong. Although, you know what it is? Because then she would feel like she would have to delete it. That's probably what it is. I think the reason why she's not going to concede is because then she's going to feel like she has to pull the video down if she does concede that she's wrong, just out of a point of integrity, and she wouldn't be able to afford that. You know? But I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's a way to keep the video up and still be like, yeah, you know what? I was wrong about a lot of this or something.
Sources for clips. I 100% agree with that. So it's like, okay, go directly from the source, you know. Always, I think is, you know, going to be essentially my rule of thumb, you know, coming out of this situation.
Okay. But like for you, this is one of the big things here that's an issue is like for her, she's like, well, this is my learning experience. For Ethan, this is like a multi-year long harassment campaign from a toxic Snark page that is absolutely no problem lying and deceptively clipping everything that he says and does. And every time he breathes, he literally cannot exist. This guy can't fart without it becoming fucking national Snark news. It's ridiculous.
You know, especially even in this, I can relate to feeling at times like, you know, even on, you know, your subreddit, I felt like sometimes the clips from my streams are, you know, have been kind of chopped up. And I think that that's been a big lesson to me as well. Of I can relate to you in that. I can relate to other content.
But you did it. Well, first of all, I mean, I don't patrol the Ethan Reddit, so I wouldn't really know how bad it might be. But also, you did it first. So it wouldn't really matter. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, talk shit, get a hit kind of a thing. If you were doing it first, then why would we have like sympathy for other people, I guess, doing it to you?
Content creators and feel like, okay, I need to always look at what I'm viewing and go to the full original source whenever possible, 100% of the time. I entirely agree with that.
Right. And I just think well, what you're saying is like good and mature and correct, and I think that's a great way to
yeah, but I feel like it's it's almost like accountability trolling. It's like, yeah, I did a bad thing. I know. I'll do better next time. Like, you know, it's nice to admit when you're wrong, but like, sometimes it doesn't matter as much. You know, actions speak louder than words and all that. Sometimes it doesn't matter as much. It's like, oh, yeah, I know. Moving forward, I'll do this. What about now? What are we going to do with this now? Like, what can you control? What are we going to do now?
Conduct yourself going forward. I also think that, like, if you're accusing someone of calling babies terrorists, that, like, this work should have already been done. That's like an incredible
but
thing
that's
to
the
say
thing,
about
though.
somebody.
Again, I did not accuse
You heavily insinuated that Hila felt that way
someone.
without charity. It's what, see, again, like, you know, people will probably say like, oh, Papa, your interpretation of what was going on was wrong, right? When you gave your opinion on what Hila thought there, and the clips out of context. Apparently, we're going to see that. Alex the Fiction says we're going to see that, and I trust him. So, but like, my video's not, oh, Ethan and Hila are bad. So if I got something potentially a narrative wrong, like, I'm trying to be charitable because I know them and I think that they're decent people. You know, for another 2 more defenses, and I need more Teddy Fresh though. You know, you guys are gonna have to pay up. Just kidding. But the whole video was just snarking the fuck out of them, making them look as bad as possible. So we're not even getting like, oh, you got something wrong, but like, you're trying to, but like, you know, you're being normal and charitable. She literally said that like, she makes it seem like there's as much credibility that Ethan might have sent himself human skulls as there is credibility in the fact that he didn't. Like, to her, that's 50-50. It's not 50-50. It's like 0-100. Because he did send them. No, I'm just kidding. Because he very clearly did not send them to him. So it's not just like some of the individual things that she's saying. It's also the entire narrative around what it is. It's the entire narrative around it as well. Her narrative is like, I hate Ethan. That's the narrative of the video. Ethan is bad. That is the narrative. Maybe not I hate Ethan, but her narrative is Ethan is bad. That's the problem.
Of calling,
because everyone's going to get a couple of little details wrong here and there, except for me. I get everything right, but people are going to get details wrong like here and there. Like, that's generally fine, that's expected, but like, the narrative is so off.
Baby's terrorists. I said, you know,
let me watch it again.
And has made comments deemed even more insensitive, like
again, deemed by others, but like I say,
yeah, but that's you're hiding. You're just hiding behind other people's like words. That's the problem with that. Like, you're just hiding behind other people's words. Like, oh, well, this person deemed this, but you're just hiding behind their words.
You know, I should go to the source originally, and then, you know, moving
Rudy
forward,
was saying that
and then you know, show on screen the original post of, you know, this is what people.
Well, you shouldn't have attached a narrative to it. I mean, listen, you know, not for nothing. There's nothing wrong with her going to go, fuck, like, can you show me if I was in this conversation right now and I was her, I would say, can you please just show me the full context? Because like, she could just be like, listen, I fell for snark. Like, I feel like that's not an unfair thing to say. Like, I feel like it's okay to be like, yeah, dude, I kind of fell for it. Sorry, dog. You know, I fell for it. To say that, say you fell for it. Just, you know, do what my mother's gonna have to do in another month when it comes to her voting for Trump, and say I fell for it. Oh shit, I fell for it. I thought he was actually good. I don't know how the fuck you thought he was good, but you know what? I'll give it to you. Because I love you and I want to give you an out. But just like to say that you fell for it, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Said, you know, make
I have
it
the
more
link to the original. Let's just
saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
that's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
mean,
Like, Kamala,
Under the other one.
I could add it.
Ironically, both of his clips
he says
are about.
that in
He
this
said that
rally?
at the rally.
Oh, that's epic. So, I mean, yeah, okay.
Is that the original?
yeah, we gotta watch the Rudy
I'm
part.
just saying, I really think it's important to people understand. Like, I understand you want to conscientious object, but he is the most pro-Israel president that's ever existed. He literally said about the war. Now, I mean, obviously, we disagree with Rudy Giuliani and Trump, and we're
I like the edited in coughs. It's beautiful.
opposed to their policies. So, like, to watch this and then, like, even if it's someone else's opinion, like, not everybody's opinion is valid, worth sharing, right? Like, I might say that the moon landing is fake, but you're not gonna be like, well, one people say the moon landing is fake, and NASA said the moon landing happened, so I don't know what's the truth. Like,
Is this the full context?
It's possible.
let's just
saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
that's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Like, come on.
Oh, she says more after. Would they stop it too soon? Because I mean, that I could see why that would be damning for some people when they see that. All right, we'll just keep going. Apparently, they show more.
Fake, and NASA said the moon landing happened, so I don't know what's the truth. Like not all arguments are you know, like have equal merit.
I mean, I guess like, would you 100% disavow what Rudy Giuliani said?
Obviously,
and say that's
and
a
I've
fucked
done
up
that
thing
a
to say?
billion times.
Okay,
Ooh,
Yeah.
I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, but
well, she won. She wins, guys.
That clear.
yeah, but like, I mean, but you made a 3-hour video about me, so I just feel like
but also if I can.
Hila's here,
interject,
by the way.
I'm here too.
Yeah.
Hi, Hila.
Hi. I mean, watching this back myself, it's clear to me that I'm like processing so many things. And when AB says that, I was kind of shocked too, because I haven't seen the clip, and that's what I say. I'm like, I haven't even seen that. I don't know. And then says something, and it's just me processing everything. And plus, I never actually said anything. And so, like, it just seems like the way you present it, you didn't even doubt it, is how I interpret your statement. You say, Hila has made comments. You also say it in plural. Like, there's many comments that deemed blah, 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 blah.
And
So,
by the way, the only people making that claim is just snark. Like, when we
but
end...
what are the comments? I actually didn't say anything. And that is your example that you show. You show me not saying anything.
But and all these kind of talking points always come out of snark. Like, we'll end an episode and then we'll see something like this and we're like, what? Like, that was like wholesale invented, right? And also, just another comment on this one is that AB, I don't know if you know, he's Muslim, and he wouldn't just sit here and like sit
and take it. Well, there's a snark would counter with that and be like, oh, well, you don't create an atmosphere that you let people like push back. Now, obviously, that's not true. We see, especially Dan, like shitting all over Ethan all the time. It's pretty funny. But that would be like the counter argument, the counter strike, so to speak.
Passively by if Hila was calling babies terrorists, right? Like, that's also kind of an insult to him.
Yeah, the thing is,
sorry to get. I really apologize. It feels like ganging up.
I didn't want to chime in because I don't want to seem like we're ganging up. But I will just say on this point that
yeah, she should have brought Dems and Bad Empanada here. Then she would have had more people to help her fight back.
These people who you're sourcing, they don't care about the truth. They're just trying to find any little clip they could misrepresent for their narrative. And again, it is, they don't care that I'm Muslim, I'm Arab, I brought it up. I would not just sit here like an idiot if Hila was like, oh, your people are killing people at 2 years old. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. It wouldn't happen.
Yeah. I mean, I guess to speak on what I have seen online, which again, I experienced this as well, and of not
experience what
speaking up enough, not saying what's happening is a genocide, and I think that that's essentially a sentiment of you need to speak up more. Sorry, I bumped my mic, and that's what I didn't do, and so to kind of like listen.
What the fuck is she talking about?
To that side of this sort of sentiment, maybe that's what sort of happened in that situation. Is they had essentially, especially Hila, unfortunately, again, I'm out of.
She's just fucking talking. What the fuck is she talking about?
My depth in here. I'm this is sort of an argument that's I'm making for a situation I don't understand. So excuse my ignorance. I don't know what I'm fully talking about here.
What the fuck am I having like an actual aneurysm? What is she saying? What is she talking about here?
But what I maybe
stop
say to
telling me
that is with your background, I think maybe people are wanting you to sort of disavow those sort of statements more.
No, stop being. She's trying to make everything seem so reasonable, dude. You can't even like function. What are you doing? You can't even say something. I honestly have no idea what she's trying to say. She just rambled for like 35 seconds, and she's like, "Oh, people want you to disavow it," but they already have. So that's obviously not what they want. This is so silly.
Maybe that's what happened in that situation, and because you said,
do you know that I haven't? Do you know that I haven't disavowed?
I think that, again, with Rudy's statement, maybe they were just expecting like a sort of like, that is fucked up. How dare he say that? Like, kind of thing.
Were you watching? Did you watch the whole podcast? Because I don't even know.
I would love to see a clip. I would love to see you say that.
Well, she should have just been saying that from the start, dude. That's all she should have been saying. Like, oh, can you show me the clip? I must have fell for it.
I don't remember what happened the rest of the podcast. But I've disavowed what's happening in Gaza many times.
Yes, I know. And I showed those clips in my section.
Did she? Is that a fact? I feel like... Did I just not internalize them? I feel like she didn't. I feel like the narrative was that like they're totally chill with what's going on. And that every time that they say that it's bad, it's more of in the capacity of like she feels like they have to say it as a social shield or something.
Oh, so she did.
So what was the problem, I guess, with me? What are the many comments that I've made?
Yeah. So again, I was attempting to say these are people's issues with your statements that have been shown online.
You said Hila has made comments in plural that have deemed, and then you finished the sentence. So what are the comments that I've made?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think she wants to answer that question. Hila, come on. Hila, you're really going to push her on actually having to answer that question? Stop.
I can go online. I think the main ones that I remember seeing, the main ones that I remember seeing is that and the raid.
That was not a comment.
She didn't say anything, to be
well,
clear.
what did I say?
That was like that wasn't a comment. That was like a poorly timed, I guess, thought structure. I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable. Like, oh yeah, just be. I don't think it's unreasonable to just be like, kind of like, oh okay, fair enough. Like it's not. You know what I mean? It doesn't really seem. I think it's fun to be charitable to her there.
If that's the main one, I mean, that's kind of that's like a really, like, I don't know if you're understanding the gravity of like how much of a fucked up, excuse my poor language, fucked up thing that is to say about somebody. You call babies terrorists, right? Like that is an incredibly incendiary thing. That's not something to say about someone who like just did this with their head.
But also, you started by saying to me right now how much you don't know anything about this. Do you know that I'm Israeli and I grew up there and I have family there?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you assuming that I don't know anything about anything? Because, like, it just seems like you're just making assumptions about me.
No, like I'm saying, I think...
You're just making...
Bro, she should have just released her first video and then I'd never talked about this again. Especially if she's not willing. Because she's really not going to be willing to admit fault here. Because again, she doesn't want to lose the. She has sponsors. She has sponsors for her shit, and she's not going to be willing to. I'm assuming she doesn't really want to admit fault because she's not going to want to take that video down. That's honestly what I'm thinking that it is more than anything else.
The worst assumption about me, without knowing me, without hearing what I've said. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say anything.
That is what's happening. There's being words being put in her mouth. I mean, because that like literally. Sorry to cut you off. I really don't want to feel like ganging up. I want to give you all the space. Excuse us for if it gets like emotional and defensive.
Yeah, no. I mean, again, I feel like at times, what's essentially happening is I'm being sort of roped in with, this sort of snark drama.
Yeah, because you used snark as your point of reference. What? Why? What? No shit.
Those aren't always my opinions. I think what might have become botched in the coverage is I'm attempting to
all of it
to describe what's happened online or what's transpired online. So
no, you did. So she's really just trying to say that she was doing like she was just being like a good old chap, and she was just trying to do her due diligence and just talk about the situation without any bias. And that's what she's effectively trying to tell us right now. That's what she did. She did not do that. That obviously is not the case. There was obviously a lot of bias, and the bias was like, hey, here's this is what Snark said. That's it. Like that's what it is. That's the truth. That's what's happening here.
So I'm not. I can see how with my coverage it looks one-sided. Again, I can see saying, oh, I'm unbiased is not fucking true, as I tried to describe in my live. I try and take a broad view approach. So it's like, okay, let me look at what's transpired over here, and I don't think I did that enough in this video at all. I 100% agree with that.
So just to cap off this one clip, so just to confirm, she did not say babies are terrorists. Like, you agree with that, right?
Yes. Yeah. Again, it seems within the context of the clip that she's agreeing with Rudy Giuliani's statements. I'm very glad that you guys have both said you do not agree with those statements.
Sorry if this is a broken record, but again, the words you use in agreement with her is that she said babies are terrorists, not that she's agreeing with what Rudy. No, you said someone else said it. I acknowledge that. And by the way, the source for that clip is from H3 Snark. And again, you can source Snark, but I do think it's important to point out that when that is
as I said, I do agree with those sentiments of moving forward. I have to, find.
Listen, it sounds like she still thinks that clip is too vague enough, which is fine. Just be like, no, I don't think that's enough. That's the insinuation I get from that. I find her, the fact that she's just like such a coward in the way that she talks is what bothers me more than anything else.
Other clip sources and, watch the full thing in context and always be sure I'm doing that. Again, usually when I cover someone, it's like, okay, what are their criticisms of them? What are online commentary? What are their support pages? What are things directly from their sources? I try and look at, again,
Well, yeah, but you didn't, so.
all these different sort of, threads and then pull them together in a video. I think, again, after this experience, I 100% agree that if I'm finding a source and it's a clip from one thing, I need to find the full source. I need to verify. I think that's a responsible, creator ethics thing to do. So I agree with that.
So again, sorry to labor a point I've already been over, but just again, Hila did not say that babies are terrorists. Despite what other people said online on Snark or TikTok or whatever, like that's just a fact. She did not say that, right? She did not say babies are terrorists.
Yeah, I think it was an online worry of many people,
She's such a coward about it. Just say you think it. I think it's honestly, like, based on that clip, that's what it sounds like. Just be like, based on that clip, that's what it sounds like. Can you show me more context or something? Like, that's fine. Or, like, you could be like, okay, I accept what you said as your explanation. Like, okay, say something like that. Okay.
From what I've read, and so
yeah, but she didn't say that, right? Just to be clear.
No, she said I mean and nodded her head. And again, I guess moving forward again, it's
moving forward again.
I'll have to practice discernment with each situation, but especially with a very sensitive situation like this, maybe just saying exactly what was said in the video before showing the clip, and
the whole context of that conversation was we were talking about how Trump was horrible for Palestine and he was worse for Palestine than Kamala would have been. So like the whole context of the conversation, if you go back and look at it, is being critical of Trump and Giuliani and all of those people for being, demons when it comes to advocating for Palestinians or they're doing the opposite, right? They're advocating against Palestinians.
I mean, I don't doubt that.
Here's the beginning of the conversation, just to give Palestine.
The movement of not voting is so funny to me. Especially by people pro-Palestine, because if Trump gets elected,
he's the most pro-Israel president of all time.
It's not good for the movement.
Like, he is fucking insane. Like,
Dude, at his rally, Rudy was saying that Palestine.
I guess it's just a little bit before that, but we can move on to a different one.
Oh, well, I wanted to see more of that, but okay.
This clip, I guess I just want to get your thoughts on why you included. I just want to get your thoughts on why you included this here. So I'll play this for you, and then you can explain. Here it is.
Seem more and more erratic. His statements harsher, bizarre, and more extreme.
Hassan Piker has lost all of his marbles. The mullet rolls are gone, people.
What the fuck, Ethan? Get that off the fucking screen.
Hard hitting, man.
Sorry.
Wow. What are you doing, dude?
Was that covered?
Yeah, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
My bad.
Oh my god, Ethan.
I'm
oh
user
my god.
errors. Boomer alert.
Oh my
Seem
god,
more and
dude.
more erratic. His statements harsher, bizarre.
Boomer alert. Sorry.
Seem more and more erratic. His statements harsher, bizarre, and more extreme.
Hassan Piker has lost all of his.
Ethan, I want to. Sorry. Stop it.
Oh my god, I did it again.
The mullet rolls are gone, people.
Wow.
Hard hitting, man.
That clip is so funny because it's like Ethan has a tattoo of like the one time his kids scribbled on the walls or something, so he got that as a tattoo on him, and obviously she made it seem like he was scratching up his legs because he's on drugs. Like, that's obviously the context of the clip.
So what are you trying to show there?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about one creator, losing their marbles, and I think at the same time there's been same clips sort of spread of people making the same insinuations about you.
What is it you're showing though? You're zooming in on something.
Marbles.
I actually don't know what it is. It looks like a
The mullet
tattoo.
rolls
I think
are
I've
gone, people.
Dude, she's so dumb.
But why did you zoom in on that?
I'm not gonna. I work with a team of people, but I'm not going to, talk about their choices, and you know what I mean. I'm not gonna like.
Well, I mean, not really.
Bro, just oh my god, dude. You know what? Just here's my thing. I like Ethan. Just hate Ethan confidently. Just hate him confidently. Yup. I showed a picture of you scratching your leg because I wanted people to think that you were crazy and on drugs. Just say that. Obviously, you're stupid if you think that, but just say that. You guys, I have a team, and I'm, I don't know, and I don't think you have a team. I think that you know what you did, and now just be like an adult about it and just like stand up on it. This is so embarrassing for her.
Because I mean, it is your project. Ultimately, if it's representing you, I would I would certainly not want my other collaborators having hidden opinions in there.
Well, maybe she feels like if she admits something that she'll get sued or something. I don't know. Maybe she didn't make the script herself. I don't really know. What does she do at that point then? She's just the actor?
That I didn't approve of, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of the best way to navigate that, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I work
there it is. I'm just waiting for that.
With researchers, I work with editors.
Wow,
and
they must have had like a really nice time doing this video. I also don't really believe that because she didn't mention it until just now. And I think that she would have thrown them under the bus the second that I think she would have thrown them under the bus like instantaneously, I
really
so you included this clip.
it.
You don't know what it means.
There's certain. Okay, sorry. I'm trying to think again. I'm trying to think of the best way to navigate this.
Sure.
Supporting,
Yeah, and take your time. I don't want you to feel pressured. Take whatever time you need to consider it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
if I'm talking over you too much or being too pushy, just tell me to, and I'll back off. Like that, really, I'm sorry. I'm getting
okay.
That's just kind of how I talk, and sometimes it's not great.
I appreciate that. Yeah. So I think that at the end of the day, to be just as respectful as possible, I don't want to discuss decisions that my team members made because that's really not. Sorry. Also, my team member is calling me right now. I work with a team member who
it's probably like her husband or something. She's not talking about a fucking team member.
I work with a few different team members that I've worked with for literally since I was 2 months postpartum and losing my mind a little bit.
I don't care. I know that sounds mean. Like, that's sad that you were postpartum, but like right now, we're just talking about how you slandered the fuck out of Ethan and Hila. Like, well, I was postpartum. Like, oh, okay.
With
if we weren't talking about this, I'd be like, oh, that sucks, but that's not what we're talking about. And I'm pretty sure you did it yourself. So
baby, my husband has been out of the Army for a few years now, but he was in the field for a month when I was.
Whoa, that's crazy.
It's about 2 months postpartum, and that was usually the.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Point when I was like, okay, I don't know if I can really be a military wife, and yeah, that was actually the time when 2 of my team members found me, and an editor and a researcher. And, we've been working together for a long time. And I think that ultimately, as a content creator, all of that falls on me.
You don't seem to actually think that. You're making excuses.
No, all of the decision-making process, all of the researching process. So, yeah, there's some things in there that are mistakes that I didn't do. There's some things in there that were research links and things that I didn't provide. But at the same time, I verified all of it. I'm the one that posted it. So
so you verified it. Okay, so it's on you. So then why are you bringing them up? Well, my researcher did this, and I don't feel comfortable talking about them, blah, blah, blah. But then also it's on me. So it's okay, so then stop talking about your fucking researcher. Just talk about how it's on you then. Why are we talking about your researcher? You brought him up.
It all falls on me, if that makes sense.
So then stop talking about your researcher. Just talk about it from your own perspective.
And also, as part of the growing process, it's my job to...
I just listen, bro, she's been doing this as long as I have. I mean, everybody makes mistakes and all that. I get it. But the growing process, you've been a content creator for 5 fucking years. What are you talking about the growing process? Realistically speaking, what actually happened is she thought this was going to be a slam dunk because she didn't realize that there were more people that liked Ethan than she originally thought. She just didn't realize this many people liked Ethan. She thought she was going to get a slam dunk. She thought she was going to be able to own him and make a nice, fat, easy paycheck, virtue signaling about Palestine. That's really what it was down to. And to talk about how terrible of a person he was, as every single clip she sourced was from a snark Reddit that hates Ethan and wants the worst for him and his entire family. And then she's like, oh my God, wait a minute. It wasn't an easy dunk. And now she's clamoring not knowing what to do, freaking out. That's what actually happened. And so, you know what? Just admit that and move on about your fucking day. And you know what? That's it. That's all you have to do. And I know she'll be like, I can't. And just be like, you know what? I fucked up, and I'm going to make a follow-up video about how I fucked up, but I can't take the video down because I'm financially dependent onto it. And I'm sorry, Ethan. I'll make a video. I'll make my next video, blah, 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 or something. I don't know. Just do something. Like, say something. Like, you know, Jesus Christ.
Sort of be like, okay, how can we grow from this? How can I expand the sort of,
how can I grow
project?
How can I grow from me slandering you? How can we grow from this? Please, how can I grow from this?
Everything kind of similar as you've done over the years, you know, with your team.
Sure, yeah, you want to build teams, and obviously you can't get stuck doing everything yourself, otherwise you can't grow. But just
I do think that this has been a really also I interrupted you.
That's okay.
But I do think that this has been a good lesson for me to kind of scale back a little bit and, you know, really focus on, because I think that
there's about firing people.
You know, really focus on the research coming from me for a little bit, just a few projects at least, to really be like, okay, you know, with all these lessons in mind, how do I, you know, move forward and kind of do those things and get used to that.
And listen, we all learn, we all have learning experiences. I just wish it wasn't at the cost of my life. Right.
I mean, again, as I've communicated to you, you know, a lot of those, I mean, again, that statement that we just went over, the Rudy Giuliani statement, I can go back and edit out, and any other ones that we come across here, if you show.
Yeah, but the entire narrative of the video is that Ethan's a bad person. So how does that work? You editing out one thing, how does that work? Because it's an entire narrative issue. It's not just one thing. The entire narrative is that Ethan is a bad person.
I mean, the full context, and I think it doesn't fully apply, or I talk to you and you know, disavow.
I'll leave the edit. I'll leave the editing choices up to you. My point is not to remove
but I also
or to
you know,
silence
have a positive
criticism.
Conversation.
I just to kind of exactly. But
it doesn't matter if she removes that clip though. Like the entire thing, the entire video is just is like a narrative hit piece. So who cares if she removes one thing from it?
But just kind of, because I'm not sure if you answered. So what? So do you have an opinion about why there's
harsher, bizarre?
Why you're zooming in on my leg here? I'll just play. It's really short.
Has lost all of his marbles. The Marlboros are gone, people.
The Marlboros are gone, dude. How do you buy cigarettes?
Hard hitting, man.
So there's a very deliberate effort to zoom in there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess my main question is, why was your leg up when you were?
That happens all the time. I mean, I do.
Why was your leg up? I don't know, because it's his fucking office. What? I guess I know that I know that I intentionally made it seem like you were scratching your leg because you're on drugs. But why was your leg even up? That's, I guess, my biggest question, because these are the same. These are both comparative instances here. Okay.
I do that literally every episode.
Okay.
So my leg being up is implying something?
I mean, is it the most professional? I don't know.
Is that why?
Is it the criticism that Ethan Klein is unprofessional, or is the criticism that Ethan Klein does drugs? Because her insinuation is that he does drugs, which is obviously stupid. It's like, she's not even worth talking to. Like, this person isn't even honest. This person isn't honest. They're not even worth talking to. They're not even worth talking about. Like, well, you know, it is for me money-wise. But it's just like, dude, come on. Oh my God. Take the fucking L, dude. What is wrong with you? This is ridiculous. Barely into the video.
You included it when you're talking about... have I claimed to be the most professional?
Is that a tattoo?
It is a tattoo, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Wow. But it seems...
What does it tell you that it's a tattoo? Like, what does that mean?
If I can make an assumption, the insinuation here clearly seems to be that I'm on drugs of some kind. I think they're trying to imply that I'm on meth or something like that.
Yeah.
And the edit.
I don't know if that would be the proper insinuation, because to be honest, my team members know that I have a family member who's a meth addict.
What does that have to do with you insinuating that he's a meth addict? Or he's on some kind of medication?
Very close to me, so.
Right.
Oh, okay. So what's that have to do with anything? What?
Well, then what is it? I just genuinely don't know what it means. I'm getting more and more erratic.
Well, at least she's upgraded from not just weaponizing her own, you know, unfortunate circumstances, but now her brothers, I guess. It's like, okay, or her friends, like, oh well, I have a friend that's a drug addict. That's sad, But like, it sounds like now, like every time you have like an excuse, you have, I mean, honestly, she always has some kind of mental health, whether it's her own or someone else's, to fall back onto out of her own convenience. It's just ridiculous. Oh my God.
People in Snark and in that world calling me, saying that I'm on drugs, which is, again, a really fucked up thing, and excuse my language, to say about a dad of 3. Someone who has Tourette's, someone who has anxiety disorders, someone who...
I hope Ethan pushes her on the fact that like she was like insinuating because he has Tourette's, that means that he has like comorbidities of other mental health issues, and that was her justifying her like effectively slandering him.
Deals with all this stuff in the public eye, to insinuate that I'm ever on drugs or that I'm
Bizarre
somehow
and more
acting...
extreme.
Hassan Piker has
You say I'm acting more extreme,
lost
and then you show
all
a
of his
close-up
marbles. The
Yeah,
marbles
of
are
me.
gone, people.
And it almost looks like someone's trying to say that it's like a scar, like a scratch wound, and I'm just manically kind of grabbing my leg like I'm on some kind of drug. Like that seems to be the obvious insinuation to me.
I mean, that can certainly be your opinion on that.
Okay.
Well, what is
also
it? I
do
mean,
think-
if you don't know, then who does?
I mean, the reason why I clipped that is,
From money, yeah.
To be also, again, I do think, and I'm certainly not devoid of hypocrisy. I think that there's a certain, which we'll probably get into. I think that I can certainly, deploy hypocrisy, and that's happened a few times. And I think that anytime that happens, it's within anyone's right to check me on that, for me to reevaluate and learn from that. But I think that it was
hypocritical. It'd just be wrong and kind of mean spirited.
Well, no, I was kind of saying, as far as, you're sort of saying like, oh, someone's lost all of, Hassan's lost all of his marbles, kind of casually saying that, but you're very hurt when other people say the same thing.
So I think that there's probably a difference between saying that somebody lost his marbles versus disingenuously depicting him scratching his leg as him on drugs. I think there's probably a difference between those two. And also, the Ethan is crazy narrative came from Hassan and his community. So what are you talking about?
So showing me losing my marbles?
That's showing that you're saying other people are losing their marbles.
While zooming in on my leg.
Also, again, that wasn't my particular editing choice. But
fair.
I'm sure that you didn't realize it.
just trying to say,
I just find it interesting that there's like edits in here that first you don't somehow even know why they're there or what they mean. I do find that, and again, this is like I feel like you don't treat these videos with the gravity they deserve. Like once again, you're talking about my life.
I agree.
And you are making
you agree with that? Okay. I think that she's just agreeing with what she feels like she needs to agree with.
Extraordinary claims about me and my family, right? Like damaging, hurtful, like career, reputational, and just personally like very hurtful and horrible things that should never be said without an extraordinarily serious. I am a person, right? Like at the end of the day, I'm not just like some fucking drug addict with his foot up on the desk that you can just say anything you want about. Like, it's just not. It's just I am a person here, right? Like, and all these people that you sourced, all these snarkers and stuff. I mean, like, I don't think even you can tell me with a straight face that these people are not obsessed and attempting to destroy my life and everyone's around me life with whatever means they have.
Well, of course she's not going to admit that, and she'd have to like admit that she was wrong,
Mm-hmm.
And it even means lying outright.
I mean, I don't deny that there aren't people that do that on the internet. I've had people go into my aunt's page, which I'm upset at my aunt right now because I have a policy of not posting my child online, and I have had family members who just ignore that. I
don't care. Dude, oh my God. Hey, it was really shitty the way that you depicted me. Like I was like a really bad person and a drug addict. Yeah, well, me. Like, okay, great. I'm happy that you're going on a tangent. Holy shit.
I don't know if this has ever happened to you where you're not even in the room and someone's, babysitting your child and then they take a photo and that ends up on like their Facebook page or something.
Crazy.
And people currently are posting that photo.
Yeah, that's horrible. I would hate for that.
And so
yeah, that's bad. It doesn't really matter in this situation right now. Like there's much bigger things going on.
I completely agree. Some of that I think it's my opinion. I think that unfortunately comes with our job, and I think that's why a lot of times being a content creator is not mentally healthy. It's not the best. Like that is just genuinely my opinion. Like being a content creator is not a good career for your mental health.
What does that matter? What does this mean? Why are you saying that, like, hey, you getting slandered, it just comes with the territory? Okay, you won't shut up about how, oh, I guess this is a lesson learned for me moving forward. You've been here doing this for like, on the one hand, she's the most inexperienced person ever. Oh, this lesson learned. Okay. And then on the other hand, it's like, well, this just comes with territory. Which one is it? Like, are you an expert or are you a fucking noob? That was cringe.
You want like the best mental health, maybe don't become a content creator.
Right, especially one that people make careers lying about.
But yeah, I mean, but at the same time, when it comes to speculation, I think again, I have a family member.
That's great.
Who's really close to me, who's a meth addict, and also I think in general that addiction is very misunderstood.
I'm not addicted to drugs, by the way. I don't take drugs.
Yeah, no.
Just for the record, because
would be. I don't think this is. It's not unreasonable to think that she might be still potentially insinuating that he might be on drugs. So,
and I empathize with
what she's probably actually doing is just sitting here and trying to use her, her brother, as a shield, and use his addiction as a shield to be like, oh, well, that's bad, blah, 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 blah. Going off the other narrative that she was trying to push before, where it's like, well, I would never do that because I have a brother, that's blah, 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 blah. Okay, got it. Like, that's what you did. You insinuated that he was on some kind of a drug multiple times, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure she outright says that he's self-medicating at some point in the video.
With you, right? I mean, addiction is horrible and damaging, but I'm not on drugs.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that he's
you're not cool. Just kidding. Don't be on drugs. It's bad for you.
Literally the most functional person in the world. I mean,
the fuck does that matter?
Most people,
right? But I don't take drugs. Just for the record.
Yes. No. I'm not saying that.
It sounds like you're saying that. She just keeps. It sounds like she actually will not stop saying it. If I'm being honest with you,
I'm saying I think it's again something that I've talked about a lot in therapy because
I did smoke crack one time. I did. I don't know if you knew that in your research. That is true.
I do now. Yeah, because
I get quick to be corrected on that one. I did smoke crack once.
Okay, but yeah, no, I think I don't
even know if it's true if he's just trolling her.
A lot of addiction, people have trouble empathizing with it because they see, essentially people at their worst states or these, very exaggerated things online, and they think that is across the board all addiction, and I think that's why a lot of addicts, again. Not Ethan Klein, who's not an addict, but addicts, and because you don't.
I guess
do
I
drugs,
don't understand the point of the conversation if I don't do drugs, right?
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I'm just kind of saying. So what I'm trying to say is that, most addicts literally do not look like addicts. They and that is
what is this? What is she doing? She's just continuously saying she thinks Ethan's on drugs. That's exactly what it sounds like. That is what else does it matter if you bring these up? What does it matter? I don't understand what is the context? I'm getting so triggered. What is the context here? He keeps saying I don't take drugs, and you're just like, well, just because you don't look like you're on drugs doesn't mean you're not on drugs. Okay, that's great contribution to the conversation. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? This is insane. Oh my God.
Is also why they struggle to get help.
Well, that's interesting because they're saying I look like an addict in that clip, but I'm not.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's not even close to what she's saying, but okay.
That's why, I think that, again, what I'm trying to show when I do a lot of this content is the online concern, and I should try to essentially...
Nobody's concerned. Snark's not concerned Ethan might be on drugs. Oh, dude, I cannot fucking play. Nobody's concerned Ethan might be on drugs. They would be happy if he was on drugs. They don't like him. What are you talking about? She's supporting this concern trolling narrative. This is not real. Nobody the Snark people don't care. They're not like, oh, I'm concerned for Ethan. Oh my God, he might be doing this and that. They don't give a fuck. That's not even close to true. What are you talking about?
Very heavily disassociate that from my own opinion or figure out how to, because essentially I'm trying to show this is what's being posted online about a person, and this is the escalating concern, or this is the
that's not what you're doing.
Escalating, post about someone, essentially that.
I feel like based on the story you're sharing with me, that if anything, you would want to distance yourself from flippant accusations of drug abuse, right?
Yeah, right. If you actually love your brother, you would.
And by the way, Anissa, who you said never provokes me, I mean, she was during my debate with Hassan tweeting that I'm on drugs. And she knows me in real life. So, I mean, that's pretty insidious. But it just seems to me that you would want...
Well, you be careful there, Ethan, because she's going to think that she's a fucking valid source of information.
...to separate yourself from these flippant, kind of thoughtless, irresponsible accusations of being on drugs. When especially when you're talking about someone with like...
She's starting to infect him with the
Tourette's syndrome and other neurological stuff going on, right, that would cause me to be antsy and
yeah, well, again, she insinuated that because you have Tourette's, that means that you have a higher propensity of being having other mental health issues to justify her narrative. So.
And stuff like that. It just feels, again, kind of really messed up thing to say.
True.
And as a parent of 3, too. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
as a parent of 3 who's had CPS visit my house, by the way, putting out there that I'm on meth or doing drugs is an extraordinarily cruel thing to accuse a parent of in that situation.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree.
Are you going to disagree with that? Okay.
Agree with that. I think that, again, as far as, and I think that this is referencing the big post of concerns for Ethan's mental
Concerns, guys. They're just concerns. You don't understand. People are just concerned for Ethan. It's not malicious. There's a genuine concern from all the people who hate him that he might be on drugs. That's what it is, guys.
Health on the Snark page, if that's what you're referencing, where it kind of discusses that. I think what I was trying to say with that is that essentially it did seem to me, as someone who is, reading through a lot of this, that there were people that were genuinely concerned for you. Because sometimes, when I'm going through these online,
guys, I'm starting to think I don't know.
For example, bringing up one, person that I did research on is Brittany Dawn, who I did a video on. And when I would find different, posts about her, like online opinion pieces, a lot of them were just all hate, really, really intense. And I'm not.
Oh, okay. I see what's happening now. It took me like a second. I don't know if she's doing it on purpose or not, but like right now she's just trying to say that like the snarkers are actually just concerned fans. That's what we're doing right now. Right now she's just trying to make it seem like the snarkers are just like really concerned fans. And, actually the snarkers are not that bad comparatively to the other people that she has seen. They're not that bad, actually. They're kind of good people because they're just really concerned for Ethan. They're just genuinely concerned for his health,
Not saying that, you haven't had a lot of those posts.
When you found people expressing concern for me, were they in my community?
Oh, fuck.
No, like I said, it was this master post that
it was in a community dedicated to snarking on me. Yeah. They were the ones expressing concern, not my actual fans that care about me. That sounds like concern trolling.
Yeah, I mean,
So do you think my real fans would be concerned if they thought I was on drugs?
No, they would be enablers, I guess.
I guess that's, up to the individual person, because I think that
God, dude, this is actually
I wonder if someone became concerned, would they get pushed out of your community? Would that
I honestly don't know if I can listen to her say I might actually need a fucking Tylenol. This is insane.
Happen?
I don't know. I mean, no, I don't think so. I don't believe so. I mean, there are people who get banned are people that are just being like inflammatory and mean-spirited and
I like how so far not a single time has she ever been able to concede anything and be like, you know what, Ethan, you might be right. Not a single time. I'm actually getting a headache from the
a lot of the kinds of people. Well,
you too, Ethan.
Anyway,
you're triggering me too. Stop.
Listen, let's move on to another topic. I feel like we've kind of discussed that one through. This one really struck me, and I'll play it, and then you can respond to it.
Okay.
Here is this clip here. This one felt like very it kind of blew me away, frankly, just to be totally honest.
Implying that Ethan and Hila are pedophiles because Ethan made jokes about pedophiles and Hila has a hoodie with Care Bears is so gross. Which I hopefully did not fully imply that because...
Not fully, just partially.
Yeah,
just
no.
Partially, I guess.
Even in a hit piece like this, have you no shame? Do you not care about the impact your words on people's life? I can't believe anyone can stoop to such lows.
Actually, I prefer to even show you the original clip. That was your kind of explaining it. Hold on one sec as I pull that.
Ethan, what the fuck? Come on, get your shit together, dude.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull the original clip so we can watch that.
Oh
That would be more instructive, I think.
Ethan, dude, come on, bro.
Yeah, and I definitely, I feel like...
Oh my god.
I did not go about this the right way at all. If you can see...
What do you think the right way would be? That's what I would want to know.
In my original script, I was going to say something completely different and, you know...
So why didn't you?
Did not say that.
Sorry, I found it, by the way.
Okay. So yeah, I did like write something down specifically for this because I'm very worried about, you know, not saying, I don't know, you know, misspeaking. Because yeah, I feel bad about, I don't know, shitting on someone's clothing brand in the wrong way. But
you can shit on my clothing brand. I don't like being insinuated that I'm a pedophile or that I think babies are terrorists.
Or yeah, in that way.
Like that, I mean, that's like a whole different league of all right. But anyway, let's watch this part because this part really kind of rattled me a bit.
What could happen at any moment? Hila decided to call the brand Teddy Fresh because Ethan and Hila loved the name Theodore or Teddy. Theodore happens to be the name of their first son. Teddy is the nickname they have for each other. Following the launch of Teddy Fresh's first collection in October of 2017, the brand almost immediately saw massive success. Much of its apparel would sell out shortly after dropping, and the line reflects Hila's own personal style. While in the past I would certainly commend Hila for having a very creative style, often some of the outfit ensembles that Hila chooses feels very childlike, with also Teddy Fresh having a...
Yeah, like this garbage bag or this outdoor heating blanket, emergency heating blanket. It's very childish. I used to use it when I would go camping. And I was a child. I was like in my teens, but... Am I insinuating that Hila used to be in a camp? I don't know, maybe.
A little teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
So
maybe it's interesting. Why is that interesting?
Can you explain to me what's interesting about... By the way, yeah, what's interesting about that?
Yeah, so essentially what I was trying to say, which yeah, I kind of wrote it down as to make sure that I don't know, because I feel like I didn't go about that the right way and how I should have described it in depth. Again, I kind of had something different that I was going to say in my script.
What was it? Do you want to say it? What it is you meant to say? Or you don't have to.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, because again, I edited it out and didn't say it because I didn't think I should. You know.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So I essentially
say it.
You know, sorry, I can also hear my self echoing. But yeah, I can see how my statement could be, you know, taking things too far in online commentary, especially if you do feel like a propensity of online snarkers who are sort of, you know, taking things to the extreme and, you know, calling you pedophiles and, you know, kind of, going after your family.
That's what she's doing there. And I'm getting a fucking headache every time she says, you know.
Stretch to watch that and say, like, to assume you're saying something about us being pedophiles or groomers or something?
So let me explain sort of the context of what I was meaning to say.
Let's hear it, you know?
So I think that, so essentially, you know, looking into the research, you know, Hila spoke about, you know, sort of the inspiration of the clothing company being inspired by a lack of sort of colorful clothing for adults on the market, and there being, you know, and inspired off of kind of the children's clothing that was colorful and sort of fun and playful. You know, again, I have plushies in, you know, that offer me comfort in my video
that doesn't make
set.
you a pedophile,
know, I love,
obviously. Right?
Yeah, I love.
Well, she would think she's a pedophile.
You know, and I think anyone who likes the same should, you know, go for it. You know, find things that bring them joy and make them happy. And that's why I said, you know, in the past, I would commend Hila for her innovative style, for the way that she, you know, brought forward, you know, an innovative thing. The thing that sort of that I said, sort of, and the word that I said is you know, sort of, I felt like kind of undermined that wholesomeness of the brand was seeing, you know, your past Reddit accounts, seeing the sort of jokes that you would continually make about pedophilia, seeing all of that and your closeness with the brand. I was kind of like, essentially, you know, that association. You know,
do I make a lot of jokes about pedophilia? I mean, I acknowledge I had that old account that's like 15 years old and stuff, but do I make jokes about pedophilia? I don't think so. That's not like a frequent topic. I mean, I talk about Michael Jackson. That's true.
Okay. My fucking brain's melting. I can't with this shit. It's killing me, dude. I can't with this,
Michael Jackson, I make Michael Jackson jokes.
How are the two related? Because you're saying in the past you would commend my stuff, but what's changed? I didn't understand.
Listen, what she's trying to insinuate, or what she's trying to say, really what she was saying, was like, hey, since you made jokes about pedophile stuff, that I think that the Teddy Fresh brand is a cover, and you guys are pedophiles. That's what she's insinuating. Just say that you think that. Like, it's obviously a stupid, idiot fucking thing to think, but just say it. I hate weak people. Like, if you're going to be an asshole, just be an asshole and just be honest about being an asshole. I hate hearing people say some of the most vile, disgusting shit about somebody in their family and then go, I didn't mean it, I didn't mean it, just fucking own it. Holy fuck. Just triggers the shit out of me.
What's changed? And then you show pictures of me that don't show me dressed childlike either. So
I can actually show, like,
by the point.
Do you think this is childlike, this outfit?
I did have more examples in the script itself.
Okay, well, you put that in there, so be held to task on it.
In my opinion,
I'm just looking at the video. This one actually,
on page 8.
This one I can't say that I understand at all.
What's the problem with the silver dress? What?
Maybe it's the hair. I don't know.
I think that it was just seen as funny.
Like to make fun of me?
Just shame her. Shame her for body shaming.
Funny?
Like
you should look at the comments.
You think I'm funny like a clown?
On Snark, where this is found from, and see like the kind of jokes that you're tapping into.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I will. But yeah, no, I mean, back to the point.
Don't you think you should have already?
Again, it's,
in preparation for this?
Essentially taking something. I mean, again, a lot of people have things that are sort of inspired off of, children's aspects that bring them joy.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now a good example is like all the surprise boxes, that are sort of,
well, I mean, that shouldn't really be something for kids because it's fucking gambling, but
yeah, they're not all pedophiles.
The Labubu's in the back of Dan's set. But I think
that is Dan a pedophile? Like, what is she saying?
No, but I think that again, like I said, it's as I was researching for this video and seeing just like some of Ethan's past content, it was like, okay, Ethan's very involved in Teddy Fresh and often promotes.
What does that mean, dude? What does that mean?
The brand, and so again, like I said, it just sort of
you're talking specifically about comments made 15 years ago,
you
right?
You just said this picture is funny. Like, I'm wondering what was funny. I don't. You didn't say in this video that the problem became Ethan's Reddit account. That's not what was said here. You said you have a problem with how I dress.
Again, I should have.
You just said now that this is funny.
More in depth.
Is it just making fun of the dress she's wearing?
I think that the photo was added in because it was seen as funny. And
what do you think?
That edited it.
I'm asking you, what do you think?
Oh my god, dude! I beat the boss and then I died because I didn't know she was gonna explode.
But you're asking,
do you think this picture,
what's funny
what I'm wearing is funny? Do you think I'm dressed like a pedophile? I don't understand. What is your point?
Yeah, I think that I think that if you're asking me what my specific viewpoint is on that particular outfit, do I think it's like really trendy right now? No, I don't think it's really trendy right now.
Okay.
That's right, but you use it as an example of it being like childish. So what were you trying to do there?
It's not like, trendy.
So the point is that I'm out of trend. That would be a different video. Sure, you can make that video that I'm not trending.
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's
sure.
So this is another your editor kind of sneaking one in on you again.
So basically, your editor hates you. Is that what she's trying to tell us?
It's a bit of a straw man, but if you want to talk about that,
that's a logical fallacy. Well, what are you doing? Stop! This is pissing me off, dude. Stop it. You know, logical fallacy, red herrings. What are we doing here? Is she a debate bro now?
Particular photo, yeah, we can go into depth about
what's a straw man?
That outfit. The photo itself.
The photo is in your video. How is that a straw man?
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, no, but if we want to debate the specifics of that photo itself, we can talk about that, But if we want to talk,
I don't know.
Talk about the sentiment that I discussed and, why I meent that and why I should have expanded more on that. So it wasn't, taken out of context. We can discuss that as well.
These are the looks, by the way, you included in your research to say that her clothing is childlike and. By the way, you included in your research too.
This is silly. This outfit's just silly. What the fuck? This looks like an Adventure Time character.
Say that her clothing is childlike and quote unquote interesting. So, like, I mean,
yeah, I would say that is childlike and interesting.
That's interesting.
The blue face is my artistic impression and how I interpreted famous art that I was inspired by. The other ones are Y2K inspired.
Oh, dude, you guys remember when we thought the world was going to end in Y2K?
And again, I would commend that for being fashion forward and everything.
Okay.
Like I said, Ethan's past comments.
Guys, I don't think that this person knows fashion. I don't think she's a fashionista like me, of course.
Simply, in my opinion, sort of undermined the
Just to be clear, we're talking about 15-year-old accounts posted from an account with the name troll in the name.
Yeah, and
just to be clear, so that's the part.
I honestly could have swore that I saw her. One of the things that she said was like she doesn't really care if he made like inappropriate comments like that in the past, and that she didn't even care if he thought it was funny. So like not for nothing, because I could have swore I saw her say something like that, which means like what she's saying is that she doesn't really care if he says some weird shit, which is like I that's strange, for somebody like to virtue signaling about this. What the fuck?
That
ruins the current day, that makes you suspicious of us in current day. Just to be clear, is there other ones, or is it just the 15-year-old Reddit account?
Oh fuck.
I mean, again, there's been some other consistent jokes. I mean, if you want me to like create a document and send it over compiling.
Well, isn't that what your whole job is, to do that?
As many recent jokes. But like I said, I agree. I should have expanded on that. If you want me to, expand on it,
no, it's okay.
Can.
What's interesting is after this part, I'll let it play a little bit further. What you say is interesting afterwards.
Teddy bear as a logo. I don't know. Maybe it's interesting.
Wow. Oh, I noticed you cut out the part where you said it reminds you of when you used to get groomed in high school.
Did she actually say that? What the fuck?
I think that was at the end of the video, but we can watch that one too.
No, I remember it. Oh, no. Wait, what? Wasn't it after that? Oh, my bad.
That's fucking crazy. Holy shit. Did she actually say that? I was going to look through her video to see if it was in there, but she turned off the I think that, I don't know if you can, but I think she turned off the ability to look at the transcript in her video so I can look through it and see that. So that's interesting to me. It's just interesting to me that I think she turned off her own transcript on her video, because
like
you should be able to scroll down in any video, click on here, scroll down, and it's around to this area. You can even look at it on this video here that we're like already watching. I'm sure that you can see the transcript somewhere. Oh, I guess you can't. What the fuck? Maybe I just have fucking poopy. Nope, it's down here. It's right down here. But for some reason I can't find hers. So that's strange to me. There's something that's I wonder if it's deliberate. I could have swore I've gone through her videos before. I hit the transcript. Do you think that there's other videos that she has it like that?
I know that.
What video is this? Oh, you can see the transcript. There's something weird. I'm pretty sure she figured. I don't know how you could do it, but I'm pretty sure she turned off her transcript on purpose.
Sounds like I've got that wrong. So wait, where's that one? Oh, you have it. I apologize. I'm totally wrong on that one. Here it is.
That being said, Ethan accuses a lot of people of being.
Let me just go back to give.
And remember, folks,
this is about the Reddit
Ethan
account where you
accuses a lot of people of being and makes a lot of jokes about
this one. I'd like to say really quick. I don't think I should have.
I would really like to get ahead of this one, please, before you play it.
Included Hila's clothing in this. I think that was total. I think I should.
Wow. Well, so far half your video's gone. Yeah, I really shouldn't have included this in there. Well, that's half your video so far. Like, she just keeps saying I shouldn't have. Every time she gets pushed on something, she's like, I probably shouldn't have included that in the video. I could edit it out. It's like, okay.
Just focused on your commentary. I agree on that one.
Okay, well, it's in the video. I'll just play it. But I'm glad.
No, I do want to say thank you, because this has been ongoing for so long, and people come after this small business. I employ good people here in.
Is it a small business? What the fuck?
LA. All we're doing is just a small business.
I mean, there's people in her employees' Instagram.
I guess maybe it's considered a small business by business standards.
I'm saying, why do you work for a pedophile and stuff like that? I mean, that's bananas,
heavy
right?
and very serious.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not something to just play around with.
This stuff has like affected our lives a lot. Sorry to cut you off, Hila.
No, it's fine.
I apologize. Go ahead.
It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, for my own, personal context too, though. I mean, again, talk about adding bias and everything. Not just in terms of that sort of lighthearted joke that I was talking, not lighthearted joke, but I was talking about. I would growing up being like friends with different men, and they would sort of make sexual jokes, and then
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Eventually, I realized they weren't jokes at all.
Well, it wasn't men. From what I remember, it wasn't men. It was like other people in like her class or something. It wasn't actually It wasn't actually men. Like it was people like her age. Maybe I'm misremembering that.
Also was
that would insinuate I want to fuck kids. That's the direct logic from that statement. In
Yeah,
fact,
I
let me
mean, I
just
guess
play
I-
it before we talk about it.
And makes a lot of jokes about Hila dresses kind of childlike with a little teddy bear for her fashion brand. I find all of that interesting. It reminds me of when I was really young and naive and had people who I thought were guy friends that would make a lot of sexual jokes towards me. And then they would kind of nudge me and say, it's just a joke. We're just joking around. And then I would always be shocked and disappointed when some time would pass and they would try to make a pass at me. Over time, when I became less naive, I realized that those jokes weren't really jokes at all, that they actually meant what they said the entire time. Ethan's old.
So I love how she first. There's so many issues with that clip right there that it's hilarious. First and foremost, her entire thing was like, basically, guys my age would make like kind of tester jokes at me to see if I was interested in them. Maybe socially awkward, but like completely normal and not even predatory or threatening. And then she uses that experience that she's had of like basic dating, a basic dating experience to go, yeah. So Ethan used to make some jokes, like pedophile jokes, guys. And Teddy Fresh, I guess, has some styles that are considered immature, so they must be pedophiles. Like, that's what she's doing. It's just very interesting behavior, you know? Like, what are you doing? It's so strange. This is so fucking bizarre. I mean, not for nothing, but I used to make a lot of jokes like that, too, years ago. As people just used to make fucking pedophile jokes all the time. Then we stopped because we realized it's probably not a good idea. You guys are acting like it's like the most craziest thing in the entire world, like 15 years ago, to make fucking inappropriate pedophile jokes. Like, it's inappropriate. You don't do it anymore. But like, who gives a fuck back then? You know, things were obviously very different. I'm not shitting my pants.
Old account has
Just so you know, there's been 0 accusations against me for anything, even talking inappropriately to fans and of any age, anywhere. I don't have a Snapchat. I don't talk. I don't engage fans in DMs. So
if anything,
maybe you should get on Snapchat, Ethan. Not for the kids. Just to be clear, just for the clips. All right. You know what? Never mind.
Insinuation, and again, I want you to look at it from my perspective, right? Yeah. The insinuation that I'm grooming people, children, is not okay. It's just not. It's so destructive. It is so mean-spirited. It is so, and by the way, it's completely without basis.
If I can add, you bring up again here that I dress childlike. Where do I dress childlike?
Me, Ela, have 2-year age difference,
again,
by the way.
Again, I
You think is Ela older?
did say I don't think I should have added that.
Okay.
Okay, I shouldn't have added that. I've realized now that you've pressed me on this that I should have never added it. Wow, incredible! It's great.
Part because I was focusing on
And then
Ethan and stuff.
And
I
then
think
the
it was
other thing, if I can also add, is that you say that basically like you've had your own experience. And I have too.
So,
I have too. And Ethan knows. Ethan knows.
She hasn't even had an experience. Like, well, I mean, maybe she has, but she wasn't even admitting an experience. She was admitting that people used to hit on her and make like jokes, and she thought they were just being silly and kidding. She's just not even communicating an experience she had that was like horrible for her. She's just like talking about normal ass shit nobody fucking cares about.
Stuff, and we are both very sensitive to this stuff, and that's why we always speak up for victims. We're always on the side of victims. We always put other creators that have done bad stuff on blast. We don't let anybody like push their stuff under the rug. When things come up, we talk about it. So I don't understand, why would you want to come after somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I was 16, I was born in Orange County.
I don't care.
Got essentially recruited into a modeling agency and kind of part of the industry. And, there was a few different photographers that, did some pretty fucked up shit. And a lot of times it began with jokes,
that reminds me.
I don't even believe what she's saying, to be honest with you. I don't care. Like, I don't believe what she's saying. And the reason I don't believe what she's saying is because that's not even what she said in the fucking first place. The thing that she said was that, some guys her age would hit on her, would make jokes, like I guess some kind of like sexual innuendo jokes, and then she realized they weren't joking later, and that was like her big moment. Now she's like, well, I was actually fucking groomed by a modeling agency. I maybe, and if that happened, I'm sorry, but like I don't believe you because you're not a very believable person. Your story seems to change and shift, and you seem to weaponize other people's shit all the time. You were going on and on about your brother, who's like apparently a drug addict, comparing him to Ethan, being like, I would never joke about that, and then like still insinuating Ethan was on drugs. I don't know if I believe her, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's kind of on you for being a very lying person. You're a liar.
That reminds you of me?
I think that in general, my personal opinion is that from my experience, jokes can sometimes not be jokes at all.
Wow, sometimes jokes can't be jokes. That's fucking crazy. You really blew the lid off of the fucking. We cracked the case. We cracked the case, Columbo. What are we doing?
Just to be clear, we're talking about 15-year-old Reddit account with troll in the title.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I don't know you as a person. This is me, like, covering situations and just seeing a lot of jokes
You actually
being made.
glazed up Hassan pretty hard. I mean, at one point, even way more recently than me, he has videos saying he always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut, and he says,
Jesus Christ,
if old enough to count,
You know what's crazy? Like, here's my Hannah Montana hot take. Her and Miley Cyrus look very similar. I don't know if you guys ever noticed that.
enough to mount. Hassan said that like 6 years after my Reddit account was inactive.
Yeah, and if he said that, I think that's pretty fucked up,
So I expect should I expect a video about how he's a pedophile?
But much like the drug thing, like you have a personal experience with a drug addict, you know how serious that stuff is. I don't know why would you want to participate in like wrong.
Because I don't think that she like cares about her brother, obviously, by her own logic. I mean, I imagine she does, but she's just saying whatever she feels like. This is the problem. Is like she seems to be the type of person that will just say anything that she needs to say to try to get out of criticism. That's it. I think that's pretty much whatever. This is what the type of person that we're dealing with here is. So
wrongfully accusing somebody based on nothing of being a drug addict. Same thing with this. As a victim, why would you want to throw around accusations and make all victims not count? You know how many douchebags there are out there that don't believe victims, right? And they like to say that the victims are lying. Why would you participate in that? Because what you're doing right now is throwing an accusation based on nothing, and you're making everybody else look like a fool.
By the way, I feel like I've sacrificed a lot to stand up for victims on the show too.
And we personally lost friends
I think that's
in this
why a lot
industry that accusations came up against them, and we're not.
I mean, didn't Hassan famously downplay the sexual assault of Israeli women? Like, what the fuck?
We're no longer friends with them.
I think that's why a lot of people felt a little bit disappointed. Like
by
you
my
can't say that there
15-year-old
were
Reddit
people.
account with troll in the title.
I don't think to be absolutely honest with you, nobody gives a fuck about Ethan's 15-year-old Reddit account, pedo troll. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody gives a singular fuck. And everybody who's pretending that they care is just lying. They don't care. It's 15 years old. Nobody gave a fuck, okay, at all. It was stupid and nobody gave a shit. Fucking 15 years ago? Are you kidding me? Was he 20? Give me a fucking break, dude. I was saying horrific racial slurs on fucking video games at 20, okay? And people should care about that, by the way. But, like, give me a fucking break. We're talking about fucking 15 years ago, where he made a stupid troll account that he thought was funny. Like guys, you can't hold anybody you guys can't criticize anybody for anything that they said when 9gag was still relevant, okay? That's the new rule. Just letting you know.
Yeah.
Okay. I just
so.
want to make clear that that's what we're talking about, not something more recent.
Other clips as well.
Do you remember what you were doing 15 years ago?
Pooping myself.
I was 10 years old.
You were how old?
I was 10 years old, 11 years old.
Oh, well, you were probably playing with kid toys. Pedophile? I'm just kidding.
So fucking stupid. He's so dumb. Sorry. That was fucking dumb as hell. What are you doing, dude? That's funny, though.
Sorry. That was deeply unprofessional. I apologize.
But yeah, no, I think, what was I going to say? I think, there's other, things that I can say as well that at least, again, I don't want
Do you
to
think Hassan is a pedophile?
Wow, I'm just playing like shit.
Now that I've told you?
I would have to see more clips and context, but...
We can show you the clips. They're very famous. I don't know how you have
I can show it, yeah. Hold on one sec. I'll show you. One sec here. Give me a moment.
All right. Dude, how did that not go up there?
Self out. Go back again.
Now, just as a reminder, this is about 6 years after my Reddit account was expired, right?
And it was public, so he's proud of this take. Okay, guys, you have to keep that in mind too.
And
after it was inactive.
And Miley was around 18 years old.
Well, but Hannah Montana was a girl.
Sure, yeah.
A little.
Yeah, Hannah Montana was like a kid's show, so it wouldn't be 18 years old.
A girl.
Even worse.
Either you're fucking it up. You're fucking up the narrative. Ilya, stop it, dude. How am I not gripping that?
So he uses the character name. Anyway, here it is.
We discussed the legendary question of all time: old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark.
I mean, I think he's clearly talking about kids.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a class.
I mean, is this a pedophile trying to groom people?
I think in general, I mean, I don't fuck with the camel toe jokes. I don't think that's...
What is the camel toe jokes you don't fuck with? Just kind of chill with the pedophile jokes. Not a big fan of camel toe jokes, huh? Got something you want to tell us? You gotta pick a wedgie out. Like, what are we talking about here?
What about the pedophile jokes?
Yeah, I mean, how old was she at the?
It doesn't matter. He said old enough to count, old enough to mount. It doesn't matter how old the subject matter he's talking about is. What are you talking about?
Hannah Montana.
How old would she have been in the show?
How old was Hannah? She was like 14 in the show.
And the joke is old enough to mount, old enough to count.
Old enough to count, old enough to mount.
Other way.
Yeah.
Or no, he said he always knew she was a little slut.
Yeah.
About a 14-year-old.
Sounds like there's a lot of different factors to this joke. So, I mean, it's obviously a joke. But
you said jokes aren't just jokes, right? So, I mean, Hassan.
They're not always just jokes. I don't think Hassan was actually saying he wanted to sleep with kids. I think he thought he was being funny. But her logic would say that, like, Hassan is some kind of a predator.
He's a grooming pedophile.
Again, that's not cool at all. Again,
cool.
my main criticism
I don't think he's a pedophile, for the record. I think those were
my main
uncouth
criticism
jokes
of you
made
is the
a while ago.
propensity of jokes that were used. Again, my personal experience is that a lot of the people where that would end up, sexually assaulting me when I was underage would, continually push those jokes onto me again and again and again and again. And
I'm struggling with this because, again, the original thing that she had said in her video was that people her age would make jokes about her, and that has somehow spun into her being sexually assaulted. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Her just presentation of information is just constantly, to me, very malicious.
And I would write it off, because I think my trauma response is fawn. And so I would continue to write it off and be like, they're just joking. That's all. I guess I wanted to ask, why did you use those jokes?
15 years
I can
ago,
understand.
15 years ago when I had that Reddit account, I have no trouble admitting that I was extremely slow at maturing. Very immature, very dumb, very cringe, right? At the time, pedophile jokes were super popular on the internet for some reason. There was like the pedo bear joke, and just
we used to call it. Me and my friends and I used to call each other pedophiles. So okay, I'm getting so triggered right now.
In general, people thought it was funny for some reason then. And at the time, these Reddit accounts, there was like these really popular novelty accounts, they would call them, with like a specific.
Yeah, she said that you would make a pass at her. I don't know. This whole thing, I'm not trying to fucking. I'm not trying to be so skeptical, but like her ways that she just always seems to have an excuse for like her bad behavior.
Name that instructs their comments. So, for example, I would write some obscene comment, right? And then you would go, if you go even now in the archive, you'll see people being like, "Oh, I see your name, very funny." Like comments that I made have like, they have like 60 upvotes and people laughing in the comments. So while I agree that those jokes were gross, and
she doesn't even think that they're problematic. I don't remember if it was that. I'm pretty sure it was her follow-up video or her live stream, because I watched all of it, where she's like, "Oh, if that's your humor, that's fine." That's it. Like she doesn't care about that joke. She doesn't give a fuck. She doesn't ever care at all. She's just trying to find a strong spot here, where like she doesn't look like she's like completely in the wrong. That's all she's doing. She doesn't care about the joke that Ethan made. It doesn't even matter.
Immature and inappropriate for any time. Jokes that, by the way, I don't make today, right?
But I made them yesterday. Just kidding.
I admit that they are really gross and immature. But I also think, like, if you look at it, that it's so clear that I'm kidding around and not actually being serious there. And frankly, if you look at that account, like 90% of it is me talking about StarCraft.
Big Destiny fan, huh?
Okay.
But you know what a troll is? Someone who's insincere. It's someone who's trying to
she knows what a troll is.
Provoke you to a reaction through being insincere.
I honestly thought that trolls, to be honest, were like a thing of many years ago until the bad empanada incident.
Yeah, you had an unfortunate run-in.
She thought sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay. Just don't want to get this straight. So she said before that it just comes with the territory that people have like that doing content is like mentally stressful. And now she's like, I didn't even know what a troll was. That doesn't even make sense. All the people that would be fucking with you would be trolls. Why the fuck wouldn't you? That doesn't even make sense. I don't believe anything that she says. What are you talking about?
With one of the greatest cave trolls there is.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't think that was.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just generally speaking, a troll is someone who's insincere, right, and just looking to get a rise out of you by saying whatever. So I mean, that would imply, even in the name, a pedo troll would be someone who's using pedophilia to troll people into getting upset by being insincere. Like that's the meaning of the name. If the name was like Ethan Klein and just like, hey guys, this is me, Ethan Klein, like, it's made with the clear intention of playing a character, a troll character, right? That's in the name.
I mean, yeah.
I don't stand by those comments though, and people are totally justified to point it out and say it's gross and cringe and stuff, but I don't think that it's fair to say it implies anything other than that. Unless you're willing to go on record and say Hassan Piker is a pedophile groomer, which I don't believe he is, for the record.
Sorry, also I just keep staring at like this stain on my couch and it's bugging me so much.
What, the white one?
I'm like, I didn't really...
What is she talking about, a stain? She's staring at a stain on her couch? How long until she starts saying that she has some kind of like neurodivergency or something as an excuse for her shit? How long do we get there?
There's like a tiny stain there that's bugging me.
I love your chair, by the way. It's a beautiful green color.
Thank you.
And the throw blanket behind you is beautiful too.
Thanks. Just didn't really catch that.
I didn't notice.
Oh my god, Ethan was flirting with me because he wanted to fuck me.
Now I do. Everybody look at her stain.
I'm pretty sure it's true though. Ethan is flirting with me in the DMs.
I can't get it out of my head now.
Let's see here. There's all kinds of other stuff. I'll just go through it here one at a time.
First son. Teddy is the nickname they have for each other. Following the launch.
Oh, wait, sorry. We already looked at this one. My apologies. The FUPA Fund one was the kind of one that I hadn't heard in a while.
Helpful. So I was looking into whether the FUPA Fund was still in existence.
Let me go back a little bit.
I've had very helpful friends that have given me advice, but to have something like the FUPA Fund where you could go to and have assistance if you're a small creator, scared and have no idea what to do would
She was really looking for you to... She was really looking for you to have a fund in case she got sued by you.
be extremely helpful. So I was looking into whether the FUPA Fund was still in existence, but the FUPA Fund dissolved and is no longer in use.
Oh my god, I can't believe he just didn't continuously fund this. Fuck.
Big reason for the FUPA Fund's dissolution is that the Kleins use the FUPA Fund for their own legal fees, as
That was the point of the fund. It's like anything left over to go to someone else.
well as several $1,000s out of pocket to fight the legal battle against Matt Haas. While it is often the case that legal fees can add up and become more than you'd ever initially expect, well, the fact that the Kleins closed the FUPA Fund after spending the money on their own legal fees, instead of keeping it open, maybe replenishing the fund once they're able to, so that other creators could have used it, well, that's a little disappointing. This move received criticism from many, like Keemstar, who suggested that the Kleins scammed their audience. This
By the way,
in
you know,
turn made
even Keemstar doesn't believe this now. Like, this is such an ancient accusation. Like, even Keemstar's walked off it. Like, no, it's been like fully debunked.
Into an enemy of Ethan Klein. In the end,
Well, it's not really debunked in the sense that like she's like, well, there's no reasonable avenue here for you for like, well, not for you, but she's just saying that like you should have just infinitely funded it forever so that people could have access to the fund. Like that's what she's saying. Like that's her take there, is that she thinks that you should have just kept it going because you're rich now. That's obviously what her take is. So it's unreasonable is what it is. She just has an unreasonable expectation of Ethan because, you know, I mean, why not? She's fucking Snark brand. So it's just ridiculous. It's just stupid.
So I guess what's disappointing about the fact, so first of all, you know that the money was raised by Philip DeFranco for the express purpose, one singular purpose, right, of paying our legal fees. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you can see from, sorry, I'm pointing because this is where my research is, but you can see from the research that I got it from your wiki page, right?
Well, I don't care where you got it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what's you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just because there's a lot of it's all from Snark or whatnot, but I was grabbing that from your wiki page.
Well, that's not what he's just said though. He's just saying it's been debunked.
I do agree. Again, like I said, I should find 2 or 3 sources. Again, that's
what's
sort of my
disappointing
principal
about it?
rule now.
What's disappointing about what happened?
Yeah, so from the clips that I had seen from your YouTube page and everything, it seemed like it was kind of sold as this sort of promise to. Not promise. Again, I don't want to misspeak or anything. I'm trying to, I don't know.
I don't think I know, dude. I don't think I know yet.
I'm with you. Yeah.
But a way to advocate for creators. I think again, like I had sort of said, when I, first started, I got this random cease and desist from Russell Hartley.
Somebody told me that she got like cease and desist from Trisha Paytas. Is there truth to that?
Talking about his, how to pick up women courses. And then, I got 13.
Oh, you remember when I remember she also compared his audience to like MLMs. You guys remember that too?
I got spammed with like 13 copyright claims on a video about a creator and, just different things like that. And when that happens too, when you get spammed with like 13 not copyright claims, sorry.
DMCAs.
Yeah,
like a takedown?
Claims, not strikes. Sorry, I was making
claims.
sure.
Gotcha.
Sometimes you get those mixed up in your head, but I want to make sure
claims.
it's not strike claims.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and when that happens, essentially it was like, okay, either I try and dispute all of these, and sometimes they can just say fuck you, and wait months until the very last day that they have to like let those go and release them, and then that's months without you receiving any revenue on the video. Yeah, obviously.
Well, I guess so, but you get the money anyway.
So. This is my job.
It would have been great to have help with that, but why would, because I got sued by some maniac, why would that obligate me to pay for every other creator's legal fees?
again, like, you know, you don't have to be the end all be all. Again, you kind of, you guys kind of put yourselves as like the forefront.
You know why we did?
You know,
because of the Matt Haas situation.
But we
raised.
raised. So I mean, we raised.
F in the A about.
Do you understand the sequence of events? How everything happened?
I mean, he took down your video.
My understanding is that like they got a lot of money, so like, oh, if there's anything less, we'll have like a FUPA fund, and then they donated their own money to it too.
Video, right?
Yeah.
And
So Philip, at first I said I don't want to ask you guys for money. This is my problem. Did you see that clip? That's why Philip DeFranco made the GoFundMe and not me. So Philip DeFranco made it, raised 170,000. We got 150 after
a day.
Taxes or no, not taxes.
The cut.
After the platform took their cut, so we had 150,000, and we had some really shitty lawyers at the time who made us feel like that was like $1 billion, and a lawsuit would only cost a fraction of that, and we'd have all this leftover money, and so we decided like, oh God, that sounds amazing. So with all this leftover money, we're going to use it to help as many people as we can. You know, interestingly, we did actually still spend a fair bit of that money helping people during the process of.
That's great.
Yes.
Okay. I said that's great. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, like, I didn't know the specifics, but like, they don't have to continuously keep the entire fund up forever.
Thank you. Yeah. But essentially, we were under the impression that money would last much further than it was. And you've seen when we show the first bill for like $50,000 that we had kind of like a rude awakening. Like, oh shit, this is not the kind of money we thought it is.
We also, in the middle of all of it, went through a very stressful change of lawyers because the first lawyers who told us to take the case on and made it seem like it would be an easy win, then decided to advise us to settle.
Yeah, they were.
And we were like, no, everybody already donated, that we need to fight this all the way.
This is, by the way, Ryan Moore.
Yeah, which is a good thing he did, because settling would have been bad, because it would have sent a bad precedent for everybody, you know?
By the video game attorney.
And so the whole thing was very stressful, and but we pushed.
Ryan Morrison was the one who did it?
To settle.
Yeah, they were.
And we were like, no, everybody already donated, that we need to fight this all the way.
This is, by the way, Ryan Morrison, by the way, video game attorney.
And
is he like a bad guy or something? Is that what it is?
So the whole thing was very stressful, and but we pushed through the whole way through, because the whole idea was to win this, so it would create a precedent.
Yeah.
For other people.
President of the United States.
Other creators.
Are you aware that
that is what happened in the end? I don't know if you.
Are you aware that the win is the single most impactful precedent in favor of critiquing commentary videos on YouTube? And it's actually published.
Yep. I think who? That's mean.
Let's have a nice bonding moment now, guys.
But yeah, I think sorry, I'm looking at the stain now even more. But yeah, no,
dude, what is with this stain thing that she's talking about?
I want to.
Is she saying that she doesn't take this like seriously? What is happening?
Say, I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure how much I dove into the judge's sentiments in the video itself. And again, this is sort of a problem as well when it comes to my commentary, that I want to, you know, again, focus down on myself, working on my content and work on this, you know, because essentially sometimes I felt like I would go into these rabbit holes and no one cares about this, you know, I'm just rambling on about, you know, the judge's statements, and, you know, but hearing also from, you know, from people who this is directly affected, you know, from, like you said, like, this is your life. It's like, okay, I don't want to, you know, I think it would be better to go into as many details as possible at the expense of, you know, boring a few people, especially if it.
So I'm sorry. What it sounds like she's saying is that she decided to cut relevant information that was charitable to Ethan because it would have taken too much time to explain. That's your argument? Okay, I like that argument a lot.
Interests me, then, you know, essentially cutting things down and being like, this is irrelevant, it doesn't matter, you know, long paragraph reading off statements from a judge doesn't matter. So yeah, I
don't have to read off statements from a judge to be able to be accurate about the situation. What I find so funny about this video, I think this might have been the second or third time, is that she'll do something incredible. Like, she does something really stupid, in my opinion, and instead of just being like, oh, they have the fucking stain circle, that's hilarious to me. Instead of being like, oh, I didn't know that, she says, oh, I didn't add that because I didn't have the time. Or she'll reference that she knew the context of something. Like before, Ethan was, she had showed in her video that Ethan was scratching the tattoo. That was really and obviously her insinuation was that he was like clawing himself up because, you know, he's on drugs. That's her insinuation. She's like, oh, that's a tattoo though, right? Well, if you knew that in the first place, why didn't you let it be known and let people think in their minds that it was like a blood stain? Right. And like, now we're doing it again. Oh, well, I didn't want to add all this information in because I didn't have the time for it. It's like, what are you doing? What?
But in the research itself, I have statements from the judge and everything.
Bro, let me just tell you something. I've killed this boss like twice already, okay? But I keep, I died because I stayed too close to when it died. It's fucking stupid.
But I guess my point is that in terms of like the best that $150,000 can do, there's probably not a better use for that money than what we ended up achieving through
but
defending
also
ourselves.
that is what the money was donated for. It was not donated so that we would help other people. That was just us thinking we had so much money
Being
we could do.
It was a very much
being
no good.
overambitious.
It was
When
a
I
very
first
much
started out,
no
I got
good
a
deed
random-
goes unpunished type of thing, right?
It did come from a good place of thinking, okay, we can do more than just fight our case. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case. However, I just don't understand, where is your problem with this FUPA scenario?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, my question, it's disappointing in terms of like, is there a resource like that for new creators?
I'm sorry,
who are
but I feel like
who cares if it's disappointing? Like that doesn't matter.
That's a little bit.
It's not like it's your job, but
like car
it's not
car
like it's your-
crashes are disappointing. Like anything that happens.
Like just like so basically what we're saying is if we're disappointed, like you hate them because you're if anything, you know, there's people who can craft a narrative here that like she's being super selfish and the only reason that she's going after Ethan is because she's disappointed that she didn't get free money when she was apparently like people filed like false claims against her or whatever. So
Is disappointing?
okay.
Like, I'm not sure what do you mean it's disappointing.
I feel that,
like
that
in
framing
general,
you just did there is a little dishonest. It feels
like, hey guys, it's kind of okay to like lie about something if you're disappointed. Oh, okay.
like the obvious implication is that you're disappointed that I didn't replenish the FUPA.
It creates some kind of like an atmosphere that something was done wrong there. Like we either used money wrongfully or something. Like for the viewer of your video, they would be left wondering, okay, so the clients did something suspicious there with the money that was donated.
Right. Actually, and maybe I'm wrong. Let's just watch it again.
Cease and desist in the mail from Russell Hartley that I had no idea
Sorry, I
that
went
were
back too
extremely
far.
called FUPA fund, where you could go to and have assistance if you're a small creator, scared and have no idea what to do, would be extremely helpful. So I was looking into whether the FUPA fund was still in existence, but the FUPA fund dissolved and is no longer in use.
Whoa.
A big reason for the FUPA fund's dissolution.
Why doesn't she like start a FUPA fund? Like why doesn't she just start it or make her own fund? Then
if you
is that the Kleins
It's
use
almost
the
over.
FUPA fund for their own legal fees, as well as several thousand.
The way you go like,
yeah, okay, now I even understand it even more because she just said that she's implying that they stole the money. She's implying that they stole the fucking money. Like, oh, he was using it for his own legal funds. That was what it was for. The leftovers was for like whatever else.
one of the main reasons, it's like that is the it's not one of the main reasons. It's the reason why the money's not there, and also, which I think gets buried a little bit in your explanation, is the reason the money was raised in the first place.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, again, the way that, you know, I feel like there's a million, to be honest, sometimes I feel like there's a million ways to interpret how someone says a sentence. So also.
Dude, shut up. Oh my God. She's over intellectualizing. She's not smart. What are you talking about? There's a million different ways to interpret a sentence. Dude, okay. I just don't think that she has the capabilities of being a content creator. Like, listen, I don't know if she's doing this to play dumb or if she like actually doesn't know what she's talking about, but the way that you portray information is like absolutely relevant to like your narrative. Now, either she has no idea, I wouldn't doubt that she's somebody who just doesn't understand exactly what she's doing. Like, what she's doing is wrong, and she's wrong for it, but I guess that she's just not capable of being able to articulate why it's wrong. Like, 'cause she just has like an intuitive sense. Like, she knows that she's snarking Ethan, but she doesn't get it. The way you portray information is 100% relevant in every case. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what? What are you talking about? Leaving certain things out and then keeping other things in. Like, there's a reason people do that. It's because they have a particular narrative to spend that they want to put out there.
So I feel like, you know, I can, you know, moving forward, I'm going to be cautious. I've said all the ways that I'm going to try.
But it doesn't really matter what you say because you don't seem to know how to actually like interact with your own content by your own logic. If you're a fan of this person and you're watching her talk, the thing that you can learn more than anything else is that she doesn't really know what she's saying and she doesn't know what she's engaging with. Like, I don't know if she's even really worth watching. You know, like maybe she's not really worth watching. Like, she knows what she's doing. When you're like, yeah, I didn't educate people on this because I didn't have the time, but the information you leave out is information that would like absolve Ethan of the claims you're making. That feels very intentional.
To, you know, take this in and do better. But
and I think it is. And if you don't understand that, then like what change are you going to make?
Also, you know, I can say something and someone can interpret it in the worst way possible, you know, at the same time. So, you know, I'm
You think that?
Or somebody can interpret the way you want them to actually interpret it because you're dog whistling. I'm playing like shit.
That's also. I don't think that's necessarily what you're doing here, but maybe a little bit. I mean, again,
let me hear this last part.
This is literally what dog whistling is. This is just what dog whistling is. That's what it is. You're trying to communicate a certain thing to somebody with the words that you use.
Dollars out of pocket to fight the legal battle against Matt Haas. While it is often the case that legal fees can add up and become
I didn't know if that was in the video. Ethan. Yeah, plausible deniability final boss.
More than you'd ever initially expect. Well, the fact that the Kleins closed the FUPA fund after spending the money on their own legal fees, instead of keeping it open, maybe replenishing the fund once they're able to, so that other creators could have used it. Well, that's a little disappointing.
So, I mean, you're directly speaking to the fact that I used the money on my lawsuit and not helping other people as disappointing. And you even say that I didn't replenish, that I don't invest my own money.
So just to be clear, that is like a sidebar thought that's not worth giving main consideration to. Like, it's fine if you're disappointed in that, actually. Like, it's totally fine. Okay? And if you were just talking off the cuff, there's nothing wrong with saying that. Like, yeah, I think it's disappointing. I wish Ethan would have kept it up. Like, instead he spends all his money on giving, Papa Gut free Teddy Fresh. And I wish he would stop doing that. And I wish he would instead make a FUPA fund. That's fine. But like, you're saying it in a video that the intention of videos like this are supposed to be very specific and well-meaning, and you're not clarifying that it's just like a side thought or like a silly little thing. You're putting it in there, and you're giving that the same energy as every other thought in there. Like when you insinuate Ethan and Hila are pedophiles, right? Like if you're on a live stream, you're like, yeah, it sucks. I wish Ethan would have kept this going or something. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's the way that you're framing it on top of the 20 other fucking snark ass things that you say. Is it's obviously you're just trying to make him seem like a bad person. Oh my god!
If I could speak to how I meant to say it, so I went to, I was speaking to, as a creator, these were my experiences getting started. I was excited to hear about the FUPA fund, because that sounds like a great resource for creators who are getting into, content creation. Then, looking into your wiki, what it says there, it says that literally, it says all of that information practically verbatim.
Well, the information's correct. It's the extrapolation that I felt was malicious.
Yeah, and so basically the way that I was attempting to say it is I'm
telling you, she sounds just like Dax Flame.
Felt disappointed because creators couldn't have a resource like that. Again, because is there a resource like that for people that are starting out?
By the way, I'm not associated with this website, just to be clear. I don't know what's written here. Just to be clear.
Yeah. Again, but like it's not a snark. I'll sometimes go onto those.
I actually don't know though. The Fair Use Protection Act, also known as FUPA Fund, was an escrow account created by Klein in 2016. Fund is dissolved and no longer used. The goal of the account was to help other fellow content creators fund fair use legal lawsuits taken up against them. The account was placed in the trust of the law firm Morrison Lee. Users were directed to contact the @FUPA for Freedom page for help. The FUPA Fund was created after Ethan and Hila received donations, $170,000, to help them fund their lawsuit against Matt Haas, and a GoFundMe page set up by Philip DeFranco. Yeah. So I mean, the way that it's described here is just a factual accounting of things, right? So like you referencing this is fine. It's again the extra interpretation you added, which I felt was malicious, right?
I mean, that's fair. Again, I just explained to you what my intention was with that. Is like.
So do you think I did a scam?
Your intention.
I mean, listen, your intentions obviously always matter. The problem is nobody believes your intention. You're lying. You're just lying. You're lying. You are a lying person, because again, this video isn't like a, hey, this was a pretty, this was a pretty fair video, but did you know you got this wrong? That's not what we're talking about. That's not this case. This wasn't like a good, fair video where she just got some silly little details wrong. This video was like just completely full of just incorrect assertions over and over again.
The question was just that you're sad that something like that doesn't exist today.
Yeah, for other creators, again, I remember feeling very lost. Oh my, again, sorry, there's a little thing of hair. I know that now.
Sorry, there's another stain.
To essentially throw cease and desist letters away, if I get them. But I remember that first, especially anti-MLM creators will receive a lot of cease and desist letters from these random MLM companies,
So she's not an anti-MLM creator. She's made some stuff about how MLMs are bad. She's a drama creator. Don't overinflate yourself there.
Get them to stop making content about their, about their various companies and,
This is a video I made 9 years ago, by the way. I think it's probably one of the most viewed videos on the topic. How to dispute a strike, DMCA process explained. It's on my main channel. So I mean,
those resources are great. I just meant like, having those again, like, is there a legal resource like that for creators?
Okay, fair. So you didn't mean to imply that. So I just want to ask again for the record. You do not think that there was any financial impropriety with the FUPA thing?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm
right.
How the fuck would I know?
Right.
Okay, so like you don't think so? So we're doing something. This one's much lighter than the other one was before, but she's doing it again. She's doing the she's doing the 50-50 again, right? So what was the last 50-50 that she did? When it's like, wow, there's like where she insinuates there's a 50-50 chance, percent chance that Ethan sent himself human skulls, right? So that's the other time that we have that, and now we're doing it again. Well, I don't know. Could there have been? I guess so. She's 50-50 again. This is what she does. She 50-50s everything. Oh shit.
Right.
Okay.
Even though it's okay, fair enough. So no, I mean no. Okay. Great. We can move on to the next part there. Oh god, the Goku Naro thing was pretty wild too. I don't even know how.
Ultimately,
this
when
video
you look at the way that Trisha was used on the H3 podcast, it seems like she was often used as a way to stoke her flames for views.
Oh, this is the 5% thing, not the Goku Naro.
This is something that Ethan has done in the past to other content creators that he's seen as easily provoked for engagement. Ethan Klein used to associate with the creator JonTron, who was exposed for some incredibly horrible, like blatantly bad takes that had him virtually canceled.
I love how she says they're bad takes and then she goes on to defend them, basically. Like she indirectly defends the bad takes.
After the fact, Ethan invited him onto the H3 podcast to have a discussion.
So after 8.5 months, now you get...
This is a child. Hold on. This is a child in a disheveled room with an unmade bed and school books on the counter and 3 unstraightened photos of South Park characters. Do you think this is a reputable source?
I think, okay.
I mean, any normal person I think would be like, oh, so JonTron, like, he got canceled, which he deserved because he's saying some white supremacist shit. And then he was going to, and then months later, he was going back and talking to Ethan, and Ethan pressed him on his stuff because, they were friends, but like, obviously, it seemed like he wanted to use it as a way to get back into the game. But Ethan pushed him on the stuff, which he should push him on everything that he said. There's really nothing to talk about there. That's like what should happen. You shouldn't like let him get away with it.
I think that someone can offer valid online commentary and their room doesn't necessarily, dictate their level of online commentary.
True.
I really hope, I look at this stain right here.
The stain, right?
Look at the stain right here. I haven't stopped looking at it. I'm dissociating.
The stain. Well,
it's we all have our flaws.
You make a good point. That's fair. Can't judge a book by a cover.
Oh yeah, if you're noticing stains. Is this like what's up with this fucking shit he's got on his goddamn head? What the hell's going on here with this stain? This fucking that's Teddy Fresh hat stain.
But at the same time, I as I sort of explained to you, again,
he was defending JonTron, by the way, in this video.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I'm navigating this a little bit as far as it goes, where other people.
You didn't know that? You didn't know that at all?
Have added research into this project, and then I essentially, I'm sort of. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the.
Other people added research. Oh, so it is your research. Is that what you're saying? That it's generally your research. Other people just added to it. Is that what you're saying?
Proper way to go about this.
Ooh, stupid as fuck.
But yeah, so essentially, someone had sent me an entire section on.
I don't know.
Gokunaru.
Yeah.
To be honest, I saw that section and I thought that it didn't have much validity.
So why don't you say you're gonna fire those people? Like, yeah, I gotta fire those people because they did some. They snarked you, Ethan. I'm sorry. I gotta fire them. Just say that, dude.
I was not gonna, talk about it. Just because
you're talking about the part you included or a different part.
A different part, entirely, like in a whole section, kind of, like labeled Gokunaru. Yeah, I was just kind of like, I don't, I again, in the larger context, because essentially, I'm taking, broad view, approach is my goal here. And I'm trying to figure out what's the most important thing to include.
So it was most important to include the subtextual argument that Ethan was a bad guy for criticizing JonTron? Okay. Dude, there's no way that hit me.
And also what's the most valid, again, which is what we're sort of debating here very kindly and politely, and I appreciate that. But, so yeah, that's sort of, that was the section that I felt like was not very valid.
I'm sorry, are we talking about the part about JonTron? Because that's the part I'm interested in. I don't care about what you didn't include.
Essentially, yeah, so essentially from that, I was like, okay, I don't, but the things that did, that I thought were interesting is when I was reading through that, essentially, as I was going through the frenemy.
Did you really find that interesting?
Section, again, I care a lot about content creator ethics. That's why I'm right
What? That's crazy.
here, looking at how can I be a more ethical content creator? What can I take in from this, learn and do better? One thing that, I thought maybe a criticism, of the podcast was essentially, stoking people's flames for content. That was my fear, or
your fear was stoking people's flames for content. Sorry, I just want to be absolutely clear. You were concerned that Ethan Klein was stoking JonTron's, the famous white supremacist. That's what he is, based on what he said in that conversation. You're afraid of Ethan stoking a white supremacist's flames. Wow. I mean, you know what? I think she maybe just learned empathy. I think that maybe she has too much, some would say. What the fuck are you talking about?
concern. And I from the Gokinaru section, there were certain examples that I thought might fit into an explanation. So I kind of, when we're talking about the frenemies situation, about how, essentially Trisha had created, a sit-down video where she was talking about how, I'd have to go through and look at the research section. I don't want to misquote this or anything, but she had said something about how she felt like you were baiting her or something like that, for when she would walk.
Well, we got to make sure not to misquote Trisha Paytas, the one who mocks people, for being trans and whatnot, and has literally mocked the death of a little girl by doing a sexualized cosplay. We don't want to take her out of context, but Ethan Klein, I guess we're all good. Got to make sure we keep our priorities here, guys. You want to know why? Well, because Trisha's liked now. Trisha's actually in the like now. Based in the T community, they like Trisha because she's just a queen. So I guess we could say whatever the fuck we want. That came with it hit me.
Off in a frenemies episode. I kind of remembered those sections. Where in the Gokinaru video they discussed how JonTron, which again blatantly bad takes. I don't fucking agree with JonTron.
That's why it's so strange to me that you're accusing me of being too harsh of an interviewer.
No, so essentially my take was, my concern again was that you would 8 months after the controversy happened, brought him back on to sort of have a conversation where it almost seems like he thinks, and again, let me know, this is your content, let me know if I'm incorrect here, but he sort of seems like he thinks this is going to be like a redefining career moment for him.
And then Ethan pushes him. So I don't understand what, like, there's no narrative that makes sense from her perspective here whatsoever. None of her narrative here makes any sense.
Where, his buddy's going to talk to him and he's going to have a comeback. And then,
so if anything, that you would praise Ethan for this then? Or if anything, you would praise Ethan for not giving his buddy the opportunity to say whatever he wants in the comeback. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. If you actually believe this shows that you probably shouldn't be a content creator, I guess, because you just don't know what you're talking about. Your narrative is terrible.
You're wanting to sort of talk about the situation, talk about the incident. You're wanting to continue sort of having that, discussion.
Do you think I should let him?
Yeah, maybe he should. Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe he's not a nutcase. Maybe that was why he did it.
Off the hook.
Maybe he was friends with him and he's like, you know what? Let me see if he changed his mind. Maybe he's not so crazy anymore.
No, it seemed kind of like, again, maybe
I should have gone. So your point is that I should have let him off the hook.
No,
then what's the criticism exactly? If you can be more.
My criticism is, did he need to be on the podcast at all?
That's not her criticism whatsoever. She literally just said her criticism is that she was baiting him to talking about things. It doesn't. What she's saying is not honest or true.
And was it for content or was it for?
That wasn't her. That wasn't her perspective ever.
To actually sit him down and talk about it because he didn't want to talk about it. He had to.
Who cares if he wants to talk about it? None of this makes any sense. Who cares what the fuck he wanted to talk about? This is ridiculous, honestly. Dude, I'm struggling. I'm struggling because I'm struggling, dude. I'm struggling so hard. I can't say exactly what I want to say because I got fucking a video taken down for harassment and bullying because I said that I wasn't in an abusive relationship and I'm fucking triggered and I can't say what I want to say about this girl because I don't know if I'll get in trouble. This is ridiculous. Oh my God, dude. She has no level of accountability.
Avoiding it and it just led to
I should have let him avoid it, right?
You think
you
he
should
did
not
it?
talk to him.
You think he did it against his?
But that doesn't track. That doesn't track. None of this tracks. All right, one criticism. Well, you never should have talked to him, which is new, by the way. She never had that criticism whatsoever. That's new. But then also he didn't want to talk about it. Okay, and what?
Well, the podcast.
The criticism from Gokinaru is that I was too mean to him.
Yeah, again, that's not my criticism.
Right, but you
okay, but that's what you were using as a reference.
Use that clip. Let me watch it. Sorry, I don't remember what it says exactly. Guys.
JonTron, a platform to defend himself.
It happened. How long ago was that now?
I don't keep track. 9 months or something.
Ethan continued to say things that seemed intentional to sort of garner a reaction within JonTron.
I don't really want to get into this. It's a minefield of sorts. I'm not going to go back and nitpick everything I said and say and qualify it or anything. The main question on everyone's mind is, oh, is he a racist? Is he a see? No.
Do you feel like
yes, he is, based on what he was saying.
like you said some things that you regret?
Yeah, I don't like reliving it.
Did you have a lot of self-aware moments during that?
Of course, the whole time.
Jimmy Lee was a former dentist.
It just doesn't even seem that bad at all, even when you try to make it look bad.
Yeah, I mean, again, my sort of question is, this was months, or what was it, 8-9 months after the controversy happened, where he had said some pretty fucked up things. I understand, but no, I don't really understand wanting to sit down and have an interview with him. I guess
that's what content creators do. I don't. How do you respond to something like that? That's just such a ridiculous. It's just what a ridiculous statement that she just made. I don't understand why you'd want to sit down and have a conversation with him. Well, he's at that point, and he's a podcast interviewer, and he's having a podcast interview with somebody. And he wanted to see if he still felt that way. Maybe he changed his mind. It's so funny because like this girl is going on and on and on about how this situation's really made her realize that she has like a lot. She has to be more careful and research better and blah 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 blah. And that she needs to change. And that I know I got this wrong. And I'm so sorry. Okay. So you want somebody to give you the opportunity to allow you to be better. Okay. So like maybe Ethan was trying to do that for JonTron, and they were friends. Maybe that's what the context is. Who the fuck cares? He's like, the reality is he's not letting him just get away with saying whatever he wanted to.
What's your perspective on that?
So that criticism rings hollow to me, because I feel like that's not at all what you're saying in your video. Your criticism was, look at Ethan, he's having a racist dude on his podcast to try to clear his name. It's the opposite.
No, it was again.
Yeah, it was. You think that if she should have lied better, dude. Honestly.
And your point in the video was the opposite of that too.
No, my point was you were trying to essentially create content out of this controversy, if in the harshest way possible.
I'll tell you what actually happened, because
you're trying to create content. Guys, do not create content out of other people's controversies. That's coming from somebody who makes tea content, by the way, all the time. That's literally all their content is just tea content.
I have talked about this publicly. It is available on the podcast. But what happened is JonTron at the time was like my best friend. We were very close. And we kind of talked about it beforehand, like, come on the show, make an apology for what you said. I'm gonna have to rib you a little bit, right? Like, obviously, I don't agree with what you said, so I have to criticize you from my perspective, and here's the questions I'm going to ask you, and here's what you should respond. I think the reason it ended up coming off awkwardly is because we talked about it beforehand. And then when the moment came up, he started closing down, be like, I don't want to talk about it, which kind of threw me off. I was an inexperienced interviewer at the time. And also we had a plan.
Yeah, that makes sense. He had a friend and he liked his friend, and he probably didn't understand why his own friend didn't really even like Jewish people. So he's like, I want to give this person an opportunity to set the record straight. Okay, that's perfectly fine.
Going into it. So I was like, I was kind of like unsure what to do in the moment. That's essentially
again, I
what
think he
happened
thought
there.
this was going to be his career redefining moment. Like, oh, I'm gonna,
not so much career redefining, but we wanted to see him give a sincere apology and a sincere taking back of what was said.
And I don't think he was thinking that at all. I don't think he was thinking that at all.
Wow, you don't think so? Great, thanks. Great commentary. Thank you.
When we planned things beforehand, we talked about what we were going to do. It seemed like we were on the same page, but it was less. It's
funny because I feel like Snark's going to eat this up, because what they're probably going to interpret this as is like, guys, Ethan was trying to change JonTron, even though he didn't actually want to be changed. He brought him on. He coached him in what to say to get away with it. You know what I mean? That's what they're going to manufacture out of this. Obviously, it's just his friend. This is a friend of Ethan. He can't believe he said some disgusting shit. And he was hoping that he would change his mind. They talked about it privately and hoped to change. And then JonTron got cold feet because he's racist. That's what it is.
On the same page than we thought once things were, actually happening.
But the one thing actually that you did include from Gokunar's video, which is this compilation of me pressing John, is actually the one thing he retracted in his video about me, which I'll show you. It's actually even in the description of his video. I'm trying to find the link. Here it is. There it is. So it's actually even in the description of his video here. Thanks to Starkiller for pointing out the errors.
Above that.
This JonTron segment was cut too liberally in hindsight. I encourage you to form your own opinion by watching the unedited conversation here. Did you watch the unedited conversation?
Again, this was from
Again, I can't tell you because somebody else, everybody else.
a re-uploaded video. But also, again, because I was like, oh, let me add this section in of something that I was going to delete entirely.
Why'd you watch a re-uploaded video if the actual video existed?
I 100% agree with that thing of like, if I find a re-uploaded video or I find, snippets online, sorry, my the sunsets settings of my lighting's probably going crazy.
Great, always a reason.
I need to see as much as possible if I can find original sourcing as much as possible across the board. 2 or 3 sources of information so I can verify
with him,
original sourcing. Sorry, what?
My unedited conversation with him is still on our channel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
what is it? Why did she say exactly? That doesn't. What?
I fully agree with that.
Okay, so do you think? So do you think I exploited John for content, or are you walking back on that? Not that I even care about that accusation, honestly. I find the whole thing a little bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, again,
just doesn't seem that serious.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to ethical content creation,
dude, she needs to stop talking about ethical content creation. She's not an ethical content creator.
I think that there's been a few cases where, sorry, again, there's just like a weird hair thing.
Dude, it's always something that's distracting. I don't understand what the tactic is. Is it like, this is very unprofessional, not very ethical content creation.
That's just my concern, Same thing with my content when it comes to sourcing. I'm absolutely going to pay attention to that as much as possible, focus my content down.
Do you think you've exploited any of these people you've made videos about? You made one about Sydney Sweeney, Ashley Barnes, Danielle Cohen, Anna Paul.
So a big,
do you feel that any of these have been exploitative?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think a big point of my content that I try to do.
You do think that it's exploitative?
But again, like
you called OK Baby. She said she's the most evil influencer mom. And actually, she is terrible. I'm not defending her. But I am kind of just pointing out, like... So yeah, a lot of times worse than what I did to John in terms of, like, editorializing and exploiting other people's, trauma. Like, way worse. So
a lot of times when I make content, I really try to, like, again, I really try to understand, like, their perspective, how they...
No, you don't. This is not true.
Do you feel you did that to me?
What their background is.
Do you felt that you really tried to understand my perspective and background?
I thought I did at some points, but...
The answer is no. That's not what the point of her content is. Just so people know. You have to really understand this. Her content, the point of her content isn't to get to know people or to be like, oh, I have a good understanding of them, or have some kind of an intelligent conversation, like intelligent I don't know, fucking sociology type conversation. That's not the point of her content. The point of her content is to find people who are easy dunks and dunk on them. That's it. And that's why she went after Ethan. She thought he would be an easy dunk. And if this was pre-iDubbbz, bullshit nuke, like, yeah, or content cop, yes, it would have worked, but it didn't. And she didn't realize that there was, like, the narrative is more in Ethan's favor now. And now she's like, oh, fuck. And now she got dumpstered on it. And now she feels silly because she's getting so much backlash and she's not used to that. That's really what it boils down to. That's all it is. That's all it is. She needs to stop with this. It's so transparent.
Understanding your criticism, again, I can see where there are flaws, which I'm, wanting to have this conversation here. Again, I think that if there's anything that I'm not doing enough, that's why I'm listening and wanting to learn, You're
not listening to anything that he's saying. You're just saying no to everything that he's saying.
From it. But I also think that doesn't mean that, influencers are devoid of criticism either, I think that there's a way to sort of find that middle ground. And because as I'm gaining more and more of a following, I'm also part of that camp, I don't think I explained that in here, but that's also a reason why I moved away from MLM content. I kind of felt like sometimes
how much MLM content was she doing? That's multi-level marketing content. How often did she do MLM content? That she's like, I moved away from it. What does that have to do with anything? I feel like MLMs are like the easiest dunk. And by the way, it's not a bad idea to dunk on them. Like, they're not good. It's basically scams. I'm just not understanding. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand anything she says. I mean, I don't even know what it is. It's like almost impossible to understand what the fuck she's talking about. I guess she started with doing MLM content Oh, I know exactly what happened. She started doing MLM content 5 years ago. And then she moved on from it because she found something else that was hitting more, which was drama. This was 5 years ago when she was doing MLM content. Okay, got it.
I would sort of, make content about like a random, in anti-MLM community, you call them like hung bots, but, like a random person who...
Say hung bots? Wow.
Just sort of got roped up in an MLM and is making, a video.
Just to be clear, just so you guys know, she compared Ethan's audience to MLMs. I don't know if you guys know this. I watched like the live stream. What the fuck? I watched her live stream. She was comparing Ethan's following to MLMs. She was saying that all of you guys are in an MLM type cult. So
to like their 100 followers trying to promote a product and making content using essentially pointing out how bad that is, but kind of like it felt like punching down. The bigger of a following you get, it feels like you're punching down on someone like that.
What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't dude, this makes her look so bad. Am I hearing this right? She's talking about how she didn't want to cover MLMs anymore because she felt like she was punching down. Aren't MLMs like fucking pyramid schemes? This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure MLMs are fucking like pyramid schemes. You feel bad for criticizing the pyramid schemes? Do I keep saying period schemes? I'm fucking crazy. That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense to anybody, dude. What you're doing right now, and again, this is a pattern of her entire video. The pattern of this video, without a doubt, is constantly making herself look worse. Now you're telling us that you feel bad about going after MLMs because you feel bad for punching down on corporations or some kind of institution that takes advantage of people. What the that means that you don't actually care about them taking advantage of people. You're just doing it for attention. What is that? Do you don't realize what you're saying? She doesn't realize what she's saying.
Whereas influencers, we're gaining more influence across the board, and with that comes more responsibility, how you utilize your audience, how you utilize your platform, how you utilize ethics, and again, I'm not devoid of that criticism either.
That's kind of the point of our conversation right now, actually.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I want to have this conversation. That's why I wanted to have it. And I think the same thing can be said for how you utilize people as guests on your podcast,
Well, but, I mean, can't that be said about anyone with anyone on their podcast,
exactly.
though? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly.
She was going after people who are selling, not the companies. Okay, still, who cares? People that are selling are not good. The company's bad. So that would be like, hey, this person's selling. They're bad. I think it's just a bullshit argument. Not from you. I understand what you're saying. That's stupid to me. Like, if you're calling out the MLM and people trying to promote it, you're trying to like help people, no? And stop them from falling for it. And also, if you're tired of like going after people promoting the MLMs, why wouldn't you just go after the MLM itself? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
That actually was leading into the Trisha 5% part. I'll show you this clip because it is interesting how 2 years ago or 3 years ago when it was popular to shit on Trisha at the time.
Yeah. Okay, clarify.
You had an opposite. You had almost a contradictory take to what you said about her now when now it's popular to support Trisha. Yeah. I'll play it for you.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey,
all right, Ethan, I'm asking.
You can leave anytime.
Many people were really disappointed with the way that Trisha...
Yeah, I do have...
Okay, great. The overused voice filters. We love that's great. Thank you so much for letting us know. What is that? Like, stop it. Just knock it off. It's so transparent. We know you're afraid.
I have to raise a great point of contention that you made me sound way too chipmunky.
This is ridiculous. God.
And if you ever include me again, I promise I won't claim you. Just don't make me sound like a chipmunk.
Deal.
Okay, great. We're on the same page there.
Haters handled the fallout and how they pretty much turned it all into a grovel over money.
We end up paying for Ethan and Neela, which is crazy because he takes that 5% and VIP tickets to Disneyland is not cheap.
The nerve of her to complain about 5% when I'm literally not making a fucking penny at this point. It's just so disrespectful. It disregards all the hard work we do, not only on the crew, but now on my wife and all the people that worked on the merch. And it's like, okay, well, fuck you.
I just remembered another aspect that I totally forgot. She started saying she wanted half of all of the membership fee. That like she was just taking everything so far. I forgot she even asked for that.
Yeah, didn't she? I thought that he was giving her that.
And then here's kind of
getting so triggered.
Production.
It's not like an itemized thing. We are doing the show.
Trish receives a 45% cut of the show, while Ethan Klein receives an extra 5% that goes towards production.
That 5%, baby.
Production costs.
5%.
Now, first off, if the show is incredibly successful, incredibly successful, and all you're doing is paying your employees a base salary, putting up a fabric backdrop, a basic table.
It's funny, you said fabric backdrop and then you showed us outside.
That's funny.
Is that? I think that was the.
Oh, this is in your video.
A basic table and mics.
Oh,
you know that 5% can get pretty chunky if you're.
Oh, it was somebody else's video. Okay.
Now, I mean, obviously, you're being a little bit hyperbolic there. Obviously, we did a lot more than that.
Yes. Yeah.
Podcast is getting tens.
Well, they created the entire infrastructure.
Tens of millions of views. Incredible success. That 5% can really numerically.
That 5%.
change quite a bit. Do your employees get a raise because of that 5% production cost? Are you investing a ton into production costs, or are you taking whatever?
Yeah, Ethan, did you know that you're always bad regardless of what you do? Loser? That's what we're hearing, right? That's basically the that's pretty much the narrative here.
Isn't allocated to employees to the set for yourself. While to the public, 5% can feel silly to argue about, like a very small number, and how they pretty much...
It's fine to argue about it, but like once you finish arguing about it, shut up. Like Trisha had a pretty bad PR at this point. She wasn't super duper relevant. She was interesting to be on the show with. And she was kind of like, she didn't do anything. She just showed up. And Ethan had done everything. He set up the infrastructure and everything. And like, I wanted to do more. Okay, that's not how the show works. Like, and also, like, how long was Frenemies even on before she's like, I want more creative control. I want you to hire this producer. I want you. A lot of demands, like pretty much very early on. So
turned it all into a...
Especially since it's like one day she's like walking off the show, and the next day she wants to have her own producer and have direction in the show. Give me a fucking break. You can't even play ball. Alex, how you're in here? How long was Frenemies going on for?
Squabble over money, especially if Ethan's argument was that 5% was for production and the staff.
We're talking about postpartum.
He takes that 5%.
Which makes Trisha appear like she didn't care about H3 employees. I could also see why Trisha may start to feel like she was getting undercut when it came to frenemies, and how they pretty much turned it all into a grovel over money.
Do you see how it looks a little duplicitous?
I think cognitive dissonance
to...
literally can destroy a person's mental state.
Oh, that was, somebody added that.
Takes that 5%.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, it's a little duplicitous.
I mean, I'd love to explain. So normally when I cover a topic...
About a year? I don't know, man. I feel like, she could have also always just made her own fucking podcast as well. Or she could have been a better employee. That's what she was to some degree. Like, you don't get everything you want off the bat. Like, it's fine to make this, we'll say, concern known. Hey, I wanted to do this. I wish we could have done it. I think that's fine. And then, what? Sometimes it doesn't happen immediately. But if you do it in a long-term capacity, then guess what? You can get that,
I don't like to circle back again and again and again. I normally make, that's also why I think that's exploitative. You have, not to offend other channels, that make continual topics on people. Again, if you feel that's necessary, let me know if I need to.
Why wouldn't you want to shit on channels that do that? I do that.
Turn on my light at any point too.
The lighting's good.
Over here. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, so for me, my content, I'll do these deep dives, cover a topic, and then I like to kind of move on. Just because, again, that's my feeling.
I do these deep dives and I cover a topic and then I move on. But you're talking about how you don't show the full context because it'll overbloat your video. Is that really a deep dive? Or are you snark diving?
On the matter, especially with the type of content I do where I'm, covering extensively a subject.
If you're going to cover the same exact situation, two opposite ways.
And then also, why not just make a multiple parter for Ethan Klein then? And make more money. That doesn't make any sense.
It fits into the narrative of your video. It just doesn't feel genuine.
Again, maybe I shouldn't have. I should have clarified this. But as far as covering Trisha, again, that's why I didn't, go extensively hard on her. I added text to clarify, hey, I don't think she's perfect. I had some things where I was being a little bit snarky towards Trisha. But
Are you afraid her fans might be kind of upset if you've criticized her in modern day?
Yeah, of course, because that's her whole fan base is is basically snark people. Is basically Trisha fans. She just tea shit. They love Trisha right now.
Again, no, I just felt like I had done a huge extensive video on my criticism of her. A lot of my criticism is the same. I also think that, growth is there,
I guess
what growth? What's the growth that she just doesn't mock the dead kids anymore? Was that the growth that we're talking about?
No, understanding the logic. Because it's not the same, right? It's you.
But if I can get to the 5%
yes,
aspect,
please,
so after covering that, I kind of sat with it for a while. I think I mentioned this in my live, but she had kind of done a video, and again, this is another situation of this happening where I have to reflect and think about the ways that I cover content with the idea of someone who's viewing the video, the subject themselves viewing the video in mind. Because I think she had done a video, a TikTok, where my video was in the background, and I forget it was kind of talking about how hurt she was from the some of the content made about her, and
how upset she was,
how hurt she was from the
how hurt she was. So because she said she was hurt, that it's oh, I gotta retract everything now. I don't get it.
Some of the content made about her, and so after that, I just kind of reflected on what criticism went too far, and
what?
Yeah, again, as
what's some of the criticism that went too far?
was making this video, I was reflecting on that a lot of that former video, you know. Yeah, again, I'm not part of your crew. I'm not part of the behind the scenes financials. I don't know what took place. I don't, you know, there's, you know, various allegations. So I can only,
What allegations?
You know, yeah, you know, like I said, the 5%.
Well, that's not allegation. I took 5% more.
Or whether that's fair, whether that's not.
Wait, why
know,
are you
all of
laughing
that.
when you say 5%?
Because it's become a massive, you know, meme at this point, and is sort of blown out of proportion. And essentially, I was kind of reflecting on if that was sort of, you know, fair for the internet to sort of make fun of the 5% meme, or, you know,
Why? I think that she was acting entitled. Why can't we make fun of her for that?
if it was kind of people not
I guess
taking
there's a
someone
few
seriously.
things like, if 5% is worth a lot, imagine how much 45% is worth. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
No,
That's true.
It's all in relation to.
Yeah. And again, you know, like I said, my you know, former criticism still holds. It's sad that, you know,
No, it doesn't.
Working relationship.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Not. Oh my God.
Relationship devolved in that way. But I also think that, like, you know, I think that, to me, my interpretation as a complete outsider is that, you know, she did see it as
Complete outsider, guys.
a business relationship, and that she wanted someone, a producer of some sort, to be there to advocate.
Who cares if she saw a business relationship? Who cares? Oh, I want something. Oh, she should get it instantly. Okay, great. Like, who cares if that's what she wants? She was somebody that was like a generally unstable worker. We're not even talking about mental health, but she would just constantly go off. And she had like a lot of impulsions, and she wanted to be more involved, and that's fine. But she didn't decide to like slowly get more involved. She wanted to be involved right now, and then she didn't get her way. She had a meltdown.
For her to make specific choices.
Oh yeah, so
she didn't feel like
I
she
have
was being
talked about
sidelined.
this on the podcast. When she mentioned she wanted a producer, I immediately told her to find someone, and I would pay their salary.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, again,
And
I
I'm pretty
just
sure
wanted
that's
to
even in the
mention
leaked conversations too that she leaked.
So I wonder, like, what.
Well, that kind of destroys everything that she had to say. Because I think it would be fine if he said no.
What is your actual criticism? Are you saying that you think it's a bad deal for a talent to show up to a show? All they need to do is just show up and get 45% of that show's earnings. That's a bad deal in your opinion?
I guess my thing is, I think that she wanted a full business relationship. She didn't want to be the talent. And you know, again, from the
Was
statements
that a
I
criticism
saw,
of me? I mean, that's what kind of how the business was started. By the way, she was treated as a full partner. I mean, whatever she wanted, she got.
Exactly.
Right?
So,
but it's
I
not
think
like
that,
she had plans to become an owner of the company, or like there wasn't. I don't know what you mean by that. That was not part of the discussion.
She called me
Again, I
Julie
guess-
in the
okay.
DMs, by
Can
the way.
Yeah, I don't
That's fucking crazy.
agree with that.
I don't either, guys.
My you know, how would I say? I guess my question is, when these sort of collaborative projects are started, like Frenemies, are they treated?
Again, well, first of all, I don't really believe that she's being honest when she talks about this stuff. But like, again, if you think like, oh, you know, thinking back, maybe she had a little bit more of an argument than we thought. She didn't. I mean, honestly, I think that there's something to be said that like it's okay to kind of, you know, as we move on, we forget all the specific energy that was going on there. And I'm sure that there are some things to say like, oh, we were being a little too unreasonable. Like when people would like bully her for her weight or whatever. But then at the same time, it doesn't mean we completely change our mind on everything. On everything. It's fine. If you want to have like a little thing like, yeah, you know, maybe she should have been able to get like a little more. That's fine. If you think that. But like, that's not what we're seeing in the video. It's just another way to like snark the conversation. She's being okay. So the way she's talking is she's talking in a way that you would perceive as reasonable, right? That's what she's doing. But in the video, that's not what she was doing. She was trying to use this as another way that Ethan was like a bad guy. Hey, do you remember when Trisha wanted more money? Well, you want to know what? Ethan's a bad guy. That's the whole fucking video. That's the real energy here.
treated like a business relationship,
Yes,
like
it
a
is.
collaborative business relationship. So I think that's sort of how it was viewed. You know, again, I'm not Trisha. I can't.
Yeah,
you know,
that's-
but
that is
that's
why-
sort of,
Criticism
you know,
of me.
But that is why the earning is 45%. It's not like a flat fee of like, I don't know, $2,000. It's a lot more than
What's
that.
the criticism of me?
Yeah. So again, reflecting on my former content that I made about frenemies, that was something that I felt like, okay, I could see Trisha's side.
You seeing where Trisha's coming from is not the same as you believing Trisha and thinking that she's right. Because what you're actually like insinuating is that Trisha was correct from the start. That's what you're like actually like legitimately insinuating here. So
side of wanting a producer that could advocate for her.
She
I could
asked
see
for
her
it,
side.
and I offered
of,
to pay.
Yeah.
This comment
And I'm
wasn't
glad to
even in
hear
the
that.
video, was it? You don't think you even talked about that in the
The
video?
producer? Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
you did. You mention that she wanted a producer?
Yeah.
Yeah, but so that would be a good reason to take 5% extra. If I was like, I'll hire them and I'll pay them.
Mhm.
I'm paying my whole.
And yeah, and then the only other
She
thing
never
was,
invested any of her money.
Oh yeah, I paid for the whole set and everything. It was like $50,000 that I.
Yeah, I remember that.
I never even asked for a penny from her for that.
And the only other thing was, I think a lot of people were laughing at
And it was her channel infrastructure as well.
5% because it seemed like such a small amount.
Also, yeah, if she wanted a producer, then why would she get 5% more and the producer? That's insane. Why would she get more money and a producer? What?
In the grand scheme of things, as you said, 45% is a good cut. The reason, what I was trying to say is like, okay, if you're getting millions and millions of views, that 5% can end up being more than like what most of us would see, So I could understand how.
That's not the framing. It wasn't the video. The framing is very malicious.
But then
And
the
also-
45% is worth that much more too.
Yeah, of course. And again, but I'm just trying to, just look at that
So you
because I
changed basically
didn't in my
since you
original
covered
video.
it.
So you're changing your opinion?
Yeah, it sounds like you changed your opinion. So when you made the Trisha video 2 or 3 years ago, you were very critical of her making it about the 5%, making it about money. Sounds like since then you've changed your opinion, and now she was justified in making it about the 5%.
Well, again, I didn't look at that in my original video of just how much, like, again, 5% of, again, I don't know the specific numbers. I'm literally just spouting random numbers, but 5% of 100 million versus 5% of 100,000 can be different. Also, asking about
It's
whether
not 100
employees-
million.
Yeah, why would it be 100 million?
I know, exactly. Yeah, I'm just
No, exactly. Why does she keep saying exactly when she's wrong?
saying random numbers. Also, a few points I'm just going to say really quickly. I am really glad that the employees got a raise. That was just also my other question.
But why would you assume
It wasn't a question though. It was like it was more of like an assertion. She was trying to phrase it to your mind that like Ethan doesn't appreciate his employees.
Why would you assume that I'm fucking them over? Like, why would that be the
I wasn't,
automatic assumption? Because I feel like I don't have to come out here. It's funny. If I came out here and was like, everybody's getting a raise and everybody's getting this and that, people would just accuse me of being performative. And it's nobody's business. I don't need to fucking air out their financial situation to anybody. So, like, why should I even have to come out here and talk about
Well, 'cause the
the
5%
financial?
was so-
Why don't you just trust them?
Because this creator is, she wants to know. She's the ultimate authority on everything, except she doesn't really know anything, and it's everybody else's fault. And other people actually wrote the script, and it's
to be here of their own accord in a happy financial situation. Like, why do I need to come out here and virtue signal for everybody how great of a boss I am?
Mm-hmm. I mean, again, even in this discussion, the 5% feels silly to argue about, but it was so highly debated over that's why I mentioned it. But what was I going to say?
I don't think you answered my question. So do you feel like it's a bad deal for a talent to get 45% of a show that they just show up to? They don't.
Yeah. So that brings up what I was going to say. I think that almost anyone would take that initially, and then I think when
initially, you don't think that's a great deal? What? Just initially?
There becomes these big blowouts where you're sort of seen as the crazy one in a podcast, and then you get this huge wave of internet backlash.
But like she was, and you supported that narrative. She was acting unreasonable constantly, and like she plays into it. That's like her whole character is her doing that the whole time, is acting crazy. That's her character. She plays into that. So I don't understand. Like you're trying to make it seem like it's weird. It's what? And I think that Ethan gave her like a general amount of respect. So.
But these, massive viral podcasts, and they're all on, the H3 podcast channel. You're not, essentially what I was trying to
Yes, and she's getting paid for it. That's yes.
Say is, across the board, it wasn't just the Frenemies episodes, but other videos as well that were seeing a huge boost in viewership. You were probably seeing a huge boost in subscribers.
What do you think was happening to her
large
views?
audience, fan base.
Are you aware that before Frenemies, she had a podcast that couldn't even break 10,000 views? It was canceled by the podcasting network because it was just it was costing them money. They weren't making any money. Her career was fucking.
It was mutual.
It was in a good place.
It was definitely mutual.
Like realistically speaking, Ethan was much bigger than Trisha was, and I think he probably still is. Although she's like obviously gaining ground with what she's doing, but like they just had a good dynamic. That's what it was. Like realistically, Ethan was in a much better place than she was, but they had a good dynamic, and he wanted to he wanted to make a show with her because he knew they could both do well, and they did. He paid her extraordinarily well, and then they both benefited like in their shows generally. Like, who cares if his other stuff did better too? It's literally his infrastructure. Without Trisha, Ethan was fine. Without Ethan, Trisha was nothing. What are you saying?
You know, like, should I own a piece of her fucking her media empire for putting a show on with her?
Again, I think like it was just on, you know, your channel. So I think over time.
Okay, and she still had like, she was still getting like a brand awareness. She was still getting a shout out every time she went on the show. She was still getting a flood of people to her, you know, to her show or to her channel because of Ethan. What are you talking about here?
But we made it.
There can get that sense that, you know, again, you're getting this huge wave of internet backlash. Another person's channel is skyrocketing. Feelings are, you know, you're going to feel a certain way about that.
She made millions of dollars from that show.
That is not accurate to how things went.
Yes.
I mean, she got a huge spike out of it just as much as our channel did, and it was mutual.
Why did she get backlash?
And plus, if anything, for a talent to not even have to post anything, it kind of makes the deal even more generous. She didn't even have to post it anywhere. We posted it on our channel. She literally just showed up.
All the risk.
Like, show me another place that has a deal like that. I don't think you would find it.
Also, you're kind of. I have to correct you. You're talking about Trisha like she's the victim, but the reason she was getting backlash is because she was wanting to fire my entire crew and replace it with her.
That.
Which is a company that she has no.
So I mean, she's accountable for her own.
She did not invest in this company. She was not here the years before or after Frenemies. That was just so inappropriate for her to ask to fire the whole crew.
Yeah, I think part of the problem, like part of the unironic problem, is I think Ethan is like too nice of a person, and so I think it's probably why he's, I don't know if you say meaner, but I guess more aggressive, maybe a little less forgiving now, is because like historically he's getting fucked over by like a lot of the people that he works with, you know, and Ethan's a sensitive guy. Like realistically speaking, Ethan's a very sensitive guy. And so, you know, obviously think that's why when he does something like he offers to hire an entire other person for Trisha, but like he probably shouldn't have never done that. That's not, you know, it's not his fault that she's terrible, but I think that's probably why he's more aggressive in general. And it's probably part of it's also probably Hila coaching him to stop being so fucking nice to people. So.
Yeah, and again, you know, I saw a video where she suggested that she didn't want to fire the whole crew. So I'm watching these videos.
She suggested it. So what is it? Did she or did she not? Who are we trusting here? The one who dresses up like, you know, murdered little girls and does like some kind of weird gross sexual cosplay, or Ethan? Who are we trusting here?
It's all on record.
I'm listening to you.
I think it's all on record.
Yeah, and I'd love to see that. You know,
wouldn't you have already seen that in your research?
As and for this, I did see multiple sources. Like I saw your video, I saw her video, I saw different. You know, I you know, so
seems like not enough because even in this screenshot, you can see that Ethan says he wants to hook up the crew for extra work.
And then
that is in release text that she released at the time. So you would have had access to this information, for example.
But also, I says I was wanting to hook up the crew for the extra work, but then your immediate reaction was he's not paying his crew extra, is he?
I was thinking I want to hook the crew. I didn't even read that. That's funny. Wow, that makes her look ridiculous. That's literally on the screen. She's criticizing him for not paying them enough if they give a raise. And then he's in the text message saying, I was just thinking I want to hook the crew up a little bit for the extra work. That's funny. That's to Trisha, no? So Trisha leaked that. That's so funny. Like, that makes her look so dumb. Holy fuck, that makes her look so bad. Jesus Christ. What do you possibly say about this? That's insane.
Sorry to put a voice like that. I didn't mean to make you sound like that. That wasn't fair.
That was not my reaction.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, you know, how everything was out. Again, the intricacies of this business relationship, it was an internet phenomenon. It's kind of, you know.
What does that matter? You said that Ethan, like you were questioning if Ethan was going to pay them more because they were making more money. And then you show on the screen where he's like, oh, I want to pay them more. What do you say to that? What could you possibly say to that makes you look good at all?
Fascinating years later to return to and you know.
It is very much an internet phenomenon.
I appreciate I appreciate the clarification on those aspects. As far as, again, I think another aspect is the fact that it's on your channel. You guys do have more control over the situation. So I think that wanting a producer, you know.
But there's never going to be a level of, she's never going to be reasonable. She's just going to continuously say Ethan's bad, regardless of what happens. This isn't about being like honest. Like, she's just a dishonest person. Like, for whatever reason it is, it's just that she's dishonest. Maybe she can sit with this for like a year and finally figure out why she's being like ridiculous.
Who would be able to advocate, you know, maybe I don't know. You know, again, I cannot speak for someone else. I can't. This is just
Well, that's all you did in your video. So
an effort by
You know.
Snarkers and Trisha fans to kind of rewrite history a little
because
bit.
that point
yep, that's what it is.
only came up towards the end when things pretty much kind of blew up and the show never happened again. That was not like something that was building up. She wasn't regularly asking for a producer and not being met with the request. Like that is not something that was part of the.
Do you like Trisha? Are you a
history.
Trisha fan?
That was just like a new thing. That makes perfect sense. That's what I was saying. Like, play ball for a while. Maybe after a while of her asking, maybe after like a year or two, it's like, hey, this is still going really well. I'd like to have a producer. I'd like to have somebody that can advocate for me more. That could be a reasonable request. But she just had a new fucking request every 2 seconds. It wasn't about being reasonable. It was just about shitting on Ethan as much as possible. Probably self-sabotaging too.
Actually, I don't watch her show. I kind of got the impression that she did not like me from, you know, showing the video in the back. And I feel bad about that. You know, and I've reflected on my own content in that way.
Why? Why do you feel bad about that?
Again, that's why I think about these things and try to revisit it from that lens. But I also think that, you know, again, I don't like that she shows her children in her content at all.
Who gives a fuck if she shows her kids in her content? Her fucking kids. As long as she's not exploiting them, I don't give a shit. And what exploiting to me is like if you get your kids like super involved in it in like a weird way, where they looks at the likes and the views and their entire life becomes inauthentic. If they just like have them on like a podcast or something, or she shows pictures, I don't give a fuck. And I don't know what she does because I don't watch Trisha because I don't like her very much. But like, who gives a shit? Shut the fuck up. I'm tired of that like virtue signal. Everybody likes to. Here's the thing. There are some like really disgusting people that would like really take advantage of their kids on their content. That would like prank them and like basically harm them just to make their content more entertaining, or what they thought would be more entertaining. If she's not doing that, I don't really care that much. I think it's okay to post like, oh, I have a kid and I love my kid. You know, I think it's okay. We'll survive.
Again,
you don't like that we
my
show
fans.
our children in our content too. That was another thing you raised.
Mhm.
They showed them like one time in their content.
And someone, you know,
That we were
went
hypocritical
into my
because-
aunt's, you know, Instagram page and showed a photo of my child that my aunt posted to try and say that I was being hypocritical, which I did not think. I thought that was a gross
Yeah, that's
overstep.
horrible. That's fucking horrible. I really wish nobody would ever.
I mean, it's not really horrible. It's not good. It's a boundary violation. It's not horrible. It's not. It's like it's not good. It's definitely not right. It's not like horrible. Like we're gonna survive. You know what I mean?
Do anything like that? That's fucked up.
But yeah, I mean, again,
I just don't think that she deserves like magical extra charity, which is what we're giving her here. Let's be fucking honest.
that's just a consistent
I
commentary.
didn't tell
that
anyone to do
bring
that.
up
I mean, the opposite. And I'll tell people now, don't fucking do that. The whole point of this is to have like a productive and as much as we can, a civil conversation about this, right? Like, I just want people to listen to what we're saying and not take anything offline to her or her family. Like, please do not ever fucking do that on behalf of me to her or anybody.
Well, we're talking about the person that didn't seem to care that Ethan's kids got hit with CPS. So, I mean, like, you should not do anything to her or anything like that. But like, she wants this charity for herself. When she was such a like, she's just kind of a toxic or, you know, this is the type of person that she's just like. I don't know if she's toxic. I think that she is actually, but like she's definitely okay with it. I'll tell you that. She's definitely okay with it, and she's okay with monetizing off of it. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think same here, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
obviously.
No, and I believe you
think-
100% on that.
I don't. Why? Why do we believe her? What were her? What with her? She thought that she keeps pushing this idea that Ethan sent himself fucking human skulls. Do you think that she's somebody that's trying to have like an honest conversation or like be an honest person about anything? Come on, I don't think that she really cares. Honestly. I think that she's just fucking looking for a way to look bad, or looking for a way to like look like a victim.
For sure.
Yeah, and and I think that if anyone does that, that's fucked up, and that's something that I'd make a fucking video on, you know.
Really?
But
like a deep dive, or just like maybe leave out most of the context.
yeah, I think that as far as, you know, I've made a lot of commentary on you know, family channels and family influencers because, you know, I think that they've gone too far.
I love that for you.
Yeah, and so I think that that was, you know, as far as, you know, essentially a lot of the video was, you know, talking about how, you know, you guys are sort of legacy YouTubers, you know.
They think that's what the video is about? Okay. That's obviously very honest.
I think that's a good way to describe it. And so, you know, essentially seeing a lot of, you know, the issues that I talk about kind of be brought up in terms of like, you know, criticism against you both is just something that, you know, I talk about in the video because of that reason. But I don't know, are you guys freaking on the same level as family channels? No. You know, do you guys exploit your children in that same level? No. I think that would be hyperbolic.
I don't think we exploit our children at all. I mean, their
Yeah.
appearances on our
But
and our content has been minuscule. I mean, it's just,
Yeah.
to the
But at the
same
same
level
time,
as
it's
even
like-
I'll
You can
say it's a
probably
little
count it
offensive.
on. You can probably count it on one hand. The amount of times.
Yeah, and they've all been times where they were like really wanting to be involved. Or I'll tell you a large reason. You showed an image of Teddy coming up to me on the podcast, and the reason at first I was like, no, don't come on. That's how I started, but I felt like it was creating a weird. I didn't want him to feel like there was some weird thing about and that he was doing something wrong by wanting to come up and say hi to me, or just there was like a very strange boundary there that wouldn't make a lot of sense to a kid. So instead, I decided on for their benefit. To treat it more natural. Like if they're here in the studio and they want to come say hi, I let them do it instead of making it a weird, awkward thing where they are confused and they feel like they did something wrong. You know what I mean? So that's
Sure, that makes sense. I mean, you can do things for your kids, even if they don't understand it. I think that's fine. But also, I also think it's fine if they run up when he's on the show and go, "Hi, Daddy." Like, I don't really give a shit. It's just that's not an indicator of bad parenting. So it's dumb to insinuate otherwise.
So that was a conscious decision as a parent to do what I thought was in their interest.
I mean, obviously, I'm lucky where, I make edited content. There's been a time where, my child was about to go to bed and wanted to say goodnight and, went to say goodnight. And then I was able to
Please keep making this about you.
edit that out of the video because, I was in the middle of filming. At the same time, I'll be completely honest, 100% honest about my personal opinion on this.
Nobody cares.
Because I make commentary on a lot of family channels and I've seen a lot of fucked up shit where people use their children for, people, there's a lot of creepy people on the internet, anyone can see your children, so that's one aspect of why I care a lot about, children not being seen online.
You don't care. She doesn't care. She doesn't care about what she's saying. If you cared, you would have been like more in defense of Ethan getting fucking CPS like called on his kids. You don't care about this.
And I also think that, until children are of age, they just, don't have the cognizant ability to really consent to what's being shown or produced of them. Anyone, can take a clip of that. And,
Do you work with this person?
as have been said.
Sorry,
what?
Sorry to cut you off. Do you work with this person, Content Crash Out?
No.
Because you use this clip from their page.
Hassan Piker has lost all of his marbles. The mullet bros
so it
are
was zoomed in
gone,
before.
people.
Okay.
And you actually, I saw you left a comment saying that this person was a good, reputable source. Have you seen their content? Do you know how deranged and anti-Semitic and obsessive and concerning it is? Like, they're probably one of the most deranged, concerning, obsessed snarkers in the game right now. And you co-signing that is really, really, really not cool. I can show you their content if you haven't reviewed it. It's deranged.
Okay.
Would you like?
Okay. Yeah, let's see it. Let's see what this person that she associates with is.
To see it? I mean.
Yeah, sure. I mean, because to be honest, me making a general statement right now about another person's page, I just.
But you said the content was great, no? So wouldn't that's more than just a general statement?
Can't really.
By the way, here's the So this is the video
Hassan
you used.
Piker has lost all.
If you go to the comments, you'll see. He's so far gone. Yikes! What's happening? Did he dye his hair? Yeah, obviously that was for a bit. I have a very obvious drug addiction, right? I watched this man for 5 years, and John Mulvaney fan, who, by the way, was, I think, an alcoholic, or I don't know what, he had a drug addiction. But if you look through this, the obvious insinuation is that I'm on drugs. So to include this clip, again, is to accuse me of taking drugs.
Because of his tics.
I do think that is
because of a neurological disorder
because
that I
he
don't
has
have control
Tourette's
over.
that manifest in sniffing sometimes, or different clearing the throat, whatever it is.
I'll also say, before this snarking phenomenon, I went my whole life with people being super understanding and caring, and like never weaponizing that or making me feel other for that, until I met these snarkers who now have used it, including Anissa and this guy here especially, who have used it as a point of criticism. My neurological...
You think that she has a friend or a family member that has some kind of disability? I don't think that they're pushing her hard enough. Because again, she was saying some shit about how... She was again in the beginning. She was talking up about how because he has it was right in the beginning of her video, because he has Tourette's, that means that he has comorbidities. These are not her exact words, of course, because I use adult words. No, but basically saying that there are comorbidities with Tourette's, insinuating that like he has other mental health issues, and that was part of the justifier to say that like he's on drugs. Like this is much deeper than even Ethan and Hila are getting onto. She was saying some wild, nasty shit.
Disorder I was born with that I can't control, that has been a huge obstacle in my life. Sitting in front of a camera with this is participating in the weaponization of a truly debilitating neurological disorder I've got, right? And this is I have never been the victim of this. I would never even, imagine of accusing someone being ableist when it comes to me.
Oh, I think that she's definitely ableist. I think that she doesn't really care whatsoever. I think that she's fine with weaponizing it.
But you truly are participating in an ableist harassment campaign.
She's ableist, dude. Like, come on, get it right.
That presupposes that my uncontrollable neurological disorder, Tourette's, is the result of drug abuse.
I mean, first I want to say I'm really sorry about that, that, people have been weaponizing that and that you feel that way.
Well, you weaponized it.
But I do want to ask,
she just ignored that.
Do you think, and this is, I guess, where I do feel like sometimes the use of this idea that using from one source could be essentially a thought terminating cliche. I want to ask, do you think that me using a clip from something is co-signing whatever is on that clip?
Probably. Depends on the context, but you were co-signing what they were saying. So we don't need to have this silly little conversation here, this pretend conversation.
Depends, right?
All of the, you know what I mean?
Depends what's in the clip.
Sometimes I could be using that
using
clip
unedited footage,
different context.
or are using a clip that has a clear editorial perspective? Because if you are using a clip with a clear editorial perspective, then you're obviously co-signing the footage. If you're not correcting it, right? If you're just like you can source from snark. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, right?
Because what I've tried to say through the video is this is what online commentary is.
No, she's not. She's not trying to say that. And also, doing that doesn't absolve you of criticism. This is a ridiculous thing. If you're like, hey guys, here's what the online commentary is, you show mostly, really just all snark, and then you agree with them, or excuse me, if you make a video, let's just do this in general. If you make a video about somebody, and you reference a hate page for that video, it's pretty much the primary driver. And when you bring it up, you don't give any pushback against it in any meaningful capacity. Yes, like you are obviously in support of whatever narrative is being said. Just because you don't actively say you support something doesn't mean that it's not something that you aren't trying to communicate that you support. Communication isn't just words. There's also actions too. And the way that you are presenting information, like, yeah, it seems like you do want to support every fucking snark ass shit that's ever been said about Ethan. I hope they push her on Gabe, by the way. Yeah. Because that was ableist as well, insinuating that they can't be friends basically, or he can't like have some silly banter with him because he's disabled is fucking ableist and disgusting. But this woman is ableist and disgusting. Honestly. And she doesn't even realize it because she's a white woman. Just kidding. No, but she does. I don't think she realizes it, or she doesn't care. I'm one of those two. It's one of those two things.
Is that, does that mean I'm co-signing that online commentary automatically if I do that?
If you don't, go on to add another opinion of your own, like this is what people are saying, but of course it is baseless, or people are throwing crazy accusations.
You did co-sign it literally in the video. You did literally in the setup to that clip. You literally co-signed it.
If you just use it without any critical explanation, then yes, you are.
Like imagine I'm going to use
how you use it.
I'm going to use something really hyperbolic, right? So forgive me, and I'm not accusing of this, but imagine if I wanted to make a point about socialism and nationalism, and I really wanted to impart the importance of that. And in doing so, I pulled up a clip of Adolf Hitler. And again, pardon the extremity of it, but I don't criticize it. I just go, this is a great commentary from Adolf Hitler about the need for social cohesion and nationalism and socialism. And I think that we can all draw from. And I don't give any, and I'm just like, here's Hitler, right? He's making a great point. I mean, clearly people would see that as a clear endorsement of Adolf Hitler, right? You wouldn't be like,
well, maybe not Hassan.
Hey, I didn't endorse the guy. Like it would clearly be an endorsement of Adolf Hitler for me to
but again, it's, as opposed to, I can't use that same example, but I'm trying to think of a similar example to use because but if it's someone has said this, here's a clip of this being said, or people became concerned of this behavior, this type of behavior, here's a clip of this. You know what I mean? It's not the same as kind of the example that's
just not the tone of her video. And you want to know what? I don't think I'm the smartest guy in the world, but I'm just not that stupid. I'm smart enough. I'm not very smart, but I'm smarter than most of the people in this sphere. It's not really saying a whole lot, dude. It's not saying a whole lot. Okay. And so, like, we could tell what you were saying in the original video. So it's just like it's exhausting listening to her. Like nobody believes you. I don't know who is this for. Who is this information for? Like who are you convincing? Who's like yes, cruel world, happy mind. We get you. You're so right. You're so valid, Queen. Like
that you just said.
But you
know,
never
at least I
inserted.
don't-
You never insert another opinion or an
I
opposing
agree.
opinion. So it
I agree.
seems like you're agreeing with it. If
I agree that,
your whole video
all right, somebody said I have to leave her alone. I'm sorry.
is siding with that one side, even though you're saying that's what the internet is saying.
Again,
there's
my
many
sort of-
there's many on the internet that are saying the other thing, but you're ignoring that. So
You showed
Yeah,
a
I think-
clip implying I'm on drugs, and then you didn't say anything else. Like, of course you're co-signing it. Why
I
else
mean,
are you showing it?
Snark is a minority. Our audience does not think that Ethan is on drugs.
I mean, nobody of sane mind thinks I'm on drugs.
Ethan going after minorities? What the fuck?
Drugs.
think you're on drugs either. But again,
don't
my-
you see-
She insinuates that he is. This is just embarrassing of a conversation for her. And she looks really bad. Honestly, at the very least, Ethan probably feels satisfied from this to maybe not sue her because she's just basically going through a humiliation ritual. That's what's happening here. And she deserves to go through it, but like that's what's happening here. So like she can take solace in the fact that like her looking this bad might prevent her from being sued into absolute fucking oblivion for her, like, honestly, I would say at least borderline defamatory statements that she made.
Point of the video.
You're conveying to your audience that I am maybe on drugs
The
by using
point
that
of the
clip.
video is to show the sort of
No, it's not.
essentially your reaction, the online reaction. I think where I went wrong,
Is that you just snarked him out.
is I think that I could have dove further
You said
into
initially
that.
you didn't even know
some
why
of
the clip was
legal,
there.
I think I could have dove further into that. Some of the legal,
I like how she just ignores some of the things that he says because she knows that she looks ridiculous.
aspects that are going on currently, kind of showing your response, their response, things that are happening. I brushed over that as well, kind of saying that, kind of the very start of that and not further going into that. So I think I should have, gone further into that as well. Essentially, my intention was this is what's happening online,
But you didn't show what's
I
happening
agree.
in our
I should
community.
have. Exactly. I should have.
Exactly. Okay.
I also agree with that too, especially for that particular section. I do think that there are a lot of times when I include H3 Productions or r/H3 Productions posts, but
It doesn't matter if you show the post. It matters the weight that each of these posts have. It doesn't really matter, like you could show 90% of your video could have been his posts, but at the key moments when you're insinuating something like he's on drugs or something like malicious, it's snark. You just don't care.
To essentially show same thing when I show opinion pieces, I should try to show, especially with something so contentious and divisive as this topic. I should.
She didn't think this is one of the things though. She didn't think or even realize that this topic was contentious. She thought this was an easy slam dunk.
So two sides, but again, also with that idea of there's no way to be unbiased. If I
would be.
I feel like also
There is a way to be as unbiased as possible. You weren't making any reasonable accommodations to not be biased, though. That's the difference.
can I put myself in this rabbit hole where I'm just endlessly trying to be unbiased and I'm putting up just you can sort of pin.
Okay, get the fuck out of here. She's just I hate this, honestly. I hate this. I'm gonna finish this, but I hate this so much. She's just not worth talking to. I really don't like this. It's just frustrating.
Pull yourself into where you're trying to provide every single side.
Yeah,
and,
but you didn't even come
you
close.
know what I
That's
mean?
not a problem that you're close to brushing on.
Your words don't match the action. It doesn't. You're saying you're endlessly trying to be unbiased, and you haven't
I'm saying
tried
moving
once.
forward.
Yeah.
You haven't tried once in this video to be unbiased. It's just the words that you're saying sound great, but the action is
I do think I don't think that's entirely fair either. I don't.
No, it's very fair. You're actually very wrong. But I would see why you would think that it wouldn't be fair to you because you have no idea what the reality of anything is.
I think that's entirely fair either with this video. I think that there's many times that I do try and look at your side, and I think that's
With what?
a mischaracterization. Either you didn't watch the full video, or that's
When did
kind
you
of.
do you remember a specific moment in your video?
I
where
think
you
iDubbbz,
empathized?
the iDubbbz situation is is one of the most prominent ones in my mind.
What did you say about iDubbbz that made it? What?
I essentially.
You brought up this stupid ass button bullshit. Having a button is actually bad because and you started shitting yourself. What are you talking about?
We can pull
agree
it
with
up.
your
I'm
point.
curious what that looks
Mhm.
like.
I
Can
agree
you
with
tell
your
me a
point that-
specific sentence so we can search the manuscript?
Yeah, I mean,
Or just like a
I'm
word?
I could go off of my
Or which
research
part?
itself.
Oh yeah, you can do
let
that.
me know. Let me know when I need to put on the.
You want to put on the lights? You can. You still look fine, but you can put on the lights. You want
Yeah,
to?
I mean,
you know what? I really need to pee. If you want to take like a quick break and to
Okay.
adjust the lights or something, but also
He's about to piss Max on her, dude.
you look fine too.
Yeah, it's
Whoa, he's hitting on her. He's making her uncomfortable, dude. What the hell?
how what it would look like, but the sun's gonna set in probably 5 minutes.
So you want to
I
take a
should-
moment to turn on the lights, and I'll run to the bathroom.
All of the
sure.
lights.
Okay, great. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Wow, it's pee-pee time. We love pee-pee time. We're back from the potty time.
About this specific account, content crash out. You said I appreciate you. As you probably know, I've been following your page and sourced from you. I believe mostly the Palestine and Downward Spiral chapters. Appreciate your coverage greatly, you said. Now, this person is singularly obsessed with me and Hila, and specifically about my Jewishness and like deranged conspiracy theories of the most obscene order. So,
well, I actually don't know. And what are we gonna get here? What's gonna be the excuse?
So,
yeah, I mean,
do you agree? So you follow this person closely?
So I would say that, again, the videos that I sourced from them were not, again, I can't speak to.
You said that you're a big fan, so you sourced them. It has nothing to do with your. It has nothing to do with like any of your people that work for you. You sourced all of them. Obviously you're a fan of these people, so you co-signed them.
What you feel like are.
I don't know, dude.
Really offensive videos. Sorry, not to say what you feel like, but I feel like, again, I haven't seen all of their videos to know.
Well, that's what usually I like to co-sign people that I've really just very uneducated on. They tend to be terrible people. So.
Oh, okay. I just confusing because you said,
and that's actually their fault. That's not actually my fault either. Just to be clear. When I co-signed fucking pieces of dog shit, well, that would be Ethan's perspective. I have no idea about this person, but I'll take his word for it because. Because Ethan sends me Teddy Fresh, and that means that I have to defend him. That's what he told me in the DMs, Just kidding. But anyway, yeah, I usually don't know anything about them. That's my, I love to just destroy my own credibility by not really knowing what I'm talking about. That's my go-to thing, is to just like talk about people I don't really know about in a very confident way about how they're great, because I don't care about my credibility as a creator. That's my number one thing, dude. I love it.
I've been following your page and source from you. I guess, yeah, sure. Maybe you didn't see all their videos by that.
Yeah, like the reason why I said that is I feel like on TikTok you can probably see when a creator like saves a video,
Whoa.
So I just felt like they could probably see that,
Oh, so you thought that they could see you saving it, and you were so super nervous that you wanted to just be like, I love you. I actually like you a lot. I'm so scared of you. Oh, you ever think about just maybe saving it from like not your main account, if that actually is true? Do you think about that part, or is that just not? You ever think about that? Hey, I'm worried about somebody seeing it. What if I just save it from, not my account, just a secondary account, a fake account, someone would call it. What about that? Is that a good idea or no?
So you saved the video, though. You said the editor put it in.
The one that, again...
Wait, content crash out? Is this literally just an obsessive Ethan Klein hate page? Wow. That's fucking crazy. How do you pretend to be impartial? She's she's watching a less than 16K TikTok it's just called I'm Obsessed with Ethan Klein, basically. And she's a big fan. She's incredibly snark brained. What the fuck?
I wasn't sure about the zoom in, whether that came from
that was in their video. That was from the one you downloaded.
It's identical. It's from this video.
Yeah, no, exactly. So what I was going to say is I wasn't sure if that came from an editor, but now looking at it, it's clear it came from this page itself. So what probably happened is, again, I
didn't she comment on it?
Added a timestamp. It's okay. Added a timestamp into my script. From that, I saved it, added it in. So yeah, it was.
Is this where you heard that Hila called babies terrorists? Because this person also
are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
They made this
so again,
are taught to kill us at 2 years old.
That's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Like Kamala.
That's a really bad clip. But Hila her hair is looking good here.
That's
her hair is looking pretty good here. So some would say they wouldn't care if she was saying horrible things because she looks pretty good. Oh, just kidding. Well, no, she looks nice here. Her hair does look very nice. It's on fleek. Of course. I think that's a word now.
It's pretty spicy.
Yeah.
Do we have that one?
Like Kamala.
That's not really a fair edit.
To be completely and totally honest, there was multiple pages and sources that have shown that clip.
Yeah, I believe that.
Multiple sources.
Sorry, did we establish that she loves that page? And she explicitly said it?
And that's where it's hard.
She was slaying in that clip. Thank God she wasn't still part of the IDF. Am I right?
Again, going to the original source. Because
do you see how many videos this person's made about me? Does this look healthy?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I just need a second. Damn. He's making such a good point, and then you just sorry. All right.
Honestly, if you're sourcing from them, I'm concerned Like literally, can you
So
see all
again,
these?
On fleek, dude. I'm fucking hip as hell.
Specifically, that video that you saved and included in your video, just like scroll through the comments. All the comments are about how Ethan is a drug addict. And specifically that zoom on the tattoos, there are comments about it. Is that from scratches? Is that
I mean, again, I don't really know what I'm talking about. I'm just a baby. You can't. I'm just a baby. You can't criticize me. I'm a meme. I'm just a girl. What am I supposed to do? You know what I mean? I'm just like, that's what my wife says to me when she does something silly. She's like, I'm just a girl. You know, it's like valid. That's so valid, Queen.
from injections of drugs? Like that is in the comments. So but it's interesting to me that you chose to save that video and include it.
Oh, this one they're calling Hila a Nazi for getting a Star David tattoo.
Oh, that's pretty fucked up.
Watch this
Everything
one.
that's been going on and what I'm going
Oh, I actually didn't see that one. I might have sourced this from a different place. Of course, not the Snark Reddit.
through. I almost feel like
She's slaying here too. She's slaying here too with the hair.
I want to do it the most in your face possible way that I can, and I feel like I kind of want to tattoo a blue Star David on my hand.
That's a beautiful thing.
Have you showed this on the show that you got the Star David
Not
tattoo?
yet. Today's my
This
first
is it.
time. The comments were very interesting. We got lots of mixed
100%
reviews.
What's so beautiful about this situation is this is what made Hila follow me on I think follow me back maybe, or follow me on Instagram, I think, or something, because I remember commenting on that post that she made of her tattoos, and I said, "You're Jewish?" with a question mark, and she thought that was funny because of course you know she's Jewish because she says it. I'm not saying something anti-Semitic, guys. Don't report me.
Fair.
Mixed reviews, meaning like
you guys have called me a Nazi.
Say what?
To be 100% fair, you guys have called me a Nazi.
Well, we can get
you
into
know.
that if you want to.
Did they call her a Nazi? Whoa! I did not see that coming.
We can definitely get into it. And I mean, one of the reasons that I called you that is something you edited out of the video, which was you said that I was.
But to
you said I was
but to
you said I was imparted at birth with Israeli ideals and indoctrinated at birth.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was fucking crazy. I didn't understand what that meant.
As an American Jew, that's fucking insane.
What's so funny is if she was like, she could. This is what she could say. You ready? You guys ready for this? I'm about to die. What she could have said there was like, "Oh, I was just saying that, like, you know, like every other country, there's a level of propaganda that's run in the education system to believe certain things, and so maybe if you grow up in Israel, you're taught that the Palestinians don't have a valid claim, right?" But she, if she actually felt that way, which I don't think that's what she was saying. Maybe that's what she was saying. I have no fucking idea. Then before, when she showed the clip of Hila, hearing that shit from Giuliani, you think that she would have a similar nuanced perspective of potentially being like, okay, maybe she just meant something similar. You know, like people, that's obviously exaggeratory. What Giuliani said was fucking crazy. But maybe there's something there that's like, oh, when you're younger, you get taught in a certain way that could potentially have you have an incorrect, at times, frame of mind. But she doesn't do that. It's just her saying things. It's just her being snarky.
That's like super offensive, deeply anti-Semitic. So obviously, are you a Nazi? No. But like my point was that was an extraordinarily anti-Semitic view to hold. Something that's very popular amongst Nazis, neo-Nazis, American neo-Nazis, etc.
Which I would love to have a conversation about that.
I'd love to have a conversation about that. She's actually. I just want to you guys to know she's just gonna babble probably.
As far as this page goes,
Babble.
I think that you know, again, going back to my point of wanting to cover what is the internet saying, you know, but I do
that's
think,
not what your video
again,
was, so.
because you know, funny enough, my neighbor is a journalist and a writer, and
Do you live next to Taylor Lorenz?
we're talking about this and essentially how
You were talking to your neighbor about Ethan Klein. Is that like do you feel embarrassed about that? I feel like I don't even like to talk about this. You know, I like talking about what I talk about for work, but also like kind of embarrassing. What are we doing here? You know what I mean? So I usually don't bring it up unless I'm pretty drunk, like the other day. And funny enough, I was drunk, and my wife's cousin, she actually likes Ethan. She thought it was so cool that they gave me Teddy Fresh. So that was pretty interesting. But I typically don't talk about it because it's kind of embarrassing.
online forums, you know, you should stay away from in general, if you want to sort of have, you know, good coverage. So yeah, I think that was a really positive, you know, conversation.
What are some of those forums? Are any of them the snark or?
And sort of about this, I do think that again, it's hard when it comes to covering internet situations though, because you can't, you know, she was kind of talking about as a journalist how often she goes directly to a source. How does that translate online?
I mean, you didn't reach out to me one
we
time.
have hours and hours and hours of footage every week. Like,
Yeah, but also you didn't reach out to me.
I don't think that she has to reach out to him. But like, if you were actually trying to hold yourself to some kind of journalistic standard, do you think you would But she wasn't looking to do that. She was looking to make a fucking snark roast on him. So, oh fuck.
All the sources are on the internet, and as well as, for example, the Trisha fallout, it was all documented. Like pretty much all the stuff you're talking about are stuff that are online available.
But also, you didn't reach out to me once during the making of the video.
Again, so as I'm moving forward, but I mean, let's talk.
I just made a little mistake. I'm so sorry.
About the likelihood of like how likely would you have responded. In the past, I've sort of written it off as like people are not going to respond if I reach out.
So just be clear, you didn't ask him, you didn't reach out to him because you thought he might not have responded. That's just such a weak, just like there was no world where she was ever going to like say anything to him or ever reach out to him. And that's I think it's generally fine. But stop pretending like this is another lie. Like you were never going to reach out to him. You never had any intention of it. Just say that. Just be like, oh, I didn't feel like I had to. You don't have to reach out to him. But now you're saying that like, oh, you actually would have, but like you didn't think he would respond. Like, what is this? Are you someone's toxic mom? No, I was gonna message you, but I figured you wouldn't answer me anyway. It's like, what are you doing? What the fuck are you talking about?
Out to them for comment.
So you don't try? I mean, it sounds like when you started talking. It sounds like when you started talking about it that you're doing a video about us. Some of our fans were also your fans, and they even made a post about it. So it was very much doable, actually.
I do think
the word got around. The word got around to our subreddit, which we do check regularly.
I mean, I understand your point, though. I think a lot of creators probably either wouldn't see it or wouldn't respond. So understand what you're. I understand, like in general.
To be honest, though, that is something that I could have done: is reached out to someone for an opinion piece, one-on-one messaging, that kind of thing. That being said, as far as online opinion pieces, online sort of edits that are sort of very clearly opinion based or that kind of thing, I should base my if I want to include that in the first place, I should sort of base my research all on original sourcing and then sort of go through and add, okay, this person, this online comment feels this way, include that. This person feels this way, include that. That's sort of my conclusion from the matter. I think that's kind of, but that was my intention with that, is showing, online commentary and online clips. A lot of times when I included this person, it's not like, this is what happened. I mean, at least that's what I hope it was. I mean, I can look through and do 100% review, but it's like, okay, this is the commentary happening online,
so, I want to finish this because I just want to finish this video, this one here, with the Star David tattoos.
Jessica Klein reposted comparing a keffiyeh to a swastika.
I mean, clearly people were very supportive because it had a lot of likes and it did well on the subreddit.
I don't know what my sister retweeted. I find it weird that they're including what my sister does on social media.
To see people are encouraging, like, not backing down and embracing your identity.
Yeah, that's bad. You probably shouldn't do that. But she has no actual energy against it. She's like, oh yeah, that's bad too. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Someone now got a worse tattoo than Ethan. I mean, that's kind of funny. It's also racist,
can I ask something?
I just want to finish the clip.
Could have gotten the tattoo at any time, but chose to. Yeah, of course. Of course, you get a tattoo when you feel like you want to express pride in your heritage. Now's the best time to do it. I would absolutely do it too.
The fuck is this?
I don't even.
Branded satellite shows Star David carved into Gaza.
Of a different way to do it.
I mean, it's none of your.
What's that have to do with
your business when I want to do a tattoo of my heritage? How is that anything that you should even have an opinion on? Yeah, I'm changed after October 7th. That was a really traumatic moment for all of us Jewish people.
Congrats on the tattoo. I love it.
Thank you.
Now, if you go to the comments, I miss when Hila didn't talk. Racist, lol. I'm so embarrassed I ever watched them. Being Jewish is not a race. That's, by the way, not true.
Obviously not true. There's ethnic Jews. So true, Kings.
And also, another Nazi talking point. The line's not being straight. I mean, whatever. It was hand-drawn. Everything she goes through equals Vanilla Mace not liking her fashion brand. Hila Klein, please tell us what the blue signifies. The star, it signifies the color that the Star of David is, like in art. Traditional.
What are they trying to insinuate that it fucking insinuates? What?
Since like thousands of years. A pentagram would have been more fitting. A pentagram. That's like the Star of David is like the cross for Jews, right? It's the same type of thing. This person said she should have got a pentagram instead of the Star of David. And then you went on to write on this person's.
Well, I don't think that's good. That's what she's gonna say.
Account that you support them and you source them and you're a fan of their work. Do you disavow content crash out?
I mean,
dude, come on. This should be an easy one. What are you doing?
I don't agree with that particular video.
Yeah, that one's pretty egregious. That one's pretty anti-Semitic. Me personally, I draw the line at racism. Okay, if anybody, this is my thing. If you are racist, I cannot consume your content. I can be your friend, but I can't consume your content. Okay, that's where I draw the line.
our first ever.
You know,
But like,
very
even,
recent.
even someone
That
who's
being-
capable of making such a video is clearly deeply unwell. Like, to accuse a Jewish person of doing something wrong by getting a Star David tattoo is just a symptom of someone who's deeply, deeply, deeply unwell. So I just do. I mean, this is not a good person, right? Like, I just, you know, like, can you admit that?
No, she's not going to admit that. If honestly, if she can't admit that, then this entire thing, this is literally the most damning part. This is just so in your face. If she can't admit this, this makes her a distrusty, an untrustworthy person.
I think that in general, you know, I am still learning a lot about anti-Semitism. I've learned a lot within the
All right, great. So she's not going to say that it's bad. Cool beans.
past few days. You know, speaking on the topic, I feel wildly uncomfortable. I am learning a lot
You feel uncomfortable disavowing anti-Semitism? That's fucking crazy.
about it.
This person is anti-Semitic, and
when
take it
comes
from me as a
to-
Jewish person.
Even this statement alone is so incredibly frustrating, considering you just made an hours long video about Ethan and I. We
Yeah,
talk
I
about
mean-
anti-Semitism so much.
It's the reason why
It's
people
the reason
hate us
why
so
all
much.
of this is
Yeah.
happening.
Can I offer? So I did like write a little bit of something just because I feel like I don't want to misspeak or anything.
Oh, did she write a poem?
On this sort of subject. At least this is coming from, you know,
What subject? What's the subject? This has nothing to do with Israel-Palestine. This is just somebody being anti-Semitic. what the fuck is this subject, bro? What?
my perspective. Sorry, I keep bumping the mic. At least for me, like the biggest
Bumping the mic.
lesson I learned from all of this
Sorry.
is, sorry, I'm gonna like kind of read a little bit because I
Go
don't
ahead, I'm all
want to
ears.
misspeak at all.
Yeah.
So, you know, if I care about advocating for anyone, whether it's someone, you know, is facing
Which I don't think that she does.
Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, transphobia, homophobia, you know, anything at all, it's to extensively read up on the current state of affairs and what they're currently facing. It's, you know, not just like using a blanket term like stop Islamophobia, don't be anti-Semitic, but so that I can like offer in detail understanding of what an individual is currently facing and how that may translate in various ways. I think that in general, as a content creator, you know, I wanted to.
I don't know. I don't think I do.
I mean, to be completely honest, it's a really intimidating topic to jump into for obvious reasons.
I don't understand. We're just talking about, is it bad to say Jewish people are bad? And you can't say like, yeah, that is obviously bad. I don't, you're just rambling.
All of this, and especially, you know, I mean, as we can see with you know, everything that happened after releasing the video, and just not being versed in it, not having a cultural background or understanding, you know, not being Palestinian and not being someone who's, you know, extensively versed, but wanting very, very deeply to advocate for Palestinians and everything that they're going through. You know, I feel like there's many ways that I misstep along the way. But I think that being able to do that, you know, really, okay, I want to advocate for these people. What are they currently facing today? How can I, you know, really offer in-depth dialogue to that so that can kind of combine research and empathy, you know? I know Dan sort of spoke about how I misuse empathy or sort of, you know, use that as a blanket term. And I think
Dude, I don't know what to say. She's rambling. She was just like, hey, can you say that Jewish people are good people? And she's basically rambling. That's basically what's happening here.
that's maybe one of the ways that I can do that better, you know, instead of just being like at the beginning of the H3 video.
Here's what you say, damn, I didn't see that. That's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I disavow them. Pretty simple stuff.
You know, any anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, and you know, speaking about Islamophobia, but not like very, very much in depth.
What the fuck is she talking about Islamophobia right now? Like, what are we doing?
Understanding how
Is she insinuating that it's Islamophobic to support Jewish people? What is happening?
As translating in modern day currently. So I think that when all of this happened and I made my follow-up video, I was feeling very hurt and confused by, you know, essentially being thrown the label of being anti-Semitic. I think that, you know, of course I can't, you know, a lot of that's coming from my—
I wish Ethan was like a little meaner to her. Holy fuck, dude. This is insane. She's just like filibustering. Is all she's doing.
My own ignorance and my own lack of depth and knowledge, and, you know, not being a Jewish individual, you know, not growing up in that. I grew up with no religion, no religious background. My dad was raised Jehovah's Witness. My mom was raised strict Catholic, and they both kind of decided to raise me without any religion.
Great to know.
You know, I've heard a lot of horror stories from my dad about his particular family and his particular upbringing in Jehovah's Witness, and
great.
So from that, you know, I also have my—
Dude, this is exhausting me. What is she talking about?
my own preconceived notions of, you know, just a lot of religions in general, which may not be fairly placed all the time.
Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
But yeah, I don't want to speak for others, but I think that there's a lot of people that do want to criticize the Israeli government
And so they justify it by just hating Jewish people? Wow, that's great. Good job. What? Is that your justifier, dude? This is insane and gross.
And their actions, but feel lost on how to do so without being labeled anti-Semitic.
That statement on itself, you said that about me.
And about,
in fact, I have the clip
Israeli
because
government.
I had a real issue with that statement.
I mean,
she successfully filibustered. Did you guys notice that? Like they were talking about something complete. Like she was basically being asked to disavow like disgusting fucking shit, like anti-Jewish hatred, and she was able to filibuster so hard they were able to move on to another topic. So good job for her on doing that.
Okay, if I finish really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I know it's kind of long.
You're good, you're good. I didn't realize you were. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, there were a lot of people that there were some really kind people who sent me messages educating me on either side and things that I got wrong on either side of the situation, which of course it should have been my job to do in the first place, But one thing I learned a lot about is the dual loyalty trope, and where it's seen as anti-Semitic to scrutinize someone's connection to Israel. And I can see that because it's a holy place for many Jewish individuals. That being said, I think a lot of people who, at least for me, that was, I don't want to talk about my personal life or anything, but even being
That's all you've been doing is talking about your personal life. That's all she's been doing is talking about her personal life.
Around Jewish individuals, that was not something that was ever told to me or taught to me. Not that, again, that is anyone's job to teach anything to me, but so again, trying to navigate this current climate and trying to sort of raise awareness, be pro-Palestine, speak about the genocide. I unknowingly bumped up against that and, again, spoke about that in a wrong way. If I was aware of that, I would have never spoke about that just because I care about, not being anti-Semitic, and I care about that, I don't know about
That's good.
others, but I do think that there's a lot of people who are pro-Palestine who are kind of maybe in the same boat as me, who aren't aware of that, and then are being kind of being told that they're anti-Semitism and maybe put on the defense because of that, and aren't aware that there's that particular nuance to this conversation, maybe.
Well, one side clearly gets a lot more.
Holy fuck, dude. Oh my God. I would have told her to shut up. Like, this is insane. She's just filibustering.
Defense and explanation online than the other. but specifically, I'm going to play this clip because I felt the way that you said this was interesting.
I am most hurt about the claims of anti-Semitism. As I've mentioned time and time again, I'm just not well versed in politics. I would really like to understand how one can be pro-Palestine, speak about the disagreements they have with the Israeli government, and still not be seen as anti-Semitic.
No, I called you anti-Semitic for one very specific statement you made. It had nothing to do with Israel. Nothing. You conjuring that image to people. It's really fucked up because people use it. But hold on, there's more.
The ways in which Ethan talks about the issues, he makes it seem like that's not possible. A lot of that
you say
likely due to October 7th, and essentially Ethan having an intense cognitive dissonance.
Reminder: she started this off by saying, "I'm way out of my depth with this."
Yeah.
So I shouldn't have.
I'm very curious to hear.
Now she's going to lecture me, right, about my reaction.
Yeah.
To October 7th.
Him. Being, living in Israel, upholding these, Israeli values.
What are they?
Israeli values. Go on.
And ideals that have been sort of programmed into him from when he was born.
Okay, you're a Nazi.
I definitely need to hear what she has to say about it. I would love to hear her be held to task on what the fuck does that even mean?
And he was born?
Like a fucking,
he wasn't born.
I first of all, I don't think you're a Nazi, right? I'll amend that because I was being hyperbolic. What I meant is you're saying stuff that Nazis say, and obviously
I don't really think you're being hyperbolic on that one. I think I think it's a reasonable thing to draw a conclusion to draw from that.
I also fully acknowledge that you don't know that what you're saying is anti-Semitic, right? Like totally agree with you there. And I know you already addressed this stuff. You kind of already rolled this stuff back, which is good. The part that I wanted to ask you about
talks about the issues, he makes it seem like that's not possible.
How did I make it seem not possible to talk about Israel without being accused of being anti-Semitic? Because I never one time brought up anything being anti-Israel being an issue. The only thing I brought up is that statement you just saw, which had nothing to do with Israel. So why even say that? Because that's an extremely popular trope that you'll hear, is that you Jews are like perpetual victims, and they call you anti-Semitic for any old reason, no matter what. I criticize Israel, they call me anti-Semitic. I'm constantly seeing Jewish voices being marginalized for saying that, right? But here's the interesting thing is I didn't even come close to saying anything like that, and you still said it.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I watched the full live and genuinely was trying to understand, okay, where did I go wrong? You know, like
I think you're still trying to understand that. But I don't think that she cares where she went wrong. She just cares what does she need to say for people to stop fucking with her, you know?
What was, anti-Semitic. And again, it's not necessarily your job to educate me, but I was, trying to understand how can I, criticize Israel, be pro-Palestine, speak about the genocide, and
it's not that complicated.
It has nothing to do with anything, though. Like, this doesn't really have anything to do with the original contention. So, like, yeah, you can do that. You can be like, hey, I think Israel has the right to exist, but they don't have the right to fucking, commit atrocities on Gaza. That's all you have to do. It's not that difficult,
Though, is it? It's really not.
I guess, and I would like to hear your perspective. I think again, like I said, I did, receive some, to be honest, I received after that live mass comments, messages. Sorry, I fucking hate when I get emotional.
Oh my God.
You can take a moment. It's okay. It's emotional. I understand you care about being on the right side of things, right? So
yes, that's all she cares about. All she cares about is being on the what people think is the right side of things. Obviously, the right side here is that what's happening in Gaza is disgusting. But to her, the right side is whatever people feel, right? So, like, just to be clear, this is the type of girl who, if everybody was on Israel's side when it comes to them fucking, just being absolute disgusting and like committing a genocide, she would be okay with it. That's the type of person that she is. She's not somebody, like, she doesn't care. That's why she went after Ethan and just said a bunch of like defamatory shit about him, because she felt like she could do that, and like that's literally what it was. That's what I think it is. So,
I 100%.
Oh my God, dude!
I understand.
Oh my God, are you
People
kidding?
calling me a Nazi, and
That's not true, by the way. And I don't want people to call her a Nazi. Okay.
and so,
Oh my God.
I was trying to understand what. Sorry, I fucking hate when I cry. I'm not trying to like.
It's fine. No, I know. I it's sincere.
It's fine.
It's not sincere.
We're all just people here, and
this is not sincere at all.
And so,
yeah.
genuinely, here I'm acknowledging, like, I'm not I'm trying to
Dude, she filibustered her way through it. You should have let her explain what she meant.
be more educated, grow. I'm
God,
starting from
dude, I can't
ground
do
zero,
this.
and I think I'm hoping that a lot of at the very least, a lot of content creators can learn from my mistakes. When speaking about this, and be able to be pro-Palestine, talk about the genocide, and not be anti-Semitic. And how do you...
Well, she doesn't care about the genocide. Just to be absolutely clear, like, she's done literally her entire perspective in her video was that, like, oh, I don't really know anything about these topics. Okay, well, I mean, fine. That's fine if you don't want to get involved or whatever, understand it. But, like, it's been how many years? I mean, it's been happening for a very long time. But a lot of people, they're kind of like, I guess the social awakening was October 7th. 2 years ago, and it's 2 years and you still haven't educated yourself on what's going on. You don't care. Like, whatever, okay, like, I'm not shitting my pants over it. Not everybody wants to engage in the specifics. I think that's fine personally, but stop pretending that you care when you don't care. It's been 2 fucking years. If you're not educated on it, it's because you don't fucking care about what's going on over there. So for her to sit here and start crying about, like, because she said some Nazi shit, it's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God, so stupid.
Do you not, run into that coming?
Yeah, wasn't it 2023? Yeah, dude.
From an ignorant place of someone who's,
I think it is the social awakening for people when it comes to that topic. I think the social awakening for Israel Palestine was October 7th. Yeah, for sure.
Not Jewish and didn't know about these things. And so, essentially, genuinely, I had so many messages calling me a Nazi, calling me anti-Semitic, but no one telling me why. Even the program from birth, they would say that's anti-Semitic, but I didn't, weren't exactly explaining why they saw that way, or not. Sorry, didn't saw that way, but why that was an anti-Semitic trope, and so I was trying to understand it, and it wasn't until literally yesterday I had a great conversation with someone over DMs, and they sent me resources to. The dual loyalty trope, and I read into it, that I was able to understand that aspect. And, of course, someone who's more politically educated than me can debate all of these different intricacies. But for me, when I'm speaking about this, my biggest goal is to, I never want to hurt anyone, and,
I will say,
Crocodile tears, baby. Crocodile tears. Let me tell you.
I 100% am with you, right? And I think it's brave that you're calling it and facing all this stuff head on. I don't think most people would do that, right? So I am very grateful that you are coming here and having an honest conversation. And I appreciate the emotion you're showing, right? I do. And I do think, I want to just reaffirm that you should be criticizing Israel's government, right? You should be criticizing them for this fucking horrific genocide, mass murder of people in Gaza, right? You should be. It's just, you know, don't make broad generalizations about Jews, like being born with some preconceived notions about the state of Israel and stuff like that, right? Like, don't say that Jews are programmed from birth, but like, you absolutely are right to and should criticize the state of Israel, right? 100%, no question about it. So I mean, your intent, I feel, you know, I understand your intentions, right? I do.
Yes, I think Ethan is too nice. He's letting her get away with everything. And I wonder, I mean, frankly, it's probably very genuine, but part of it might just be because like Snark is so vicious that like if he gives her any like actual justified pushback, they're going to be like, see, he bullied this girl because she was just trying to understand. She just wanted to understand. Like that's what they're going to do. So,
and that's kind of like the only way I can.
What's been hard for me, for example, is that I do criticize the government of Israel. We've said many times, when we lived there, I did not vote for Bibi. I'm not a right-wing Israeli, I'm a left-wing. So like, I'm on your camp, you know? But people still villainize me.
Well, that's not true. They're not on her camp. Like, she doesn't care about what's going on. So,
like, if you go...
like, specifically, the cruel world, happy mind person does not care about what's going on.
On TikTok, I'm like the villain. I'm the raider of Ramallah. Mm-hmm. It's like, that is anti-Semitism. You're not seeing me as a person.
Do you see how easy you fell into like anti-Semitic tropes? Like it's just so.
She's not like this appeal to like her character is not going to work. She doesn't care. She's like she doesn't care about anything she's saying. You know what I mean? I don't think it's going to work. I really genuinely don't think this person cares. I don't think that she cares. I think that she's upset, and I think that she probably lived a life where when she got in trouble, she just had to that she just had to like start crying, and then everybody was like nicer to her. And they would let her get away with it. That's what I actually think is happening here, to be honest with you. There's weaponized tears, dude.
So easy when you run in these communities because it's like for them, that's just, they really are fucking racist. Like they really are. Like these snarkers are really genuinely just racist, right? And I mean, you've seen it with the content crash out guy. Like you see these people like, oh, you do great research. You have all these videos on him. You've done all this. But like the subtext as a Jewish person looking at that, even just scrolling through the page, it's like this person does not like Jewish people. You know, that, and so it's, I find it troubling how easy it is to fall into that these days. And someone like you who has good intentions, who doesn't ever...
I don't think that's true, Ethan. Stop giving her accolades she doesn't deserve.
Who would never want to, you know, participate in such a thing, can fall victim to these fucking insane narratives that you find on places like Snark.
Again, like I don't want to talk about anyone else's page or condemn them just because I don't feel comfortable with that, you know?
Why? Why don't you feel comfortable with condemning disgusting shit that's happening?
I can, again, and I'm learning about anti-Semitism still, you know, but I can see where I went wrong in my video. And in my original video, I spoke about, you know, okay.
I don't know. That's my problem. I don't fucking know.
And I don't want to misquote myself, you know, or anything like that. But, I don't know. I don't deny that there's an increase in anti-Semitism happening, just like there's an increase in Islamophobia happening.
Why do you have to mention Islamophobia?
I don't think that I mean, there's always been a pretty unhealthy amount of Islamophobia, but there has been an increase. I was probably decreased now, but after October 7th, an increase of anti-Jewish rhetoric.
Whenever you bring up anti-Semitism, why?
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to be like honest on what I see personally happening, but again, this is from my perspective, my algorithm. I do think, you know, there's a huge danger happening. This is, you know, talking about, sorry, I keep moving the mic. I'm talking about, you know, this kind of fear of echo chambers and how they're getting worse and worse and these personalized algorithms. I have been getting more and more afraid of my own content sort of, you know, that I'm in an echo chamber and that my own
what the fuck does that have to do with anything? Like, listen, the real reason is probably because she doesn't want to get in trouble from people like Snark if she doesn't bring it up. I have to make sure I bring it up so people don't think I'm like too pro-Jewish. That's what she's trying to say. That's what she's trying to say, which is fucking crazy. But that's what her actual opinion on that is. Just say that. Just be like, well, I have to feel like I have to bring them both up because I'm like afraid of people taking me out of context or something. Like, okay, just say that.
Our subreddit is an echo chamber.
You know, absolutely, yeah. You know, just like anything, just like you know, to be honest, just like your anything. Subreddit as well. You know,
I mean,
I think that
it is.
All
is,
of
but
those are tailored.
Okay.
It is an echo chamber. I wouldn't think it's as much as ours. It's not. But the thing is, I don't have. I love researching in my, you know, my profile description. And like, if somebody was trying to make a video, you know, and only sourced it from our subreddit, I would say you need more sources on that.
I would love to do like a compilation of, you know, how much I sourced from this versus that, and, you know, all of that, because, you know, and maybe that would cause me to reflect on myself, you know, because again, sometimes I'll just go into this rabbit hole and unintentionally that's what will come out. But sorry, my intention was to find online commentary, like I've said again. Sorry, now I've sort of forgot my train of thought. But yeah, so my you know, worry is that I'm in an
well, that seems to be the tactic, is to get us all to forget the train of thought, because you just keep yapping.
Echo chamber as well. So I've been kind of thinking of, you know, covering essentially this like series called Internet Archive, where I go into situations that have happened in the past online, or, you know, influencers, you know, kind of not influencers of the past, but you get what I mean, where it's not as highly debatable. It's not sort of in the now where you're shoved into, you know, a certain algorithm or a certain echo chamber. It's sort of like the situations are less debated, essentially, of what's taken place. I feel like that might at least help me, or just people in general, like get out of.
I understand what she's saying. She wants to wait for the energy to die down. She wants to talk about stuff where the energy isn't there. But to me, I also just feel like, again, because of her general content tactic, it just seems like she's just looking to talk about something that's the energy isn't there for, so that she can not get any criticism for it. That's the energy. That's what I'm getting out of it more than anything else. But I understand what she's trying to say. I'm not very charitable to her. I don't think that she deserves the charity.
Of that a little bit. So that's what I'm hoping to cover sort of moving forward as well. Again, just reflecting on everything. I have been thinking about that for, you know, the past few months in general. Yeah, I was thinking, I forgot how that sort of relates into all of this. Sorry, just a random thought.
I was asking how, why is it that when you talk about anti-Semitism, you feel the need to also mention Islamophobia?
Oh, yeah. So I was going to, so, you know, again, my
This is a very quick answer. You don't have to give like a whole thing.
Personal viewpoint and what I've seen. To be honest, I kind of feel like Islamophobia in America particularly is really bad, especially since, you know.
Great. So is racism against black people. Why do you feel the need to bring up Islamophobia? Again, she could just say, like, I want to be careful when I talk about you know, Israel versus Palestine, and I don't want people to think that me saying that anti-Semitism is bad in this current cultural climate is me downplaying Islamophobia. I think it's fine if you say something like that. I think it's fine. It really is. But she's not willing to. Just say that, because you'd be like, oh, Islamophobia is bad. Yeah, a lot of things are bad. There's a lot of other different types of racism and xenophobia going on. You realize that, right? Like, but you're bringing up these two specific ones that are going to lead people to ask questions.
9/11 and everything, obviously, that's fucked up. What happened? That was terrorism. You know, I don't want to like say, you know, excuse that wasn't. But I think that, you know, a lot of Americans have been really fucked up in terms of, you know, being really racist towards Muslim individuals.
I think historically that's true, but
yeah.
For example, if you go to FBI crime stats for this year, Jews, who make up like 2% of the population, account for like almost 30% of all hate crimes. Like, per capita, by far, Jews are the biggest victims of hate crimes by far, right? By far. And again, I don't say that to demean the racism against one other person, but the fact that you can't even mention anti-Semitism without invoking Islamophobia just it feels to me when people do that it's like, yeah, it's bad. But also Jews somehow, for some reason, are, I also have to mention that even, yeah, people hate Jews, but also, you know, the Jews also kind of, you know, saying that Islamophobia is also a big deal. So let's just let's just be
it's hard.
balanced.
It's like everything is personal perspective, right? I mean, even, you know, literally right before this stream, I was seeing a ton of videos about Sudan and
so then why didn't you bring up that, like, that's bad? Like, what's going on over there? Why did you specifically feel like you need to bring up Islamophobia now?
What's it called? Like satellite images of, you know,
the blood
on the streets, and you know, and so it's like, and I think that so.
Although, okay, just be clear, I guess you would say that you would bring up, like, you know, anti-black sentiment too, or racism as well. You know what I mean? Like, why specifically that? That's the question. Again, I already said how you could answer the question if you wanted to, but, you know, she's probably just trying to be safe because she doesn't want to get in trouble or something. But
so many Americans have been completely tuned out to everything that's happening over there just because we're, you know, very focused on what's happening over here. And so, you know, and again, like I said, because of my perspective, you know, I'm always going to have a limited worldview, and I have to be extremely cognizant of that. And I think that yeah, it's like I think that sometimes running into situations like this where you're introduced to a broader audience who's gonna really tell you like it is, sometimes that's okay, because you really learn where your flaws are, and
it's okay to make mistakes, guys. That's how you learn your flaws.
Where you need to get better. Obviously the harsher situations that I discussed on this call, wish those didn't happen, but in that process, but also, the kinder criticism, the harsher criticism, but that's more valid, I think all of that was
Dude, she's just yapping, dude. It's killing me.
It's really essential in terms of learning and getting better as a content creator.
There's something else I want to show you that I felt was hurtful, and here it is. It's your continued insistence that I'm paranoid, that people are out to get me, which you say simultaneously while editing out a swastika hilt brandished
yep, that's what she does.
By iDubbbz, my former friend. So how is that
Fairweather friend? Sorry,
paranoid, right? Like you say, paranoid implies.
Yeah. So
and once again, this is another trope that you see anti-Semitism everywhere, but actually you're hallucinating, which is something that iDubbbz and Hassan have both lectured me on. Non-Jews, white dudes, white cis dudes lecturing marginalized voices on how they should feel about the racism and the shit that they're facing. Right? How can you say I'm being paranoid while also acknowledging the anti-Semitism that I face? It's just it's very hurtful.
Well, first off, I want to say that's that sounds like conversations or an argument that is with other individuals. That's not a conversation or argument.
Okay, you're parroting what they're saying, so you're co-opting that conversation, that snark conversation, really. So
that I was intending to make. Sorry, I'm getting
about
situated.
Which one?
The sort of the conversations or arguments that you've had with Hassan or iDubbbz or Ian.
Well, you edited out the swastika. Why did you do that?
Yeah, can I say why I did that? So obviously I speak about censorship on YouTube and all of that, but why I edited out the swastika is because I don't agree with it. I talk about how I.
But then how can you accuse me of being paranoid?
Too far.
Yeah, if you think it's an actual swastika, one of the justifiers that they use to call Ethan paranoid is because like they're literally like harassing him, and they obviously did that to get under his skin. And then you edited it out, which means that you believe that it's a swastika, which means that you're basically acknowledging that. So, why are you fucking pretending you don't understand?
Did I do that in the same breath?
Many times. Here it is.
Because of his ties to Israel, but his decreasing capacity to view the other side.
That
the
was
walls
not
were
in the
closing in on him. His paranoia, and all of a sudden, if you weren't with him, you were against him.
Listen, if you disagree with me, you're just not looking.
You're not showing what I'm talking about. It's not even. There's like. I'm not just talking about myself. I'm sure I'm talking about something specific.
Not in this place as I am. This is what I see happening. People.
This was right after October 7.
Okay, that I can concede.
Well, I don't really see how that was a bridge to the swastika thing, but
concede with you in the fact that you're talking about anti-Semitism, and I'm sort of
calling me paranoid.
Again, someone who's
this was right after October 7. That's us talking right after October 7.
Yeah. That being said, I do
that's
think
following the paranoia.
And I'll
do you know what happened on October 7th?
No, all right.
You're living it still because my family lives.
No, Hila, stop. I want to hear her answer.
There.
Do you think Hamas was? Do you think Hamas are terrorists?
No, dude. I really wanted to hear what she had to say. This is like I really wish that they held up the task and like what I want to know what does she know? It's not even about how educated she is on Ethan Neela. It's just about how educated she is on anything that's going on. While she's like pretending that she's trying to figure out the nuanced way to talk about these things. How do I talk about this without being anti-Semitic? But she doesn't know what the fuck's going on. I guarantee you she would just not have an answer for that.
Yeah, I say that in the video.
Okay, that's good. I mean, that's an important concession. I appreciate that.
But as far as
this is ridiculous.
What was I going to say? And and that's also my perspective. Again, it feels weird saying my perspective of you as I'm talking to you. But listening to your account of things, you met your wife in Israel.
Mm-hmm.
You had your birthright trip when you were speaking about being at sort of having a lot of difficulties in college. I can see the emotional ties that you have, and after
and
and
I
having
live there.
family
My wife
members,
is Israeli. It's really that.
Yeah, and having family members there and everything, and so and so after October 7th, that sort of toll that can take more than people who are completely removed from the situation.
You know what happened? It was the middle of the night, and I heard Hila on her phone. She was listening to Israeli news stations. Families were calling into the news stations live from their shelters, begging for help as they were being burned alive in their houses with their children, and nobody could help them. They were actually in their safe rooms, being murdered in front of their children, being burned alive. You know what I mean? Being fucking slaughtered in front of their children, losing limbs. This was happening live.
There were things being live streamed. Like
They were calling into news.
being murdered, live streamed.
Oh yeah, did you know that Hamas members would slaughter? They would slaughter people and then post it on their they take their phone and post it on their Facebook page, their dead body. But all this was
Jesus Christ. What the fuck?
It's happening live, and nobody was there to help them, right? So we were
we
were just listening. It was like, yeah, a whole day. We were just listening to people calling into the news, begging for help shortly before being executed.
Girls at the
Jesus Christ. I didn't know that was that fucking bad. Holy fuck.
Nova were calling while they're hiding in a bush, whispering, and then, you know, nobody came because everybody's been slaughtered. Everybody's been killed. The point, the reason why this has become such a, like, we became the villain, all we're asking is for people to understand that the Israeli civilians are also innocent. Just care about the Israelis. Just say that rapes happened. Like, it's okay to you know, acknowledge that there are victims in Israel too. That is all we're asking for. I'm not a representative of Bibi. I'm not Israel government. Like, it's just insane.
It feels bad, right? Feels bad.
I mean, of course.
What? I mean, of course. What the fuck?
You know, I think that the hardest thing is
Bro, you just listened to them talk about how like fucking little babies were being fucking murdered, and then they were posting dead bodies of like other people on their own Facebook for their parents to see their fucking dead corpse. And you're like, yeah, interesting. What the fuck? That was fucked up. That's fuck. It doesn't matter what side of Israel Palestine you're on.
It's become.
That's fucked up. Why the fuck? Why is that her reaction? Is like nothing. What the fuck? Okay. Bro, she was just crying her eyes out before. She's just crying her eyes out before because people were calling her a Nazi because she said some Nazi shit. And now she just like hears a bunch of Jews were just murdered. Like just Jewish innocent civilians were just murdered. And she's like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah. My God.
That the hardest thing is, I mean, you know, as I've spoken about in the video, my brother passed on October 3rd.
Okay. That sucks, but I mean, come on, dude. What that's so sad for you. What do you do? That okay. What is, dude, what the fuck is that, dude? We're talking about people being fucking brutally murdered on October 7th, and you're like, yeah, my brother died. That's really sad, but like, what the fuck are you? This is insane.
So when all of this was happening, you know, it was like,
That's horrible. I'm sorry.
You know, to be honest, I was completely. It's fine.
It's just a way that she gets away with, like you'll say something to her about like some fucked up shit, and she goes, "Yeah, well, my brother died," or "Oh yeah, my friend's a drug addict," or "Yeah, this happened." It's just that's all it is. It's like every single second, she always has an excuse to why that she doesn't have to feel for you. She always has a reason why she doesn't need to acknowledge what happened, like the horrible thing that's happened to you, because she has a comparative story that might even be made up, frankly. Who knows? It's ridiculous.
You know, but you know, it was a sort of weird thing where
hey, what do you think about these systematic brutal murders? Yeah, well, my brother died. Well, that's sad. Like, but that doesn't really answer the question.
He drowned in Hawaii.
Oh, that's so sad. I'm so sorry.
Sorry.
It is sad, but she's just weaponizing it. Why? I wouldn't weaponize the what the fuck?
That's awful.
That's awful.
It's fine, but
oh my God, dude, come on!
He was 20 years old.
Bro, you just heard that like 800 people were fucking brutally murdered in their own homes, innocent. They were innocent, and their pictures were posted on Facebook. And you're talking about your fucking brother. Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole because it's sad, but this is so deliberate. She's like weaponizing other people's trauma like instantaneously. This is I find this to be kind of gross. This is insane.
Oh,
I'm sorry. But it's just like. So anyways, not to distract from all that conversation, but just to say, like,
I can understand you were distracted, yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah, she's fucking ulting right now, dude. Holy fuck.
So, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, to be honest, like, you can see in my content, I lost, like, 30 pounds from, like, grief and everything.
Okay, I'm not trying to laugh. It's not funny. What is happening, dude? This is gross. Come on, dude. This is fucked up to me. This is really manipulative to me, dude. This is really manipulative. Holy shit.
Sorry. It was just weird.
Bro, I hate to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure she's just weaponizing white woman tears at this point.
It was like this tunnel of grief and everything, but I still kind of kept going with like just the bare thing, like basics of like function.
in terms of like, what I needed to do to, be there for my kid, for my family, just all of that. And yeah, and so kind of coming back and seeing everything that
Dude, the cadence is like almost completely shifted.
had happened, in Palestine, Israel, just
What the fuck? Did she just like flip a switch to like, I'm really sad about my brother, and then beep, boop, 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 it's off? What the fuck?
everything that was taking place. Obviously, I heard about October 7th, but the picture that I see is different. It's changed.
What?
And obviously, Free Palestine is a huge movement at that point. And
what?
I can empathize as to why by that point. I see Palestinians getting slaughtered, and I see streets getting leveled. And,
oh, dude, she brushed right past it. She's justifying what happened. Holy fuck. Bro, did you guys see what she just did there? Did you just see what she just did there? They brought up that during the actual October 7th attacks, Hila was like hearing things and like seeing Facebook posts about how innocent Israeli civilians were being murdered and their pictures were being put up on Facebook, right? Hundreds of them. She starts crying about her brother that like drowned a few years ago. Sad, but I don't really see how that's relevant. And then proceeds to talk about how it was kind of justified that happened to them. That's exactly what's happening. This is disgusting, and this is exactly what they're trying to say, like criticize. It's like, yes, what's happening to the Palestinian people is disgusting, but like innocent Israelis don't deserve death either. And but I guess she just can't come to terms with that. Okay.
And so, it's that's sort of the perspective that I had coming into it. And, and then you see these videos that are just horrific, of a toddler just the same age as my kid, and being dead on the street. And so, it's like, again, this is a thing that war is just the most fucked up thing. And I wasn't raised in a religion where I can, where I understand that sort of historical context, behind it. And
what is the fuck is she talking about?
And I also don't have a tie to
the historical context behind what? I'm not understanding. People like you don't have basic human empathy
to any sort of any situation, and so I'm trying to navigate it. But that's my perspective behind all of it.
That was just not an answer.
And I think the problem or the frustration is that we agree, right? That the images coming out of there are unbearable. It's just so tragic. Yeah. It's such a unconscious. You can't even fathom the scale of loss and suffering and tragedy that's taken place in there, right? And this is not like Hamas. These are just like fucking regular people, and it tears me up too. I feel the same pain. I do.
I saw that clip of you, crying over. I think it was a father and his son, and being a father as well. And I empathize with you there.
I can't watch it because it's so devastating. It's so devastating to see that stuff. And I guess it's just when I go all over the internet and everybody's calling me a Zionist, right? And everybody's saying you support genocide, you want to kill babies. I mean, it's just not true, and it's just such an awful thing to say about somebody, And how am I not supposed to feel like prejudiced against when that's the conclusion, when I've been saying the opposite since before October 7th, right? But there's,
so I guess, yeah.
Well, she doesn't know that. I mean, she was an avid watcher of frenemies, but she doesn't know that somehow, I guess. Yeah.
No justification.
Perspective wise, what's your, I mean, genuinely, we're having this conversation and everything. What's your outlook on everything that's happening? How do you see things going? Again, I don't know shit, but you've been covering it more than me. I'd like to hear kind of.
It's a fucking insane quagmire. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
The best outcome I see is like Hamas leaving, right? And then a joint effort from Arab countries.
She doesn't really care about this. Like she's just, I'm not trying to be an asshole. I don't think that she necessarily cares about this. She's just like talking to talk and to try to get Ethan to talk too. But I don't think she cares.
America, Europe, who are willing to invest a shitload of money in rebuilding the infrastructure, bringing it back into a place that
can prosper.
That's respectful. Yeah, could prosper and respectable. Rebuild it in a beautiful place, not a hotel for Trump, obviously. Like this could be by the UN, by the Arab League involved in making decisions in terms of like what's the best way to rebuild Gaza. That's the best way I see.
Sure, I agree.
See it But like honestly, there's no
What do
good
you think should
solution.
happen to the Palestinian people?
She's fishing. She's fishing. She's fishing. Just to be clear, she's fishing. She's fishing right now. She's not actually, she doesn't care about people dying in Israel and Palestine. She's just fishing for Ethan to say the wrong thing. Do you guys realize that right now? She's just fishing here. Oh, what do you think about people in Gaza? What do you think should happen to the Palestinians? She's fishing. She's fishing for Ethan to try to be like, oh, I hate them. He's not going to say that. Obviously, I think he literally just said that they need fucking reparations, basically.
They should be free. They should get their own state. They should be free. Absolutely. Right?
Yeah. And
I mean, there's no question about it.
I wish for them that they wouldn't have to live under Hamas because they don't care for them. I wish that they can be free people and just prosper. Have
yeah, and by the way,
land.
these settlers taking land in the West Bank and the government co-signing that is, I have trouble expressing how vile these people are. What? I'll say this. I've said this before, and I'll just say it again. So it's for the record, I've said that West Bank settlers are valid military targets, and I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know. I mean, that was something that
She doesn't know what that means. She doesn't even understand the words that you just said. Oh, that's good. Oh, okay. You could have said that like they need to shoot pixie farts over there, and like she would be like, oh, okay, I agree. Like she doesn't know what she's talking about. She doesn't know anything. She's just saying she's just fishing to be able to hate Ethan right now. I think this is the most damning part. I think after like Ethan goes on to like this pretty big like emotional, expression about like the way that he wishes Palestinian people can succeed and survive, and she just tries to fish for more information on him. I think that's what that's indicative of her character. It's crazy.
I thought was a really fascinating, again, limited, understanding. I did really like listening to the Throughline podcast, and that was
Oh my God, why does she keep plugging the fucking Throughline podcast?
episode on settlements that I found really interesting. Again,
They're just evil. I mean, these people are just evil.
I feel like she just watches NPR to feel like she's like informed. That's the type of person that she is.
They're just like Hamas, but for fucking Jewish supremacy, right? That's what they're doing. It's just evil. So like, yeah, and I've always had that. It's funny if you go back to these 15-year-old accounts that everybody calls me a pedophile for. There's comments in that account of me saying I don't support West Bank settlers and that I believe in Palestinian statehood and like these are opinions that I've been expressing consistently since the beginning of any footprint I have on the internet.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So it's just been a wild thing, man, to see how I've been treated in the wake of all this happening. And it was in a private.
This is crazy because this is like Ethan's biggest problem here is like he thinks like she doesn't care. Like it's fucked up, but she doesn't care. So he's having this like real human moment with this person, and she doesn't care though. She doesn't actually really care. She's just like that's unfortunately it. She's just like there. She just really is just there.
Private account too that I never thought anybody would ever read. I had no reason to ever like exaggerate my support for Palestine, which is what people accuse me of, by the way. They just say I'm lying. It's like there's no winning, right? There's no winning. And this is this is the kind of what.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in some of this situation, maybe I feel like that's some of my statements have been taken that way too, and I think it's like there's a middle ground. There's people.
What does that mean? What are we talking about? It's not even relevant to the conversation. A middle ground on what? What?
Where that happens on the really extreme end. There's people that are treated really well online and are just beloved by everyone, and then there's sort of a middle ground where it's like being online. Sometimes just what you say is going to be taken out of context. I do think, again, this is just my personal opinion. Take it as you may. Sometimes the more you engage with that, sometimes the worse it can get.
Holy fuck, dude, this is like so weird. This is so weird. I understand exactly what she's saying. Yes, sometimes the more that you engage with something, the worse it can get for you. 100%. That's why it's like you really shouldn't try to feed the trolls. I agree with that narrative. But like, first of all, she just learned this because this is the first time she's got any meaningful criticism because she talked about Ethan. So this, like, what she's trying to tell Ethan is based on like 5 seconds of like what's going on. Like, this isn't something that's like, oh yeah, I've really experienced this for a long time and I know what you're talking about. No, this is a new thing that's happened to her. And second of all, I don't think that she really cares. I think that like this is really more of like it's kind of your fault for snark. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but frankly, I wouldn't doubt that she's an actual snarker that's like very educated on what's going on, considering her support of like actual snark pages. So, to me, at best, she's ignorantly spewing information she learned 5 days ago, and at worst, she's just downplaying it, being like, "Well, it's kind of your fault for giving him any for even responding to him in the first place."
The more attention you bring to it, the more it happens, etc. That's my personal opinion.
Wow,
this is on a scale that you can't even imagine. You've seen it on TikTok. You've seen it on Twitter.
That also might
You've
be
seen it on Reddit.
privilege.
You've seen it on Full Moy, by the way. There's crossover between Full Moy and H3 Snarkers. Same mods. Same mods, right? And this is a fucking...
She probably knows that.
Subreddit supposed to talk about popular media celebrities, and they're posting about me all fucking day saying I'm pro-gen.
Yes, that's what her whole channel is. Her whole channel. She's a tea channel. She probably is on there all day, eating up anti-Ethan shit. Why do you think that she made this fucking video against you, Ethan?
Side with 30,000 points on the front page of Reddit, right? It's not in it. This isn't a situation where I can ignore it and just go on with my life, unfortunately.
My God.
And don't get me wrong. Some of this might be my privilege as well. As a content creator.
Am I saying now? Fuck, dude. Stop.
No, I was. Again, I've had some incredible conversations with various content creators over the past week, and a lot of
who have you had an incredible conversation with?
It's been really enlightening in terms of just lessons learned, and
lessons learned,
one of which was a Black woman who's been
wow, that's incredible,
speaking with me about just over her years as a content creator, the amount of harassment
beautiful.
She's gotten.
That's terrible. That's horrible.
In terms of just one day she'll lose 5,000 subscribers, the amount of people calling her slurs and messages and
that's crazy. What the fuck does this have to do with you being anti-Semitic and a snarker?
Comments, and it's like, oh my gosh, honestly, that's not something that I've had to face in the scope of my
and just to
career,
kind of try to make it tangible for you. You co-signed a TikTok account.
It's interesting because it's interesting because she makes this long form content, right? And I never hear her saying 5 quadrillion times in it, and which leads me to believe that this is probably I don't know what I would call it. Would you call it a vocal stim? It's like somebody who uses a lot, which sometimes I'll do as well. But she's just rattling off, has she not caught herself doing it? My thing is if you don't do it in your videos, to me that communicates that you're aware of the behavior. So if you're not catching it now, I'm curious as to why.
That compared Hila's Star David tattoo to a pentagram.
No, and that again, something I'll look into moving forward is
you're gonna look into it. It's pretty gross shit, dude.
The full scope of someone's account. That being said, like I said,
you can't even say that's bad. Can you just be like, yeah, that's really disgusting? Oh man, that's disgusting. Stop. Fuck. Now I'm saying did
you know you sourced content crash out 9 different times? That's like a significant amount of times. 9 times.
How many sources in total? How many clips in total do I have on the channel?
I'm sure it's a lot, but my point is that 9 times is a significant amount of times
some of
to source.
Also, my question would be for that is that the same? Because for example, in the intro, I can sometimes here's what's to come, so I might clip something and then that'll be the same clip that's used later on. Is that
Wouldn't she know how many times she sourced stuff? Isn't it her sources?
I'm not sure how it was counted. To be fair. So honestly, we've been talking for a long time, and I'm very grateful for your time. There's one more thing I want to watch, and then we can kind of just wrap
that
it.
being said, I do want to say too, we were going to mention the content cop, where I do mention, I kind of say, to be fair, I definitely think IDubbbz's approach, claiming to be a concerned friend who recently learned the concept of empathy while dancing around in a goofy way, well, it definitely sends mixed messaging.
That's like,
yeah,
that's an attempt at being biased. I think that's an extraordinarily understatement. I mean, from my perspective.
Yeah, but we were talking about.
But yeah, you're making an attempt,
or kind of seeing your side.
No, I appreciate you said that. That was good that you said that. I appreciate that.
I want to interject.
I appreciate that you said the bare minimum, guys.
And say that, yeah, because again, I
appreciate that.
This idea that I never reached out and tried to see your side or your perspective. There's certainly times that I did that. You know?
Okay. Fair. I appreciate you pointing that out, and I agree in that case that was good. So I just want to watch this one more thing.
Ethan streamed an episode stating a child welfare visit was called in from people who work at his house. He then blamed anonymous users for the call with manipulated evidence. So let's talk about
manipulated evidence. What is that?
Oh, CPS.
You didn't show anything.
Yeah, let me go to the actual.
I know what you're talking about, but you pull it up. Pull up the source, and then we can respond to that.
Yeah,
you're referring to that clip of Denims talking to Bad Empanada.
Okay, what chapter is that? Sorry, let me.
Oh, I'm just referencing. I'm guessing, right, from my mind. We can wait and pull it up though.
Okay. Sorry, just because it's like 48 pages. Let me. Okay. So this is page 43. I want to say. So I am.
Could
So
someone pass that link?
So I think this is where I'm referencing in general the sort of master post from that, that snark, and then it goes into the alleged CPS involvement, which is their like number 2 on their,
Well, hold on. You said I used.
list.
You said I used doctored evidence to blame them.
So that
What doctored evidence that he used to fucking blame them?
that was on their list. So they,
But
I'm
you
sort of quoting them
you didn't even
themselves, but-
bother to reference that or like the fact check
but
that
I
at
should
all?
make that really clear. So then I go into right after that. I have a post from the Tribune that goes into the CPS and the skulls and everything. So,
But do you see how you're setting the audience expectations when you go
Anonymous users for the call with manipulated evidence.
Yeah, this is what we call lying by omission, by the way.
manipulated evidence? I mean, the expectation you're setting for the audience already is that I'm somehow.
What evidence did he even manipulate? Especially if he doesn't show that. Like this is what it is. This is lying by omission. People need to be more careful of this. This is what like a lot of people, especially content creators, will do. They will lie by omission. They will intentionally leave stuff out to communicate a particular point. You can tell it's like a lie by omission. At least I think so, because she's like she's very anti-Ethan in this and being completely uncharitable. So of course,
and acting in bad faith in this whole thing, right?
I could see how I could structure it differently. Essentially, what I was doing with that is, if you kind of zoom out a little bit further, I'm reading from this like Reddit master post about their, concerns.
Oh, right, because it's their concern, so she doesn't have to she could just say it uncritically, right?
Audience cares. They make that distinction.
4 different posts. Again, like I said, I could structure it differently.
Well, yeah, that's a deceptive way to construct something. When you go on the screen and go like, oh yeah, people are saying this, people are saying that, blah, 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 and you're just reading it without giving it any contestment. What you're doing is you are agreeing with that thing. Okay.
And so this is, number 2 on their, concern list. So this is, kind of quoted directly from them. Again, on screen, how
who cares?
What could be potentially edited differently is
potentially edited differently. Like you don't even acknowledge that what you're doing is deceptive.
Is again just showing the post itself, and highlighted, showing that this is, a quote from them, not a quote from me. Again, moving forward, scaling down to ensure that what's being shown on screen aligns with that.
Everything that I think everything that she put on the screen aligns with what she had to originally say about the situation. Like she was being I think that she was being very intentional. I think that that's the way she wanted to communicate herself to everybody, and that now she's just trying to walk it off and be like, oh, I guess that could have been bad. Oh, well.
My intentions. But
you did,
but
by
then
the way,
afterwards,
just because we're counting, you sourced snark 66 times in the video.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you look at the amount of, again, how many times is that,
66 is quite a lot.
Just an opinion, that I'm sharing. How many times is that a clip?
Right.
My
guess
it doesn't really matter, does it?
This is that it's mostly editorialized clips, like probably the vast majority of them.
Mm-hmm. And compared to how many times there's YouTube videos from your actual videos themselves, I would love to know that information in terms of we
could crunch numbers.
I would love to, even just for my own criticisms, like, okay, let me actually see those numbers. Because I do think, again, going down these rabbit holes, I can go into online forums and like really look through them and be like, okay, let me include that. That's relevant here. Let me include that. And, that's not, again, like I said, moving forward, I won't be doing that method. I'll be okay. Let me go through the original sources. And then if I want to go into online forums and provide certain opinion pieces, it's after the research is done and my sort of conclusion on the situation is done. Or if I happen to find a clip from an online forum, let me ensure that I can find the original clip so I can see it in its full context, just in case,
Okay, so regardless, you say based on this thread from Snark that I've faked evidence, even though you don't know what it is that I faked.
So right after that, so again, that's the Snark quote. But
what's funny, she keeps saying it's the Snark quote, but she won't say if she believes it or not. So it's interesting.
Right after that, I go into a article by the Tribune.
Yeah, I'll play that.
At his house.
In the video?
Yeah, and,
Yeah,
and you
I'll
can
play it.
see
Then
you can
blamed
see in
anonymous
the
users for the
research
call
itself
with
as well.
manipulated evidence. So let's talk about CPS being called on Ethan Klein, as stated in this mega thread. In March of 2025, Child Protective Services visited the Klein's home, and Ethan Klein claimed he received skulls in the mail, human skulls.
So they sent us these skulls that are expensive and no one paid for them. And then we're like, well, I'm keeping them because I want them for evidence in case I ever need to talk about this.
Yeah.
And then they start calling us after a month, like begging us to return the skull.
We found at first we were just kind of like, are these people serious? And also we weren't sure if the FBI was going to like ask for it for evidence or whatever.
The situation began in early March when CPS arrived after an anonymous tip claimed his child was crawling around and eating dog feces. Ethan Klein claimed that this claim has come from streamers who had spread the rumor that Ethan Klein's children had contracted Giardia. Then, around that time, the family received 2 unidentified human skulls, allegedly by mail, which prompted an FBI.
A lot of these things are very alleged if it's an Ethan Klein statement. It's so interesting. Like, I don't think I've heard, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't really hear the term alleged when it comes to every claim against Ethan, but when it comes to Ethan's claim, everything is an allegation. Interesting. Maybe I'm misremembering, but if that is true, that sounds like she's trying to make you think. When you say something is an allegation, obviously it has less weight, and I think that's the whole point.
Investigation, and of course, probably does not help with Ethan Klein's paranoia that people are out to get him. That
the paranoia thing is like,
I know.
I got a human skulls in the mail. I mean, can you really?
Again,
CPS come to my house. I got human skulls. I mean, at what point do we stop calling me paranoid?
And also, again, to be honest, with the people finding my aunt's photo, which by the way, also girl with a microphone apparently tweeted asking an AI. Let me find the actual tweet, so I don't again misquote it. What? Asking Grok if I was homeschooled, and then like they brought up random Madison Harnish and what high school they go to,
Grok
and then
knew
she
that?
asked, and then she asked Madison Harnish, aka Cruel World Happy Mind, was she homeschooled? And then they say, got it. You mean the YouTuber Madison Harnish of Cruel World Happy Mind? After checking bios, videos, and searches, I found no info indicating she was homeschooled. Her education background isn't publicly detailed. If that's wrong, point me to a source. Like trying to find my schooling information.
To be fair, I don't
all
think
of
that's
that.
what she was trying to do. I think she was just trying to find out if you were homeschooled.
Yeah, you know how it kind of looks, though.
But like you would.
I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. I get Cruel World Happy Mind grokked if this girl was homeschooled. Okay, I don't care. Gotcha.
Type something like that into. I know what you're.
Sorry, like, what's the issue here? She thinks she was trying to dox her. I don't care. She was trying to see if you're homeschooled. Is it an inside joke? I mean, I could see why, because maybe is that an inside joke that starts with like the Ryan Beard thing? Okay. I mean, listen, I could see why she would ask that question. But it just sounds like she was being stupid, not like in a bad way. She was just being like silly. She was being like memeing. At 5%.
Go anywhere close to doxing. I know she's thoughtful with her the way she conducts herself though. So I'm pretty sure that wasn't her intention.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks it rubs me the wrong way, to be honest.
I forgot. She doesn't know what a troll is. Oh, she got trolled a little bit.
I can understand why that would rub you the wrong way. Yeah.
But yeah, so
Oh, and Jake Doolittle, that's funny.
Some of those things, my aunt's photos being dug through, stuff like that. People trying to
by her. Wow.
Find information about my husband. It's like,
that's
I totally, I've been more paranoid in this past week than I've been in my entire life. So.
Oh, I mean, that's not good. I don't. Probably shouldn't have snarked on somebody. This is one of the things is that it never should happen to anybody. But if you're gonna snark somebody, why are you crying that you're getting snarked back? Like I don't really have a whole lot of. I'm sorry, but
I understand that feeling. Again,
By the way, the homeschool.
I understand the feeling that I gave you. Wow.
Whole thing. Maybe it sounds weirder to you. There's kind of like a joke that we do on the show where we go, like the last 2 people I've beefed with, quote unquote, were all homeschooled. So it kind of turned into a joke. Like, is this person homeschooled?
Like,
I think she was tapping into that.
To be completely transparent, I grew up doing like really, really intense ballet. I was like, basically like dancing 6 hours a day. So I did online school, dual school. So
she was homeschooled. That's funny.
I don't know if that applies.
So she was spitting.
It was like one of the first, programs in my area that like.
So she was homeschooled. That's a little funny.
Like had online school.
Yeah, I think it's just
where I met my husband. So
Wow.
You met your husband at homeschool?
Wow, that's hot. Wait a minute. What the fuck?
Well, so we actually met in middle school, and I thought he was super interesting because he would like ride his bike every day, and it was in Orange County where like.
Well, I guess if you I guess if you're homeschooled, that is something that would be interesting to you.
You know, everyone has like their moms drive them to school in Escalades, and he would ride his bike every day, and I was kind of like, oh, that's
Oh, she was rich, huh? That's I never would have guessed that.
you know, that's kind of interesting. It turns out he would ride his bike 9 miles every day to school and back.
Wow.
And then, you know, we both ended up being the only two to graduate high school from our dual online school program.
Oh my
Wasn't
God.
very, you know, a successful program, it seems like.
Look at you
from
two,
that.
born natural partners.
And so, you know, or just, you know, the only ones that knew how to like use Google on test online school. But yeah, no, I'm kidding. But I'm kidding. Don't take away my online degree. That's very important to me. But yeah, so anyways, yeah, that's how we met, and we went to
That's so beautiful. Thank you.
online school for very different reasons. I was a ballet dancer, and his is his own personal story.
You might get comfort in this, but the current debate happening in our community is which stain is more annoying, the one on your sofa or the one on my hat? And I'll tell you guys, to defend myself a little bit, the one on my hat is from.
What is it?
What is it from?
Show it to me.
Yeah.
Something to do with the kids.
I'll say
What did I read on my?
yours is a lot more annoying, Ethan. I
It
gotta
is?
say. Yeah, because I can't even see hers
Someone bring me a replacement
Yours
hat.
is front and center.
You guys were fucking harping on her stain, and I'm the one sitting here looking like
I didn't mind
Mr.
her
Stain.
I didn't even notice your stain. I was staring at your stain.
Yeah, I didn't mind
Thank you,
hers.
Tamara. Legend.
I didn't notice your stain until this point, until you just pointed it out. I was
You
too
saw it
busy.
the whole
I
time.
didn't notice
You were
anything.
plotting on me the whole time. No, what is that red from?
Oh, it's
Seriously.
from the clown makeup.
I mean, he really should just not be like nice to this person. Like honestly, you know, this whole building a bridge thing here, which is what's happening. It's just not productive. Like she's a dishonest person.
Oh, the
it's from
clown
Friday.
makeup that
Yeah.
you graciously used in your thumbnail.
I'll be honest, I have no idea where my stain came from. So,
Well,
You don't think it's from your kids? Like, don't you have a kid?
Probably
That'd be
worse.
One? Like whatever.
yes,
fucking
true.
thing keeps
Who
telling
knows?
me.
It could be from anything. Listen,
but,
there's.
oh yeah, what was I gonna say? I totally forgot what we were talking. Oh yeah, so as far as like the paranoia thing went, I mean, literally, I just was trying to. I mean, again, hope I'm not overstepping here. I don't think it's healthy for you to be getting into these online beefs and
Oh my god, she's snarking again.
to be going down these, you know, rabbit holes
Dude, shut up. Oh my god. No, she's fucking snarking again. Well, actually I think it's your fault.
with different people, because I felt that myself. You know, genuinely.
Yesterday. This is a new phenomenon for you. This is a new thing for you. I felt it myself. You shouldn't do this. Oh my goodness. This is new for you. This is a new thing. You never talk about any type of a topic that ever gets you any criticism. So this is very new for you. And you're like, oh, I don't really think you should be doing this. Oh my goodness. Like, what are you talking about?
Within this past week, I felt like, you know, this is a very dark
Listen,
corner of the
is Coke
internet.
Zero healthy? No, but I drink 10 of them a day.
Yeah, you know.
I'm kidding.
I don't understand. Like, she's just trying to put blame on him for it. Like, that's what's happening right now. So Ethan, you shouldn't be too cheery about it. Like, I know he's just trying to be like fun with her and stuff, but like that's what I'm getting out of this is that it's like a downplay.
I'm just being
you
silly.
know, and that's.
I don't
that's
actually,
just,
for
like,
the
my
record,
opinion.
drink 10 a day. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
One, two,
yeah.
6. Now it's 6.
Yeah, I used to drink like yerba mate, like 3 yerba mate
The Ethan lie counter's funny.
days a day. Those like energy drinks. So,
That's from like an IW stream.
but yeah, what was I gonna say? I mean, genuinely, you know, that's the thing. It feels like a very dark, you know, corner where it's like the more you.
She's in that corner. She does fucking literally. That's all her content is just fucking tea content. Oh, it's a really dark corner. You gotta be careful about that. She's in that corner. She just does fucking tea content all day.
Get involved with these situations, it's like the more it brings out like these different, you know, situations and darkness and people. Oops, sorry. And then it sort of like ruins your like faith in humanity a little bit. You know, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying like in general. You know, and I think right now like the world is so not here.
Oh, and the faith in humanity thing. I'm gonna assume. I have to assume that's something that's like, oh, you know, a lot of her it's all bullshit, but like a lot of her defense is that like, oh, you're just, you know, you're taking it the worst way for me. Different people communicate differently. Words will mean something different to different people, which is generally true. But like, obviously she's snarking the fuck out of him. And so she's just saying that as a way to like kind of, you know, communicate that. Oh, words mean different things to different people. Oh, I don't mean it like that. Oh, you shouldn't be so negatively minded. You're gonna take the worst in people. Oh, like that's all. It's all just her, in my opinion. Trying to build on this like idea that like he has the wrong perspective about her. But he's not wrong at all. What?
I'm gonna, you know, this is gonna sound like the stupidest statement ever. The world is so fucked up. Like obviously it is. But like, yeah, that like, oh my gosh, you know, these situations. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
One thing I will say about the
I do genuinely wish that one day you're able to escape from all of this and not have, all of this happening in your life, and have, segments that, are just like, podcasts that are, I mean, again, I'm not a regular watcher of your podcast,
So why are you giving him specific advice about his podcast?
you totally do this,
Yeah.
but the
Should be.
podcast shows that are just entirely lighthearted, where none of this
This is not what podcasts are.
Me
is
too.
happening.
I
and,
know. Honestly,
that's-
we would
yeah.
love that too. This isn't like fun for us either.
And the thing
It's fun for me, baby. We making that money, boy.
is, like, I used to be of the mind that like ignoring it is better, and I'd say for most people that's true. The first time that wasn't working was ironically the FUPA fund thing. Keemstar was spreading this malicious lie that I stole money to the point where it was just becoming bigger and bigger, and not quieter and quieter. It forced me to make a video responding, and from that response, I killed the thing entirely. And this kind of similar thing's been happening, although I have the shitstorm is proven much more persistent.
Do you mean going poop
than the
in your pants?
FUPA shit? But it's kind of just been the same way, where it's like after leftovers collapsed, it's just been a torrent of fucking horrific shit, and it's gotten like more severe and more strong.
Well, to be clear, you used to associate with Hassan, so it's probably why some people were kind of irritated with you.
Wrong, and to the point where it begs a response. And
I mean, I felt that way, like when all of this happened, and then like, oh, I need to make a
you know what I'm saying?
response, and then you made your response from that, and so it's like, oh, and I agree with Dan. I should not have done a one take. I should have ensured that it was perfectly polished.
There was nothing that would be perfectly polished. You were just talking. You weren't even saying anything like intelligent. You were just talking.
That was in general irresponsible. I think I wanted to feel this sense of authenticity, but again, a lot of my ignorance.
Of course, you weren't trying to be. You weren't trying to be authentic at all. What are you saying? You're just talking.
Through in that, but I think and then
she rushed to make a response because she was feeling really pressured and she didn't know what to do. So she just like reacted. That's what it was. Nothing to do with authenticity. She doesn't care about that.
And from that, it was like, oh, I need to do a stream to clarify this and to show where I agree and all of that. And then, things get worse from there. And
which wasn't at all, just to be clear.
And so it's like, I guess that's a struggle in general when it comes to content creation is when, some of this happens. Do you, sorry, I have the hiccups now. Do you respond? Do you let it lie? How do
This is so silly to me. This is so dumb. Holy fuck. Are you listening to what's happening right now? Like right now, Ethan made a point about how he feels like he has to respond to things because people are next level when it comes to criticizing him, right? And just before she was saying that he should never respond, and after he says that, now all of a sudden she has this fucking great nuanced take about how, oh, you know what, I deliberate on that too. Like what? Oh my god, dude, she's just like reacting to what's being said around her. This is so stupid and ingenuine.
do you to what level do you because I think that going down endless rabbit holes, it's like you can't find your way back up sometimes, and that was my kind of perspective on that. And again, I'm sorry if I didn't clarify it fully or it didn't come through. I think that also when it comes to making content, I have to have that mind of like the people that are the subject of the videos are they will likely, maybe not, but likely, I just kind of assume they're probably not going to watch the video, but I need to assume that they might watch it.
They'll watch it.
They'll probably
you should
watch
assume
it,
they'll watch it.
actually.
Yeah.
They'll
Okay.
probably watch it.
I think I still have in my mind that I'm just
But
like
even if they don't,
small
people,
content creator.
It still matters because people are watching it in this ecosystem, and shit that you say.
That's probably the only honest thing that she said here was that she probably did. What the hell did I get with that? That she probably didn't think that Ethan would ever bother to watch it. That's probably the most genuine thing that she said, which is probably true. She probably didn't expect Ethan to actually like watch the video. She probably thought that she could have like a nice, easy, like anti-Ethan take and not get any pushback on it. Of course, that's what it was. I 100%. I absolutely believe that. Only genuine thing that she said.
People are going to believe. I saw a lot of people being like, you're a trusted source for them, and whatever you put in your videos, they believe. So, like, it doesn't really even matter if I watched it or not, right? Because if there is, anyway, listen. There's two things I want to hit on before we go. One, about the skulls in CPS. These are factually backed up. In our public filing right now, the lawsuit, you can see it's public filing. The conversation we had with the Skull Company and the report from CPS saying that the call was unfounded. These are all part of the public record. I can even send you a link. The second thing, and most important thing I want to say to you before we leave is, you know goddamn well that Hassan Piker shocked his dog.
No comment on that one. I'm
Come
so sorry.
That motherfucker zapped his poodle. Now, listen, I'm not saying he should get his dog taken away or anything crazy like that, but I mean, he definitely.
Please.
You know, it's so funny because in my initial video, oh my gosh, you guys are gonna.
In my initial video, I said something about that, and then Snark got really upset. And so when I decided to yammer on in my other videos, what ended up happening was the entire time I said Ethan Klein's audience was so toxic and negative, but the entire time I just complained about Hassan's audience. So that was really weird, wasn't it?
Hate me for this. I'm so sorry to end the video on a bad note. Okay, in my initial video, I totally conceded with this, where I'm like, yeah, the clips don't look good, and yeah, it's, and he changed his story a lot. And then as time went on, I'm kind of like, well, it just over a long period of time of constantly having the dog in screen, you would think that there would be far more examples of that happening.
There's a ton. There's a ton.
There's a lot.
Dude, there's so many.
You clearly see him reaching for the remote.
Give me 5.
Oh, so she's actually just like she's Hassananing right now. You see how afraid she is of Hassan while she like fucking sits here and like talks about how she's like fucking afraid of Ethan's audience.
5 minutes.
And then her react. Like,
hold on, give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna convert you.
That's why this is lasting so long. It's because
she knows she's wrong. You'll never convert her. She knows she's wrong. She's lying. Ethan, this is what I'm talking about. Ethan is too nice. She's been lying the entire time, and he's like, "Oh, I can convert you." I know he's being silly, but like you can't. Like she doesn't want to be converted. She has a take. It's not a factual take. She has an unfactual take. That's her whole point.
He's obviously lying, and everybody's saying it, and it's just that's why this topic has been so fascinating to so many people.
That thing is, it really depends on what communities you run in, because there are very pro Hassan communities who are like, "You didn't do it. There's no way. We're all bullshit." And other communities, which are hostile to Hassan, my community, for example, is one of them. They'll post a shitload of evidence, man. Hold on, I gotta find. There's like I'm not.
Yeah, there's like pictures like that. There's moments of him like pulling on his dog's tail, shit like that. Yes,
forcing you to make a decision one way or the other. But I do want to arm you with the most important weapon of all: information.
Please. It doesn't matter. She doesn't care. She's not gonna have an opinion on it.
Place. Don't talk to her like that, Hassan.
No.
Sorry. It's rude. I'm waiting for the link. I don't know if you heard this. This song was big.
I'll be completely honest. I have to go pee so bad though.
There you go.
I had like this whole thing of
I mean, Ethan should have had the information ready, but there you go.
water like throughout this.
Oh, you have to pee? Okay. Right, listen,
if she doesn't care, even
if you want to find the evidence, it's there.
Yeah, it's okay.
I can send you links. I won't hold you any longer. I'll send you links. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I know this is essential information for me, but I'll be honest, it's been like the last 30 minutes.
We've been here for a long time.
I really appreciate you calling in and facing this head on. I'm very grateful. I think you've been open-minded and sensitive to everything, which I'm grateful for. And so I'm just appreciative for your time and for you speaking openly about this, which most people would not do, right? So,
well, she didn't. So
that speaks to high character that you're willing to do this.
Thank you.
And also,
thank you for speaking with me too, and being.
She wasn't honest at all. So stop it, Ethan.
No, I've honestly, I don't think I've ever had this in-depth of a conversation from someone that I've made a video on, and I think it's given me a lot to think about.
It's fucking crazy, dude. I feel like this entire conversation was full of like 1,000 fucking trillion lies here. I don't know, dude. Ethan's too nice to people.
When it comes to content creation, and that's an incredible opportunity on my end to reflect and move forward with a lot of this in mind. So
I also want to give you my condolences on that horrible.
It would be so funny though if she took all the information that she got from Ethan and made another hit piece on him.
Tragic loss of your brother. That's heartbreaking.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Very sorry to hear about that.
But a reminder that we're all dealing with shit, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I usually don't talk about my dead family members the second as to deflect from like other atrocities going on, but hey, you know what? Everybody's different.
Well, listen, thank you so much. I mean, I think we've said almost all of it.
Yeah.
And we're in touch now, so if anything comes up, if you have any questions about anti-Semitism, you want a snap check from a real, authentic Israeli Jew, you can ask me anything, anytime.
Sounds
all right?
great. I appreciate it.
But anyway, have a great night. And once again, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And guys, a reminder to our audience to be kind. This was a conversation we had in good faith with each other. And I think that alone deserves credit and kindness and understanding.
Yeah, of course she's going to keep the video up.
So thank you. And to the audience, please heed my words. We come in peace.
That's so beautiful.
All right. Have a great night. Thank you again.
Okay.
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
You too.
Bye.
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 That is
That was terrible. I love Ethan, but he's too nice, dude.